Did your mother come back?" I can feel him shake his head beside me. "No. I think leaving was very hard for her, but once she was gone, she knew it was the right thing. She opened a bakery, bought a home. She wanted me to finish school here with my friends, but I know being so far away ate at her. It's why I came to the States for law school. Maybe she would have come back here if I asked her to, but I couldn't, no?" When I nod, he continues. "I went to Vanderbilt, which is not so very close to her, but closer than France." He turns his head, pulling back so he can look at me. "I do intend someday to live there, in the States. She doesn't have anyone else." I nod, tucking my face into the crook of his neck and overcome with a relief so enormous I feel lightheaded. "Will you stay with me?" he asks quietly. "Until you need to be in Boston?" "Yes, if that's what you want too." He answers with a kiss that deepens, and the sensation of his hands in my hair and his groan on my tongue fills my head with an emotion that feels a little like desperation. In a flash, I'm terrified of having true, intense feelings for him, of having to end this marriage game at some point, let real life back in and try to get over him. But I push it aside, because it feels too good to let the moment turn down at any corner. His kiss is slow and tame until he's just pressing his smile to mine. "Good," he says. It's enough for now. I can feel the heavy weight of sleep behind my eyes, in my thoughts. My body is sore and feels perfectly used. Within only seconds, I hear the slow, steady rhythm of his sleeping breath. Chapter 12. I'm dimly aware of a fist pounding heavily on the door, and I sit up, disoriented. Beside me, Ansel bolts upright, looking at me with wide eyes before tossing back the covers, pulling on boxers, and sprinting out of the room. I hear his voice speaking to whoever is there, thick with sleep and so deep. I've never heard him sound stern before. He must have stepped out into the hallway and closed the door behind him because his voice disappears after a heavy click. I try to stay awake. I try to wait for him and make sure everything's okay and tell him how much I enjoy his voice, but I must be more exhausted than I thought, and it's the last groggy thought I have before my eyes fall closed again. I feel the air slide under the sheets and sweep over my skin as Ansel climbs back into bed. He smells like him, like grass, like salt and spice. I roll to his side, my mind still foggy and full of heated dream images, and as soon as his cool skin touches mine, longing flares low in my stomach. I want him with a kind of instinctive, barely awake yearning. The clock beside the bed tells me it's nearly 4 a.m. His heart is pounding under my palm, chest smooth, hard, and bare, but he traps my wandering hand with his, stilling it so that I can't slide it down his stomach and lower. "Mia," he says quietly. I gradually recollect that he had to go to the door. "Is everything okay?" He exhales slowly, clearly trying to calm down, and I sense more than see his nod in the darkness. The skylight over his bed lets in a bright slice of moonlight, but it cuts across our feet, illuminating only the very edge of the bed. I press my body along his side, sliding my leg up over his. The muscles of his quads are defined and firm beneath smooth, warm skin, and I stop when I've reached his hip, gasping slightly when he arches up into me and groans. He's still wearing only boxers, but beneath my thigh he's semi-hard. Beneath my palm, his heart is slowly returning to normal. I can't be this close to him, even half asleep, and not want to feel more. I want the blankets tossed away and his boxers shoved down. I want the heat of his hips pressing to mine. As I hum quietly against his skin and rock against him, half conscious, half instinct, it's several long beats before I feel his body fully stir. But it does, and with another quiet groan he rolls to face me, shoving his boxers down his hips just far enough for him to pull his erection free. "J'ai envie de toi," he says into my hair and rubs the head of his cock over me, testing before pushing inside with a tight sound of hunger. "I always want you." It's sex without words or pretense, just both of us working to get to the same place. My movements are slow, full of lazy sleepiness and that middle-of-the-night bravery that makes me roll on top of him, rest my head on his shoulder as I slide along his length. His movements are also slow, but because he's being intentionally gentle, careful with me. He's usually so much more talkative. Maybe it's that it's so late, but I can't shake the feeling that he's working to pull himself out of the hallway and back into the bedroom. But then Ansel's hands drift down my sides, clutching my hips, and my uneasiness dissolves, replaced with a mounting, crawling pleasure. "You fuck so good," he growls, rocking up into me, meeting my movements halfway. It's no longer sleepy and relaxed. I'm close, he's close, and I'm chasing the sound of his orgasm as much as I am the pleasure I can feel sliding up my legs and down my spine. I'm so full of him, so full of sensation. It's all I am anymore, crystalline and hot, hungry and wild. He pushes me so I'm sitting upright, his hands jerking my hips back and forth over him, urging me to ride him roughly as he shoves himself deeper and harder into me. "Fuck me," he growls, reaching up with one hand to grip my breast roughly. "Fuck me harder." And I do. I find anchor with my hands on his chest and let go, slipping down onto him over and over again. I've never been so wild on top, never moved so fast. The friction between us is amazing, slick and rough, and with a sharp gasp I start to come, my fingernails digging sharply into his skin and tight, desperate sounds falling from my lips. I want so, coming so hard. Oh my God! My incoherence tears a savage growl from his throat, and he sits up, fingers clamped to my hips and his teeth pressed to my collarbone as he pushes roughly up into me, coming with a hoarse shout after a final, brutal thrust. His arms form a tight band around my waist as he presses his face to my neck, catching his breath. I feel dizzy. My legs are sore already. He doesn't seem to want to let me go, but I need to shift my position, and I gingerly lift myself off and slide down next to him on the bed. Without speaking, he rolls to face me, pulling my leg over his hip and slowly rocking his still hard cock along my clit as he kisses my chin, my cheeks, my lips. "I want more," he admits into the dark room. "I don't feel done." I reach down, slide him carefully back inside me. It won't last long, but there's something about feeling him like this, just barely rocking, no space between us, the black of night spread across the bed like a velvet blanket, that makes my bones ache with how intense it is between us. "I just want to make love to you all day," he says against my mouth and rolls on top of me. "I don't want to think about work or friends or even eating. I want to exist on you alone." With this, I remember wanting to ask him what happened at the door. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I just want to fall asleep inside you. Maybe our bodies will make love again while our brains sleep." "No, I mean..." I start carefully. "Who was at the door?" He stills. "Perry." "Perry? The friend who wasn't in Vegas with the rest of them. What did he want?" He hesitates, kissing my neck. Finally, he says, "I don't know. In the middle of the night? I don't know." Chapter 13. I don't have to open my eyes to know it's still dark out. The bed is a nest of warm blankets. The sheets are smooth and smell like Ansel and laundry detergent. I'm so tired, floating in that place between awake and dreams, and so the words being whispered into my ear sound like bubbles rising up from underwater. "Are you frowning in your sleep?" Warm lips pressed to my forehead, a fingertip smoothing the skin there. He kisses one cheek and then the other, brushing his nose along my jaw on his way back to my ear. "I saw your shoes by the door," he whispers. "Have you walked all of Paris by now? They look nearly worn through on the bottom." In truth, he's not that far off. Paris is an unending map that seems to unfurl right in front of me. Around each corner is another street, another statue, another building older and more beautiful than anything I've seen before. I get to one place, and that only makes me want to see what's beyond it, and beyond that. I've never been so eager to become lost in a place before. I love that you're trying to learn my city, and God help the poor boys who see you walk by in that little sundress I saw hanging in the bathroom. You'll have admirers following you home, and I'll be forced to chase them off. I feel him smile against the side of my face. The bed shifts, and his breath ruffles my hair. I keep my features relaxed, my exhales even, because I never want to wake up. Never want him to stop talking to me like this. It's Saturday again. I'm going to try and be home early tonight. He sighs, and I hear the exhaustion in his words. I'm not sure I've fully appreciated how difficult this must be for him, to balance what he sees as his responsibility to me and to his job. I imagine it must feel like being pulled in every direction. I asked you to come here, and I'm always gone. I never meant it to be this way. I didn't think it through. He laughs into my neck. Everyone I know would roll their eyes at that. Oliver, Finn, especially my mother, he says fondly. They say I'm impulsive. But I want to be better. I want to be good to you. I almost whimper. Won't you wake up, Cerise? Kiss me goodbye with that mouth of yours. Those lips that get me in trouble. Huh? I was in a meeting yesterday, and when they called my name, I had no idea what anyone was talking about. All I could think about was the way your cherry lips looked stretched around my cock, and then last night, oh, the things I'll imagine today. You're going to get me fired, and when we're penniless on the street, you'll have no one to blame but that mouth. I can't keep a straight face anymore, and I laugh. Finally, he says, growling into my neck. I was beginning to contemplate pulling the fire alarm. Even as I wake alone a couple of hours later, I remember the way he whispered against my shoulders and finally into my ears. I'd rolled to my back, eyes still closed, as I wrapped myself around him in a drowsy hug, the fabric of his suit rough, the silk of his tie suggestive as it dragged between my naked breasts. Had I been more awake, I would have pulled him down, watched as he matched his fingertips to the bruises pressed into my skin. Ansel left me breakfast. There's coffee and a wrapped croissant waiting on the counter, and along with a lace cap that went with my maid costume, a new list of scribbled phrases rests beneath my plate. What time is it? Quelle heure est-il? What time do you close? À quelle heure fermez-vous? Take your clothes off, please. Déshabille-toi, s'il te plaît. Fuck me. Harder. Baise-moi. Plus fort. I need the large dildo, same size as my husband. Je voudrais le gros gode, celui qui se rapproche le plus de mon mari. That was the best orgasm of my life. C'était le meilleur orgasme de ma vie. I'm going to come in your mouth, you beautiful girl. Je vais jouir dans ta bouche, beauté. I'm still smiling as I step into the bathroom and shower, memories of last night running on a reel inside my head. The water pressure in Ansel's apartment is terrible, and the water is barely lukewarm. I'm reminded once again that I'm not back in San Diego, where the only person I needed to battle for hot water this late in the morning was my mom after her morning yoga class. There are 7 floors of people to take into account here, and I make a mental note to get up earlier tomorrow and sacrifice an extra hour of sleep for a hot shower. But that's not the only thing I'd miss out on. Those few unguarded moments in the morning when Ansel thinks I'm still sleeping might just be worth a cold shower. Lots of them. Gru Simone is outside having a cigarette when I walk past the patisserie toward the metro. Today has already been a fucking nightmare, she says, blowing a plume of smoke out the side of her mouth. We sold out of the scones everyone loves, and I spilled a fucking coffee on myself. FML. I'm not sure why I sit with her for the duration of her break, listening to her vent about the trials of being a poor 20-something in Paris, how her boyfriend can never seem to shut the coffee off before he leaves, or how she'd give up smoking, but it's cigarettes or customer homicide, their choice. She isn't very nice. to anyone, really. Maybe it's that she's American, and it's comforting to have regular conversation with someone who isn't Ansel in a language I actually understand. Or maybe I really am that starved for outside human contact, which is really depressing. When she's finished her last cigarette and my coffee has long grown cold, I tell her goodbye and head toward the metro, and then explore as much of Le Marais as I can in the morning. Here, there are some of the oldest buildings in the city, and it's become a popular neighborhood for art galleries, tiny cafes, and unique, pricey boutiques. What I love most about the neighborhood are the narrow, winding streets and the way tiny courtyards pop up out of nowhere, begging to be explored, or simply for me to sit and fly through a novel, getting lost in someone else's story. Just when my stomach is rumbling and I'm ready for lunch, my phone vibrates in my bag. I'm still surprised by the delicious lurch in my chest when I see Ansel's name and face, the dorky selfie of him with pink cheeks and wild grin flash across my screen. Is it fondness I feel? Sweet Jesus, I'm definitely fond, and whenever he's close, I basically want to molest him. It isn't just that he's gorgeous and charming, it's that he's kind and thoughtful, and that it would never occur to him to be sharp or judgmental. There's an inherent ease to him that's disarming, and I have no doubt he leaves a trail of unintentionally broken hearts, male and female, wherever he goes. I'm almost positive the old woman who runs the store around the corner from our apartment is a little in love with him. In truth, I'm pretty sure almost everyone Ansel knows is a little in love with him, and who could blame her, really? I watched her one evening tell him something in a rapid-fire French and then pause, pressing her wrinkled hands to her face like she just told the cute boy about her crush. Later, as we'd walked down the sidewalk eating our gelato, he'd explained that she told him how much he looks like the boy she fell in love with at university, and how she thought about him for a moment every morning when he stopped by for coffee. She thanked me for making her feel like a schoolgirl again, he'd said a little reluctantly, and then turned to me with a flirty little smile. And was glad to see me married to such a pretty girl. So basically you make the old ladies a little frisky? I really only care about this lady. He'd kissed my cheek. And I don't want to make you frisky. I want you naked and begging to come all over my mouth. I've never known someone who is such a mixture of brazen sexuality and feigned innocence before. So it's with a combination of excitement and fear that I read his message now, while traversing the busy sidewalk. Last night was fun, it reads. I chew my lip as I contemplate my response. The fact that he understood what I was doing, that he played along and even suggested we do it again, well, I take a deep breath. So fun, I reply. Was it nice to get outside your head a little? The sun is high overhead, and it's got to be close to 85 degrees outside, but with one sentence he's managed to make goosebumps erupt along my arms and legs, my nipples tighten. Somehow talking about it like this, acknowledging what we did, feels as dirty as seeing that tiny costume hanging in the closet this morning, beside the clothes he wears to work every day. It was, I type. And if a text could come across breathy, that is exactly how this would sound. There's a long pause before he begins typing again, and I wonder if it's possible he's wound as tight as I am right now. Think you'd want to do it again? I don't even have to think about it. Yes. His answer comes slowly. It feels like he's typing for an eternity. Go to the Madeleine station, line 14 to Châtelet. Walk to 19 Rue Beaubourg, Centre Georges Pompidou. The large museum, you can't miss it. Take the escalators to the top floor. Wait at the bar at Georges Restaurant, 1900 hours, 7 p.m. Best view around. I'm close enough to walk there, and a giddy thrill inches its way up my spine and slips like a warm bath along my skin. My limbs suddenly feel heavy, my body aches, and I have to step into an alcove in front of a small bookstore to pull myself together. I imagine this is what a sprinter feels like in those last moments before the starter pistol cracks through the air. I have no idea what Ansel is planning, but I'm ready to find out. The Centre Pompidou is easy to find. Thanks to Google, I know it's centered on Paris's right bank and sits in an area known as the Beaubourg neighborhood. After my days of exploring, I have a pretty good sense of where I am. But although I saw a photo of the museum online, I'm in no way prepared for the monstrous, skeletal curiosity that seems to rise up from the city around it. It's as if the massive building has been stripped of its outer layers, revealing the very pieces that keep it erect just underneath. Brightly colored tubes in green, blue, yellow, and red are interspersed with metal beams and look as much like a piece of art as the items housed inside. I follow a sign that leads me to a large paved plaza filled with students and families and groups of tourists strolling around. Performers sit surrounded by small crowds, and children rush by, their laughter echoing in the hulking empty spaces created by the enormous building. Just as Ansel instructed, I take the largest escalators I've ever seen to the top floor. The entire ride up is encapsulated in plexiglass tunnels, giving me a view of an enormous expanse of Paris, with buildings in the distance I've only ever seen in books. I spot the Eiffel Tower immediately, set against a backdrop of bright blue sky. My reflection winks back at me. Dressed in my simple jersey shift dress, my dark hair glossy in the late afternoon sun, my face is flushed with anticipation, and I'm pushing away the tremor of anxiety that I have no idea what is happening, and I've left Ansel completely in charge. Am I still his maid? I pause, mid-step between one escalator and the next as the possibility sinks in. Our balance of power is already skewed since we arrived here. What am I heading into? But, I reason, when you let go last night, he took over and gave you the most intensely erotic night of your life. Trust him. With a deep breath, I step off at the top and make my way into the trendy restaurant. A beautiful woman with tomato-red hair and a short white dress leads me through a space that looks more like a sci-fi movie set than a place to have dinner. Everything is brushed metal and gleaming white, steel beams and polished cave-like sculptures. The tables are sleek and industrial, each one topped with a ruby-red long-stemmed rose. The outdoor dining area is protected by low-slung glass so as not to hinder the view because, wow, what a view it is. I thank her and take a seat at the bar, checking my phone for any messages. I've just begun a text to Ansel when I feel a slight tap on my shoulder. "Would you mind if I sit here?" he asks, nervous. And, oh. This isn't the same game as last night. The confusion must show in my expression because he continues. "Unless you're waiting for someone, of course." Strangers. This I can do. This we know. "No, not at all. Be my guest," I say and gesture to the seat on my right. Ansel folds all 6 feet 2 inches of his frame onto the brushed aluminum stool and toys with the neatly folded cloth napkin. I didn't get to fully drink in the sight of him before he left this morning and try to covertly check him out as he fidgets, playing this new role. He's wearing a shirt I've never seen on him, deep green with a pattern so delicate I have to peer closely to even make it out. His black dress pants fit him perfectly. There's a touch of stubble lining his jaw, and his hair seems a bit more disheveled than normal, falling forward over his forehead. I have the sudden desire to twist my fingers in it while I pull his face between my legs. I actually have to look away to catch my breath. This guy is my husband. "You look amazing," I want to say. "How did I find someone so easy and perfect in Las Vegas, of all places?" I want to ask. But instead, I stay quiet and let him show me how this night is supposed to go. "I think I was stood up," he says. And now that I've composed myself, I turn back to face him. "That's terrible. They didn't call or text?" He shakes his head and runs a hand through his hair, righting it again. "It's probably for the best," he says with a resolute lift of his chin. "I don't think we are that compatible, anyway." I angle myself toward him. "Was this supposed to be a first date?" He shakes his head and opens his mouth to speak, pausing when the bartender stops in front of us. "Un whisky soda, s'il vous plaît," he says to the man before turning to me expectantly. Gin a tonic?" I phrase it as a question, and the bartender smirks before walking away. Ansel gives a lingering stare to the bartender's back, then clears his throat before continuing. We've been together for a while, but—" He stops abruptly, shaking his head. He leans closer, dropping his voice when he says, "No, ignore that. I don't want to pretend to cheat." I bite my lip to hold in my grin. Jesus, he's cute. "What I mean to say is that we had talked on the phone a few times," he says, his eyes searching mine as if this cover story works better. "It never felt totally right, but I thought if we met in person—" I hum in response, shaking my head in sympathy. "Sorry she's not here." He takes a deep breath before relaxing his shoulders, and his lips push out in an edible pout. "What about you? You said you're not meeting anyone? Are you dining alone?" Holding up his hands, he adds, "And I ask that in the least stalkerish way possible. Please don't call security." I laugh, spinning my phone on the bar in front of me. "I'm new to town," I say. "It was a long day at work and I needed a drink. A friend said this place had the best view around." "A friend?" "Just this guy I know," I tease. Ansel smiles and looks over his shoulder. "Your friend might be wrong. Not sure you could beat the view on top of that," he says, motioning to the Eiffel Tower. The bartender sets our drinks in front of us, and I reach for my glass. "No alcohol up there, though." "Ah, but yes, there's champagne on the top level, served in the finest plastic stemware around. Don't want to miss that while you're here." "You make me want to brave the terrifying lines and claustrophobic elevators." "You must make sure you do it before you leave," he says. "It's a touristy thing, but it's sort of required at least once in your lifetime." Actually, I did see the top, I admit, and take a sip of my drink. I went alone on one of my first days in town. I didn't know they had booze there, though, or I'd have stayed a lot longer. "Maybe someone can go with you next time," he says quietly, apology darkening his expression. He's guilty that I'm alone so much. I'm guilty for interrupting him. We're both living so much in our own heads. No wonder we pretend. "Maybe," I answer with a smile. "And you live here? In Paris?" Ansel nods and takes another sip of his drink. "I do, but my mother is American, and I traveled around the States after college." "Just traveled around?" I teased. "Backpacked your way across America?" "Close," he says with a laugh. "The summer before law school, I participated in a program called Bike and Build. Have you heard of it?" I shake my head a little, saying only, "I've heard the name." Of course, Ansel has mentioned it before, but I feel a bit guilty never having asked him more about it. "It's basically a group of people, mostly university-aged, cycling across the country for 3 months, stopping en route to work on various building sites." "I went to Vegas after I graduated from college. I think you win." "Well, that could be fun, too," he says meaningfully, eyes teasing as he takes a drink from his glass. "I hear there is plenty of adventure to be had in Vegas." "Yes," I say, and smile. "But 3 months? On a bike?" Ansel laughs. 3 months. Well, 11 weeks, to be exact. Riding about 70 miles a day. I would be dead. You'd have to call my mother to collect me by about day 4. He makes a show of looking me up and down appreciatively. "You look like you could handle it." I shake my head. I assure you I am not good on 2 wheels. "So tell me, did you sleep in hotels, or—" "Sometimes," he answers with a shrug. "Some groups stay in churches or other places, maybe a group of families. My group had a sort of—" He pauses to search for the word, his brows drawn together. "Sleeping outside in a tent?" "Camping?" I say with a laugh. He snaps his fingers. "Right. We'd usually be in one place for a few days while we worked, and so we'd set up a kind of traveling camp. 3 or 4 of us sharing a canvas tent, sleeping on the worst cots you can imagine." I look at him now in his crisp shirt and pressed dress pants and have a hard time imagining him even as he was, dressed down in Vegas, let alone sweaty and working on construction sites. I'd let my eyes linger on his neck and enjoy the fantasy for a beat. That's pretty intense. He nods in agreement. 4 of us, together, all day long. Sometimes it was excruciating, the heat. How humid it could be, and we would all just keep pushing until night. It was hard, but it was the most fun I've ever had. I don't know that I'll ever know anyone in the way I know those 3 friends. Fascinated, I break character for just a moment. You mean Oliver and Finn and Perry? A shadow falls over his face, and he nods slowly. Shit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. But he's already holding up his hand. No, those relationships are some of the best and complicated of my life. Does that make sense? I nod. I rode next to them for sometimes 8 or 10 hours a day. I slept 3 people deep in a space no bigger than your average bathroom. We missed our families together. We comforted each other. We celebrated some of the proudest moments of our lives. Practically living in each other's pockets at that age made 3 months feel like a lifetime, and I guess maybe it's hard when lives change in ways that aren't how we imagined or hoped. Whatever this Perry is going through, it's obviously something Ansel is having a hard time dealing with. He's quiet for a moment, attention zeroed in on his glass. I'm not used to seeing him like this, and it presses like a bruise in my chest. I didn't realize how hungry I was for more details of his life until we were here, pretending to be sharing these pieces with the safety of a stranger. You don't have to talk about it, I say quietly. It's just that there's nothing I can really do to fix what Perry's going through, and I don't mean to sound self-important, but that's not a situation I'm familiar with. Whatever he's dealing with, I say, you can be there, but it's his life. You can't make it perfect for him. He studies me for a silent beat, opening his mouth and then closing it again. No, it's just that... He pauses and draws in a deep breath. I know. You're right. I want to tell him I understand, that I know what it's like to be so close to someone, to feel them drift away and be unable to pull them back, but I can't. The closest people in my life have always been Harlow and Lorelei. They're my constants and have been since we were in elementary school. By the time Luke and I broke up after the accident, I was ready to let him go. And while I might feel the occasional hollow spot from where he used to fit into my life, I think I always knew I wasn't going to be with him forever. Wanting to change the subject, I whisper, well, from where I'm sitting, whoever stood you up tonight was a total idiot. Understanding washes over his expression, and he turns on his stool to face me completely, one elbow propped up on the bar. I don't know, he says finally, biting his bottom lip. I'm beginning to think she might have done me a favor. He leaves the sentiment hanging meaningfully between us, and we continue to sit there in silence, the pulsing bass of music overhead thumping all around us. Do you have a boyfriend? He says suddenly. Boyfriend? I shake my head, fighting a grin. No. It's technically true. Girlfriend? I ask in return. He shakes his head, eyes flickering to my mouth before blinking up to meet mine again. Once the conversation about bike and build moves on, all traces of sadness and regret seem to disappear from Ansel's eyes, and it's just like the first night we were together, the 2 of us talking for hours. It helps me remember every detail that hadn't yet returned. Like the way he talks with his hands, pausing only when he forgets a word, his brow furrowed in concentration. Before I laugh, a mini game of charades breaking out as I help him find the right one. Or the way he listens so carefully he tilts his head toward me, eyes continually inspecting my expression. He makes me feel like I'm the only person on the planet. He looks at me like he's 1 second away from devouring me. No wonder I proposed. He asks me about my life in San Diego and listens with the same rapt attention as if the night in Las Vegas never happened and he hasn't heard every detail before. And you loved dancing, he says, smiling, his empty glass abandoned on the bar in front of him. It's not posed as a question, but an observation. I did. And performing? I sigh. I loved performing. Ansel's eyes narrow, a beat of meaningful silence stretching between us before he says, I'm sure. He's completely unashamed by the way he scans my body, gaze lingering at my breasts. I feel goosebumps spread along my skin, my nipples hardening at his suggestive tone, at the hunger in his eyes. But business school, he says, blinking back up to my face. It doesn't hold your interest the same way. I laugh. No. Then why will you do it? Spend so much of your life on something that makes you clearly unhappy. A spark of panic flares in my chest, but I manage to quickly tamp it down. This is my safe place, this strange space that Ansel and I have found, where I can say or do or be anyone I want. And so I choose to avoid answering at all, directing the focus back onto him. Lots of people are unhappy with their jobs. Do you love yours? Not this particular one, he says. No. But you continue to do it? Yes, he says thoughtfully. But mine is temporary. I know what I want to do with my life. This job is simply one door that will lead to another. This job will let me have my pick of positions anywhere in the world. 2 more years of school is a long time, and I saw the way you reacted when I brought it up. He laughs softly, like your life had just flashed in front of your eyes. If the prospect of school makes you unhappy... His voice trails off, and he watches me, waiting for me to finish the sentence myself. I can't dance anymore, I remind him. Screws through my leg and 3 centimeters of metallic alloy artificial bone aren't something I can overcome if I just try hard enough. It's not mind over matter. He spins his glass, widening the dark ring of condensation that's formed on the coaster beneath it. The ice clinks against the walls of the empty tumbler, and he seems to be considering something carefully before he says it. Not professionally, he adds with a shrug. I shake my head, but don't offer more. He doesn't understand. Your career as a stripper extinguished before it ever began. A laugh bursts from my throat, which sucks because I had a name picked out, monogram pasties ordered, and everything. Ansel leans against the bar and turns toward me. His eyes scan my face before slipping to my mouth and down again. It's such an obvious, silly attempt at seduction that I can't hold in my laugh. This is the guy I couldn't take my eyes off in Vegas, the one who drew my attention no matter where he was in the room. The one I told my entire life story to in the span of a few hours, the one I married, the one I've had sex with many times. I'm really glad you got stood up, I say, hoping the way I'm looking at him makes him feel half as wanted as the way he's looking at me. He brushes a single finger over my knee. So am I. I'm not sure where to go from here, and so I decide to try out brave. Would you like to leave? I ask. Maybe go for a walk? He doesn't hesitate, just stands and motions to the bartender to pay our bill. I'm going to run to the bathroom, I say. He watches me with hungry eyes. I'll be here, waiting for you. But when I step out of the large Art Deco bathroom, he's right there in front of me. Head down, face obscured by lack of light. Dangerous. He looks up at the sound of the door, and his features look stronger here in the shadows, hard, thrown into sharp relief under the neon glow. In this dimly lit corner, his cheekbones resemble carved stone, his eyes shadowed, his lips lush and exaggerated. He doesn't give me time to hesitate, just crosses the tiny space to back me against the wall. I couldn't wait, he says, gripping my neck, his palm cool and steady while his thumb presses to the pulse beating wildly in my throat. It's a possessive hold, and so different from the Ansel I know that it sends a silent thrill of fear up my spine. In this game we're playing, he's a stranger again. He doesn't know me, and beyond what he's told me in the last hour, I'm not supposed to know anything about him, either. A smart girl would walk away, I tell myself. A smart, quiet girl would pretend she has friends waiting and head right out the door. She wouldn't stand in a darkened hallway with a man she doesn't know, liking the way he's manhandling her so much it never occurs to her to leave. "I can hear you thinking," he whispers, tightening his hold. "Let go. Play with me." And it's exactly what I need. I relax my shoulders as my head clears. The tension melts from my body as I lean into him. Even though I'm in heels and he's inches above me, I only have to lift my chin and he's there, the tip of his nose brushing over mine. "I don't usually do this," I say, lost in the idea of a one-night stand, of letting this sexy stranger do whatever he wants to me. "I hardly kiss on the first date. I close my eyes and swallow, opening them again to find him smiling down at me. "I know," his grin says. "Except that time you married me in Las Vegas. Except that." He presses a thigh between my legs, and I can feel how hard he is already. I relish the small shifts of his hips as he rocks against me. "Want you," he mumbles, kissing me, chaste and soft. He pulls back, licks his lips, and moves forward again, moaning softly into my mouth. "Can I?" "Now?" My heart takes off, pounding so hard beneath my breastbone that I swear I can feel my chest move from the force of it. He nods into the kiss. "Here, it's getting busy," he says, motioning back toward the restaurant. "We'd have to be quick." It feels like someone lights a match inside my chest, and I wrap my fingers into the fabric of his shirt, pulling us both back into the empty bathroom. He follows without a word, kissing me until the door shuts behind us and the lock clicks into place. I'm suddenly overheated, oversensitive. I can feel every inch of clothing that separates us. His hands grip my face, tongue slipping against mine, and he tastes so good I'm almost lightheaded. The room is dark, lit overhead by another strip of neon pink. It's so easy to pretend in here, lost in light that makes everything look like make-believe, surrounded by sounds on the other side of the door. I feel the beat of the music push up through the floor and into my feet, and it's only this that reminds me that there are other people on this planet beyond our kisses, our frantic hands as we try to get closer, push clothes out of the way. My dress comes up, his shirt pulled from the waist of his pants so I can scratch my nails over his stomach. I gasp as cool air finds my skin where my panties are damp between my legs. He moves a palm down over my navel, fingers slipping just beneath the skimpy lace waistband until he's cupping me, dragging his fingers between and over, everywhere but the place I want him. "Want to taste this," he says. I rock against his hand, crying out at the way the tip of his fingers tease in and out of me, gathering wetness, moving back and forth over my clit. Picking me up, he walks us to the counter, setting me down before he kneels between my parted legs. I watch as he leans forward, looking up at me through his lashes while he reaches out, pulls my panties to the side, and flicks the tip of his tongue over me. "Oh," I cry out, too loud and breathing so heavy I fear I might actually pass out. On instinct, my hand moves to the back of his head, holding him to me, and God, it's so dirty to see him like this, head down and washed in neon while he licks me out, moans against me. I try to stay still, not to rock my hips or be demanding, but every nerve in my body is focused on his tongue as it drags over my clit. "Fingers," I gasp. He swears, 2 fingers sliding deep, his tongue moving in practiced movements, tiny flicks alternated with long, slow licks. "Oh, God," I say, on the edge of something that starts in my stomach, slips up along my spine. I twist my hands in his hair, hips rocking against him as it grows stronger. I look down and watch, nearly losing my breath when I see his hand down the front of his pants, his arm jerking in a blur of movement. "Come up here," I say, breathless. "Please." I'm so close, but I want us to come together. "God, yes," he says, and stands, pushing his pants down his hips. His hair is a mess, and color blooms across his cheekbones and down his neck. I feel the head of his cock as he slides it over me, and I'm so wet that with just the smallest step forward, he starts to slip inside. With a gasp, he tucks his head into my neck, takes deep, steadying breaths. "I need a second," he says, and holds my hips still. "S'il te plaît." When he straightens again, he reaches a hand over my shoulder, bracing himself against the mirror. "You feel too good," he explains, pulling out slowly before pushing in again. "So fucking good." He builds a rhythm, hips rocking against mine, the sound of his belt clanking against the counter as he fucks me. I wrap my legs around his waist, and he reaches up, holds my face in one hand before pushing his thumb between my lips. I can taste myself on his fingers, on his mouth, but he can't seem to focus long enough to kiss me. "I want to watch you come," he whispers, eyes moving across my face. He pulls his thumb back and paints a wet line across my lower lip. "I want to feel you squeezing me, and I want to eat your greedy little noises." I gasp, wrapping my fists around the hem of his shirt, pulling him harder into me. "Say what you want," he growls. "I want it rougher." "Make it dirty," he says, licking my mouth. "You can pretend you never have to see me again. What is your most shameful thought?" My gaze drops to his mouth as I tell him, "I want someone to hear us fucking." His pupils dilate, reflecting the neon back to me, and he grips my thighs tightly before he begins slamming hard and slick into me, grunting roughly every time his hips press to my inner thighs. Someone knocks on the door, and the timing is perfect. It's locked, but if they walked inside, they would hear the slapping of his skin on mine, see my legs on either side of Ansel's hips, my dress pushed up my body while he fucks me. "Hurry!" I cry, louder than I probably should, reaching back and gripping the faucet. My fingers feel slick around the cool metal, my skin flushed and damp with sweat. I feel so full, stretched with limbs loose. His body fits perfectly inside and against me, the jut of his pelvis rubbing against my clit with every thrust. The tight feeling in my stomach grows, warmer and hotter until I throw my head back, crying out as I come, lost to everything but the way my body tries to pull him in as I fall apart around him. He follows only a moment later, movements becoming jagged and frantic, stilling against me with a muffled groan into my skin. The evening breeze ruffles the back of my hair, and the ends tickle my chin as the scent of bread and cigarettes drifts from a cafe we pass on our way to the metro. I glance over my shoulder to where rows of motorcycles are parked at the curb. "Where's your bike?" I ask. "Home," he says simply. "I dropped it off earlier so that I could walk with you." He doesn't say this to earn a reaction, so he misses the way my eyes turn up to him. We didn't really talk about the accident tonight, though it feels like a constant companion any time the subject of school and life ahead is broached. But he's shown me that he's always aware of what happened and won't ever push, unlike my father, who got me a bike for my first birthday out of the hospital and repeatedly suggested I get back on the horse. Ansel's frankness is still something that takes me by surprise. Where I tend to agonize over everything I say, worrying whether I'll be able to say it at all, Ansel never filters. Words seem to tumble from his candy-colored mouth without even a second thought. I wonder if he's always been this unguarded, if he's this way with everyone. The busiest part of the day has come and gone, but we're still lucky to find seats together. We sit side by side on the crowded train, and I watch our reflection in the window opposite us. Even in the grimy glass and beneath the harsh, often flickering fluorescent lights, it's impossible to miss how beautiful he is. It's not an adjective I've ever used to describe a guy before, but as I look at him, taking in the angles of his jaw, the prominence of his cheekbones offset by his soft, nearly feminine mouth, it's the only one that seems to fit. He's loosened his tie, unbuttoning the top of his dress shirt to offer up a triangle of smooth, tan skin. The open shirt frames his long neck, the tempting hint of collarbone peeking out just enough to make me wonder why I never thought of collarbones as sexy before. As if sensing my gaze, Ansel's eyes shift from the passing blur of track on the other side of the window and meet mine in the glass. Our reflections rock with the movement of the train, and Ansel watches me, too, a small, knowing smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. How is it possible to sit here like this in calm, companionable silence when only an hour ago I had him inside me, my hands slick with sweat as my fingers fought for purchase on the faucet? More passengers board at the next stop, and Ansel moves, giving his seat to an older gentleman with heavy bags in each hand. They share a few words in French I obviously don't understand, and he takes the spot in front of me, his right arm raised to grip the handrail suspended from the ceiling. It gives me an exceptional view of his torso and the front of his dress pants. Yum. The sound of laughter draws my attention, and I see a group of girls seated only a few rows away. They're probably in university, I think, and just a few years younger than me. Too old for high school, but clearly still students. They sit with their heads pressed together, and if their hushed giggles and wide-eyed stares are any indication, I know exactly what they're looking at. Or rather, whom. I blink up to find him looking down at the older man, listening and oblivious to the leering glances being cast in his direction. I don't blame them, of course. If I saw Ansel on a train, I'm positive I'd practically break my neck in an attempt to get a better look, and now the night I saw him across the bar in Vegas feels like a lifetime ago. It's in these moments I find myself wanting to congratulate past me for doing or saying whatever it was that caught Ansel's attention in the first place, and, by some act of God or alcohol I still don't understand, held it. Sometimes I think past me is a genius. He laughs a deep, masculine laugh at something the man has said, and heaven help me, the dimple is out in full force again. I immediately glance over like the jealous girlfriend. Wife I've become, and sure enough, every head in that gaggle of girls is turned, eyes wide, mouths wider, swooning over him. And although I've said absolutely nothing, I'm beginning to wonder if every thought I have is somehow projected onto a screen above my head. Because it's this moment Ansel chooses to glance down at me, eyes soft and warm as he reaches to brush a single finger along my bottom lip. Possessiveness sparks like a flare in my chest, and I turn into his hand, pressing my mouth to his palm. Ansel is beaming when the train comes to a stop at our station. He takes my hand as I stand and pulls me out of the door, fitting his arm around my waist as soon as we're on the platform. "You left work early," I say. He laughs. "Are you only now realizing this?" "No, well, yes, I didn't think about it before." What he told me about his boss and his job replays itself like an echo inside my head. "You won't be in trouble, will you?" He shrugs in that way he does, easy and loose. "I can work from home," he says. "I went in before everyone else, and even leaving as early as I did, I still worked a full day. It just wasn't a 14-hour one. They're going to have to adjust." But clearly they won't have to adjust yet. Ansel kisses me sweetly when we walk into the flat, and then moves to his desk, booting up his laptop. As if on cue, his phone rings, and he shrugs at me apologetically before answering it with a clipped, "Hello." I hear a deep male voice on the other end, and then, instead of his weary work expression, see a happy smile spread over my husband's face. "Hey, alls," he says. "Yeah, we're home." I wave, tell him to say hi to Oliver for me, and then turn to the bedroom, grabbing my book from the couch before closing the door behind me to give them some privacy. The bed is wide and perfect, and I lie the wrong way across it, spreading out like a starfish. I can hear sounds from the street filtering up, and let the smell of bread and roasting garlic filter through my senses while I stare at my book, idly thinking about what we might do for dinner. But of course I can't focus on a single word on the page. Partly it's the way Ansel's smile into the phone lingers in my vision, or the way his voice sounded. So deep, relieved, relaxed. So different from how I've heard him the past few weeks. Even though he's never awkward, and we just spent the most amazing evening out together, he's still the tiniest bit formal with me, and I only see it now with the intimacy of a best friend on the other end of the line. It's exactly how I am with Lola or Harlow. Unguarded, unfiltered. I listen to his voice through the door, wanting to absorb the velvet smoothness of it, his deep belly laugh. But then I hear him clear his throat and his voice drops. "She's good. I mean, of course, she's amazing." He pauses and then laughs quietly. "I know you think that. You'll think that even when we've been married for 30 years. My stomach does a delicious pirouette, but it dips uncomfortably when he says, "No, I haven't talked to her about it." Another pause, and then quieter. "Of course Barry hasn't been over. I don't want any of that mess to threaten Mia." I stop, leaning closer to hear better. Why didn't he tell Oliver that Perry was here banging on the door just last night? I hear the unfamiliar edge of frustration in his voice when he says, I will. Oliver, shut the fuck up." But then he laughs again, removing any tension from the conversation I'm hearing through the door, and I blink, completely confused. What is the story with Perry? What is this unknown mess of him, the unanswered questions surrounding why he wasn't in the States, and how could he possibly threaten me? Shaking my head to clear it, I realize I either need to walk out there and let him know I can hear him, or leave. Or both. We already have enough unintentional secrets. At least he does. I open the bedroom door, stepping into the living room and putting a hand on his shoulder. He jumps slightly at the contact, turning to me and then lifting my hand to kiss it. "I can hear you," I tell him, wincing a little in apology as if it's my fault. "I'm going to go to the corner and pick up some dinner." He nods, eyes grateful for the privacy, and then points to his wallet on the entryway table. I ignore it and slip out the door, finding I'm able to really exhale for the first time once I'm closed inside the tiny elevator. Chapter 14. Ansel works, doing his best to carve out whatever time for me he can, while I pretend my days with him and this novelty I've only just discovered called leisure time won't soon be a thing of the past. Denial is my friend. Whatever was bothering him seems to have righted itself. He's happier, less anxious. Our sex life has become decidedly more hot and less bumbling, and neither Perry nor his late-night visit is mentioned again. One morning he's up before the sun, crashing around the tiny kitchen. But instead of kissing me goodbye and heading out the door, he pulls me out of bed and shoves an apple in one hand, a tiny cup of espresso in another, and tells me that we have a shared free day. An entire Sunday stretching clear ahead of us. Thrill warms my blood and jolts me awake faster even than the pungent smell of coffee filling the small flat. I bite into the fruit, smile as he packs us a picnic, and follow him back into the bedroom to watch him dress. I'm mesmerized by the way he so comfortably handles his own body as he pulls on boxers and then jeans, by the way his fingers slide each button through his shirt. I'm tempted to pull off his clothes just to watch him put them on all over again. He looks up at me, catches me watching, and instead of owning it the way I want to, I blink away, look out the window, and swallow my espresso in one hot, perfect gulp. "Why are you ever shy with me?" he asks, coming up behind me. "After what we did last night." Last night we had a lot of wine after not enough dinner, and I was wild, pretending to be a movie star in town for only one night. He was my security guard, ushering me into his flat to protect and then seduce me. It's strange how such a simple question can be impossible to answer. I'm shy. It's not a quality that comes out of me in certain situations, it's my baseline. The magic isn't why it appears with him, it's how it so easily goes away. But I know what he's saying. I'm unpredictable in his presence. There are nights like the one earlier this week where it's easy to talk for hours, as if even as strangers we've known each other for years. And then there are moments like this when it should be easier than anything, and I turn away, letting the energy between us flounder. I wonder if he thinks he married a girl with two personalities, vixen and wallflower. But before I can let the thoughts consume me, I feel the warm press of his lips to the back of my neck. "Today we pretend we're on our first date, shy girl. I'm going to try to impress you, and maybe later you'll let me kiss you goodnight." If he keeps sliding his hands up my sides the way he's doing and keeps sucking at the sensitive spot just below my ear, I might let him go all the way before we even get out of the apartment. But he's tired of being indoors, steering me to the dresser. He takes his turn watching me get dressed, but doesn't hide his open admiration as I pull on underwear, a bra, a white tank top, and a long lapis jersey skirt. Once I'm dressed, he whistles softly and stands, moving close and cupping my face in his hands. With 2 fingertips, he sweeps my dark bangs to the side so he can stare more clearly into my eyes. Back and forth, he searches. "You're truly the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." Kissing the corner of my mouth, he adds, "It still doesn't feel real, does it?" Then he smiles as if this truth, that I have only a few weeks left here, doesn't bother him at all. How do you do it? I want to ask him. How does the looming, dangling end of this amuse rather than weigh on you? I feel adored and cocooned in the half circle of his arm around me as we drift past his motorcycle parked on the sidewalk and head toward the metro. His free hand carries the bag with our lunch, and he swings it as he walks. He hums a song, saying hello to neighbors, bending to pet a dog on a leash. The puppy looks up at him with wide brown eyes, turning as if it wants to follow him home. You and me both, I think. It boggles enough that he chose the profession he did, law, but then didn't do something wild and free with it like helping old ladies or being the fun law instructor who shouts and jumps on tabletops. Where are we going? I ask as we get on the train towards Châtillon. My favorite place. I bump his shoulder with mine, a playful reprimand for not telling me anything, but inside I love it. I love that he's planned this, even if he only planned it as the sun rose this morning. We change trains at Invalides, and the whole process feels so familiar. Dodging other bodies through the tunnels, following signs, boarding another train without thinking anymore, that I'm struck with the painful thought that no matter how much it's starting to feel that way, this place isn't really my home. For the first time since I arrived nearly a month ago, I know with absolute certainty that I don't want to leave. Ansel's voice pulls my attention to the door. "Ici," he murmurs, taking my hand and pulling me through when the double doors part with a blustery whoosh. We rise out of the metro and walk a couple of blocks until the view appears and I stop without realizing it, my feet planted on the sidewalk. I'd read of the Jardin des Plantes in the guidebooks Ansel would leave for me, or the tiny maps of Paris I would find tucked into my messenger bag. But in all my days exploring, I still haven't been, and he must know that, because here we are, standing in front of what must be the most beautiful garden I've ever seen. It seems to stretch for miles, with lawns so green they seem nearly fluorescent, and flowers of colors I don't think I've ever seen in nature before. We walk along the winding paths, taking in all of it. Every flower that grows on French soil is represented in this garden, he tells me proudly, and in the distance I see the museums housed on the grounds, one each for evolution, mineralogy, paleontology, entomology. Such honest and pure sciences, but couched in arches of marble and walls of glass, they remind everyone how noble they are. Everything in my vision is earth and soil, but so colorful my eyes never stop moving. Even as I stare at a thick bed of violet and lavender pansies, my attention is pulled farther down the path to a blinding patch of marigolds and zinnias. You should see... Ansel stops walking and hums, pressing 2 fingers to his lips as he thinks of the word in English. Although he rarely struggles to translate something, I can't help lovingly obsessing over it when he does. It could be the little cluck of his tongue or the way he usually gives up and says the word in soft, purring French anyway. Coquelicot, he says. A delicate flower in the spring, red but also sometimes orange or yellow. I shake my head, uncertain. Before it blooms, the buds look like testicles. Laughing, I guess. Poppy? He nods, snapping his finger and looking so pleased with me I may as well have planted all these flowers here myself. Puppy. You should see the puppies here in spring. But the idea dissolves in the air between us, and without our acknowledging it, he takes my hand again to keep walking. He points out everything in front of us. Flowers, trees, sidewalk, water, building, stone, and gives me the words in French, making me repeat them in a way that seems to grow more urgent, as if by weighing me down with knowledge I won't be able to simply climb on a plane and lift off in a few weeks. Inside the canvas bag, Ansel has packed bread and cheese, apples, and tiny chocolate cookies, and we find a bench in the shade. We can't picnic on the grass here, and devour the food as if we haven't eaten in days. Being near him makes me hungry in so many aching, delicious ways, and when I watch him lift the bread from the bag, tear a bit off, and the muscles in his arm tense and pull with the movement, I wonder how he'll touch me first when we get back to his apartment. Will he use his hands? Or his lips and teeth in that teasing, nibbling way he has? Or will he be as impatient as I feel, pushing fabric aside just fast enough for him to be over me, inside me, moving urgently? I close my eyes, savoring the sunshine and the feel of his fingers sliding across my back, curling around my shoulder. He talks for a while about what he loves about the park, the architecture, the history, and finally he lets words fall away as the birds take over for us, flapping and chattering in the trees overhead. For a perfect minute, I can imagine this endless life. Sunny Sundays in the park with Ansel, and the promise of his body all over mine when the sun goes down. It's the first time we've been together for an entire day, and we're unable to undress, touch, have sex, which really is all we've known. After nearly 11 hours of walking and seeing everything we can fit into daylight, I've watched his lips pout his perfect words and his broad, skilled hands point to important buildings and his mischievous green eyes fixate on my lips and my body enough times that all I want now is to feel the weight of him moving on top of me. I cling to the thought and the easy familiarity we've cultivated today as just us, Mia and Ansel. But as soon as we're back in the apartment, he kisses the top of my head and pours me a glass of wine before powering up his laptop to check his work email, promising to be quick. While he sits at the small desk with his back to me, I tuck my legs beneath me on the couch, sipping my wine as I watch the tension gradually return to his shoulders. He fires off an email that must be heated because his fingers hammer on the keyboard and he clicks send before leaning back in his chair and running a frustrated hand through his hair. Putain, he curses on a tight exhale. Ansel? He leans forward to rub his hands over his face. Come here, okay? He takes another deep breath before he stands, then walks over to me. But as soon as I look up at his face, his eyes are flat, his mouth pulled in a straight, exhausted line. I know the spell is broken and I'll be going to bed alone. We're back to real life, where his life is his mysterious, grueling job and I'm only temporary. We're back to playing house. It made more work for you, didn't it? I ask. By taking today off? He shrugs and reaches down to carefully pull my bottom lip between his thumb and index finger. I don't care. He bends down, kisses my mouth, sucking on my lip before he pulls away. But yes, I'll need to go into the office quite early tomorrow. Tomorrow is Monday, and he's behind on his week already. Why do you do it? The words feel awkward on my tongue. Our conversations about his job have mostly been his apologizing for working so much and me telling him I understand. But I absolutely don't. And in this moment, I'm mortified that I've never really asked him about it. Other than knowing he has a dragon lady boss and that this job will give him his pick of positions someday, I really have no idea what he does there. Because I won't be able to find another good position if I leave this one so soon. This is very prestigious, you see. I need to see this lawsuit through. He only needs to tell me a tiny bit about it. Vague details about the corporations at war and the matter of intellectual property and sales tactics at the heart of the case, before I pull back to look at him in surprise. I've heard of this lawsuit. I know the names of the two businesses going head-to-head. It's such a big case, it's constantly on the news, in the papers. No wonder he's working the hours he is. I had no idea, I tell him. How did you manage to go to Vegas? His fingers dig through his hair and he shrugs. It was only 3 weeks I wasn't needed. They were gathering depositions and I finally had a small break. It is much more normal to take a long vacation here in Europe than it is in the States, maybe. I pull him down on the couch next to me and he complies, but his posture tells me he's only here for a minute. I'll get up and return to his computer instead of following me into bed. I run my hand down the front of his t-shirt and find myself looking forward to seeing him dressed for work tomorrow, and then immediately feel a tight knot of guilt form in my stomach. Do you wear a suit and tie in the courtroom? Laughing, he bends and says into the skin of my neck, I don't go to court, but no, in court they wear a traditional robe. I'm the equivalent of a junior associate here. Corporate law in France is maybe a bit different from the States, though. Both are different from criminal law. Here, maybe more proceedings happen across a table. If it's different from the States and you're licensed to practice there, too, why did you come back here after law school? He hums, shaking his head a little as he kisses my jaw, and it's the first time he hasn't answered a question. I can't tell if I'm disappointed or fascinated. I hope you'll be done soon, I tell him, pressing my hand to his face and, unable to resist, stroking his bottom lip with the pad of my thumb in his signature, soothing move. I hope it won't always be like this. I like it when you're here with me. He closes his eyes, exhaling slowly as he smiles. You sound like a real wife when you say that. Chapter 15. I'm almost relieved that he goes into the office Monday so I can go back to the tiny shop in the alley, holding my breath in the hope that it will be open. I think the role play is fun for Ansel. At least, I hope it's as fun for him as it is for me. We get to know each other in these tiny glimpses, revealing ourselves while we pretend not to. And tonight, I want to get him talking. The store is open, and the same saleswoman is there, greeting me with the warmth of her smile and the familiar scent of iris. She takes me by the hand, drawing me toward the lingerie, the props. "What are you today?" she asks. It takes me several long seconds before I find my words, and even then, I don't really answer her question. I need to find a way to rescue him. She studies me for a beat before selecting a sexy soldier uniform, but it isn't at all what I meant. Instead, my eyes trip on a negligee so vibrantly red, it looks like it could burn my fingers. Her laugh is throaty and loud. "Yes, today you rescue in that. This time when you come in, your chin is higher, your eyes a little wicked, I think." Reaching for the wall, she hands me a single accessory, and when I look down at what she's given me, it seems to vibrate in my hands. I would never have picked this on my own, but it's perfect. "Have fun, chérie." I've done my makeup for the stage enough that I can really layer it on, making my eyes smoky and dark, my lips even fuller and siren red. I put just enough blush on my cheeks to look like I might be up to no good. Stepping back, I examine myself in the slim mirror mounted on the bedroom door. My hair falls straight to my chin, black and sleek. My hazel eyes have more yellow than green lately. My bangs need to be trimmed. They graze my eyelashes when I blink. But the woman staring back at me likes the shadow they give. She knows how to look up from beneath her lashes and flirt, especially with the red horns barely poking out from a slim, black headband hiding in her hair. The negligee is made of lace and layered, soft macrame tulle. The layering gives the illusion of coverage, but even in the dim candlelight I've set up throughout the apartment, my nipples are clearly visible beneath. The only other thing I'm wearing is a small, matching red thong. This time I'm not nervous when I hear the elevator doors open down the hall and the steady pace of Ansel's feet walking to our door. He enters, dropping his keys in the bowl and sliding his helmet beneath the table before turning to where I sit in one of the dining room chairs I've placed about 10 feet in front of the entryway. "Christ! Cerise!" Slowly, he slides his messenger bag over his head, carefully setting it on the floor. A heated smile starts at the corner of his mouth and lazily stretches across to the other side as he notices the horns. "Am I in trouble?" I shake my head, shivering at the way his accent scratches trouble into my new favorite word, and stand, walking over to him, letting him take in the entire outfit. "No," I say, "but I hear you're in a situation you'd like to see changed." He stills, brows slowly lifting. "A situation?" "Yes," I say. "A work situation." His eyes turn playful. "I see. I can help." I step closer and run my hand up his chest to his tie. Loosening it, I tell him, "I've been sent here to negotiate a deal." "Sent by whom?" "My boss," I say with a little wink. He looks me over one more time and reaches up to drag the pad of his thumb across my bottom lip. It's a familiar touch now, but instead of opening my mouth and licking him, I bite. He pulls back with a little gasp and then laughs. "You're irresistible." "I'm powerful," I correct him. "If everything goes well tonight, with just a snap of my fingers, I can finish this horrible, time-sucking lawsuit." I pull his tie loose and blink up to see his amused expression straighten into something more earnest, more pleading. "You can?" "You give me your soul and I make your problems go away." His smile returns and his hands slide forward, framing my hips. "When you look the way you do, I don't think I have much use for a soul." He leans in, runs his nose along my neck and inhales. "It's yours. How do we negotiate the transaction?" I push his hands away and slide his tie off, draping it around my neck instead. "I'm glad you asked." Unbuttoning his shirt, I explain. "I'll ask a few questions so I can determine the value of your soul. If you're pristine, I'll end this tonight and make you look like a hero who broke down the other side. If you're sullied, well," I shrug. "It may be messy, but the lawsuit will be gone." And then I take my payment. His dimple makes a cameo. "And what kind of questions do I need to answer?" "I need to see how bad you've been." Lowering my voice, I add, "I hope you've been very bad. My boss doesn't like to pay very much, and making you look like a hero is pretty expensive in this business." He looks genuinely confused. "But isn't my soul more valuable to you the more corrupt I am?" Shaking my head, I tell him, "I'm only bargaining to lure you away from the angels. I'd get you for a better price if they'd be unlikely to want you anyway." "I see," he says, wearing an amused smile. Silence slides between us, and the thread of tension looms just outside the little circle our bodies form, standing so close together. For once, the rules are all mine, the game all mine, and still I feel power in this, too. My fingers shake against his chest with the reality of this full circle closed. I'm his equal. I'm his wife, wanting to save him. "I suppose I'm at your mercy, then," he says quietly. "If you can do what you say, I'm game." Tilting my head, I say, "Get undressed." "Completely naked?" Amusement returns to his expression. "Completely." He pushes his fancy checked blue shirt off his shoulders. I struggle to keep my attention on his face, knowing that the skin he's slowly revealing is quite possibly my favorite thing about France. "How did you get into this line of work?" he asks, unfastening his belt. "My boss found me, alone and wandering the streets," I tell him, unable to resist reaching forward, running my hands lightly down his chest. I love the way his breath hitches, his skin seems to tighten beneath my fingers. He thought I'd make a good negotiator. When I found out I'd get to play with pretty boys like you, how could I resist? His hand pulls at his belt, sliding the smooth leather free so fast it makes a sharp cracking sound against the stretch of leather still looped through his dress pants. It drops to the floor and his pants follow not far behind. When his thumbs hover in the waistband of his boxers, I can tell he's teasing me, waiting for me to look up at his face. But I don't. "Off," I tell him. "I need to see what I'm working with." He lowers the shorts from his body and slowly, confidently, steps out of them. I'll never get used to the sight of Ansel completely naked. He's bronze and strong and looks like he would taste good, and God, I know how good it is. It's all I can do not to slide down onto my knees and lick a wet line from his balls to the tight crown of his cock. But somehow I manage to resist, even as he reaches down, circles his base with his thumb and middle finger, and holds it out as if offering it to me. I pull his tie from my neck and reach for his hands instead, guiding his arms behind his back and turning him to tie them together at the wrist. It's tight, but not so tight he couldn't get out if he wanted. Turning him back around, I push lightly on his chest. Go sit on the couch. It's time for questions. I'm a little nervous, he admits with a tiny wink, but walks confidently over and carefully lowers himself to the seat, hands trapped behind him. Men are always nervous about this part, I say, following him and straddling his thighs. I reach forward and draw a circle around the head of his cock with my index finger. No one likes to admit all of the terrible things they've done. And how many men have you done this with? This time his voice catches on something. Jealousy, maybe. Or maybe the dark thrill that comes from imagining me doing this to someone else. These are the things I need to learn about the man I've married. Thousands, I whisper, relishing the way his eyes grow hard. Jealousy, then. I'm the best negotiator out there. If you want me to remember tonight, you should probably impress me later. I rest my ass on his thighs and then slide forward, giving his cock the briefest bit of friction against me before I slide away again. Beneath my palms, his shoulders bunch as he pulls against the bind around his wrists. Does it make you wet to take control, Cerise? He whispers, looking torn. He's broken roll, but it seems like he can't help himself. I wish I could tell you what seeing you like this does to me. He doesn't need to tell me. I can see what it does to him. But in the length of a heartbeat, I know what he's asking for. It's the same as our first night playing maid and master. Feed it to me. He's just doing it differently. I reach between my legs, slip my fingers under the satin, and decide to give him a little show. I close my eyes, moan quietly as I stroke myself, rolling my hips. But when I pull my hand back, instead of putting my fingers in his mouth, I capture his chin with my free hand and paint a wet line on his upper lip, just below his nose. He groans, and it's an amazing, gravelly, pained sound, and I want to record and play on a loop while I slide down over him and ride him. He's so hard. His cock arches up to his navel, the thick ridge nearly pressing to his belly button. A slick bead of moisture forms at the opening and slides, glistening down his length. My mouth waters, my chest tightens. I don't imagine my game is going to be fast. I never know if it's true, but he looks hard enough for it to be uncomfortable. Do you want me to put my mouth on you before the questions? I whisper, briefly breaking roll. The corded tension in his neck and the vulnerable expression on his face make me want to take care of him. No, he says quickly, more quickly than I expected. His eyes are wide, lips wet where he's just licked them, trying to clean his skin of my taste. Tease me. Pushing off his lap, I stand, giving a crisp, "Very well, then," and bend over the coffee table to retrieve the clipboard and pen. I give him a long view of my backside, my thighs, and the red silk thong. Behind me, he exhales a deep, shaking breath. I return to him, looking over my short list. I've written a few things just to remind myself what I want to ask him, because in the heat of the moment, over his lap with him, naked and looking at me like he's barely keeping his hands tied up, I'm prone to forget. Settling back down, I run my pen down the smooth skin of his chest and rock slightly over the tight, bunching muscles of his thighs. We can start with an easy one. He nods, staring openly at my breasts. D'accord. Okay. If you've ever killed anyone, you're really not worth very much to me because we'll be getting your soul eventually anyway. He smiles, relaxing a little as the game reveals itself. I've never killed anyone. Tortured? He laughs. I fear I'm on the receiving end at the moment, but no. Blinking back down to my list, I say, we can reel through the cardinal sins pretty quickly. I look up at him and lick my lips. This is where men usually lose the most value. He nods, staring intently at me, as if I really do hold the power to change his fate tonight. Greed? I ask. Ansel lets out a quiet laugh. I'm an attorney. Nodding, I pretend to make note of this. For a firm you hate, but who pays you ridiculous sums of money to represent one huge corporation suing another. I suppose that means I can also put you down for a bit of gluttony, too?" His dimple flashes suggestively as he laughs. "I suppose you're right." "Pride?" "Me?" he says with a winning smile. "I'm as humble as they come." "Right." Writing my own smile, I look back down at my list. "Lust?" He pushes his hips up, his cock a heavy presence between us as I gaze at his face, waiting for him to speak. But he doesn't answer aloud. Heat ripples along my skin, and his gaze is so penetrating I finally have to look away from his face. "Envy?" It takes him long enough to answer that I look back up at him, searching his expression. He's grown oddly contemplative, as if this is a serious exercise. And for the first time I realize maybe it is. I couldn't simply ask him these things as Mia, sitting across the dining room table from Ansel, though I'd want to. No one can be as perfect as he seems, and part of me needs to understand where he's damaged, where he's ugliest. Somehow it's easier to dress up as a servant of Satan to find out. "I feel envy, yes," he says quietly. "I need you to give me more of that." I lean forward, kiss his jaw. "Envious of what?" "I never used to. If anything, I tend to see the positive everywhere. Finn and Oliver, they will grow exasperated with me sometimes, telling me I'm impulsive or I'm fickle." He tears his eyes from mine, looking past my shoulder at the room behind me. "But now I look at my best friends and see a certain freedom they have. I want that. I think that must be envy." This one stings. The sting turns into a burn, and it crawls up my throat, coating my windpipe. I swallow a few times before I'm able to manage. "I see." Immediately, Ansel realizes what he's said and ducks his head, so I'll look at him. "Not because I'm married and they aren't," he says quickly. His eyes move back and forth, searching mine for understanding. "This isn't about the annulment. I didn't want it either. It wasn't just that I promised you." "Okay." "I envy their situation in a different way from what you're thinking." Pausing, he seems to wait for my expression to soften before he quietly admits, "I didn't want to move back to Paris, not for this job." My eyes narrow. "You didn't?" "I love the city. It's the center of my art, but I didn't want to return the way I did. Finn loves his hometown. He never wants to leave. Oliver is opening a store in San Diego. I envy how happy they are being exactly where they want to be." Too many questions perch on my tongue, fighting to come out. Finally, I ask the same one I asked last night. "Then why did you come back here?" He watches me, eyes assessing. Finally, he says only, "I suppose I felt obligated." I assume he's talking about the obligation of the job he would have been insane to turn down. I can tell, even if he hates it, that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Where would you rather be?" His tongue slips out, wets his lips. "I would at least like to have the option to follow my wife when she leaves." My heart stutters. I decide to skip over sloth and wrath, far more interested in pursuing this subject. "You're married?" He nods, but his expression isn't playful. Not even a little. "Yes, I'm married." "And where is your wife right now while I'm sitting on your naked lap wearing this tiny scrap of lingerie?" "She's not here," he whispers conspiratorially. "Do you make a habit of this?" I ask, wearing a teasing smile. I want to lift the serious cloud that's descending. "Letting in women while your wife is gone? It's good you brought her up, since infidelity is next on my list." His face drops, and oh shit, I've hit a nerve. I close my eyes, remembering what he told me about his father, how he was never faithful to Ansel's mother, how the parade of women through the house was finally enough to drive his mother to the States when Ansel was only a teenager. I start to apologize, but his words come out faster than mine. I have been unfaithful. An enormous black hole opens up inside me, swallowing my organs in the most painful order. Lungs, then heart, and then, when I'm sure I'm suffocating, my stomach drops out. Never to my wife, he says slowly, and after a long pause, apparently oblivious to my panic. I close my eyes, dizzy with relief. Still, my heart feels like it returns to my body slightly withered, beating weakly at the realization that he's more like his father than his mother when it comes to cheating. I'm trying to do better this time. It's several long seconds before I can speak, but when I do, my words come out reedy, a little breathless. Well, this certainly tilts the negotiation in my favor. I'm sure it does, he whispers. My voice wobbles a little. I'll need the details, of course. Finally, a tiny, unsure smile pulls at one corner of his mouth. Of course. He leans his head back against the couch, watching me with wary eyes. I met a woman from here, he says, adding. Or rather, near here, from Orléans. He takes a small break, closing his eyes. I can see the way his pulse is fluttering in his throat. Even though his explanation is so factual, so detached, he seems amped up. Is it just that I'm wearing lingerie and he's completely naked, or is he worried about my reaction? I press a hand to his chest. Tell me, I whisper, anxiety sending a tight thrill through my veins. I want to know everything. I do, and I don't. Beneath my palm, he relaxes. I was in law school, and we stayed together even at a distance. She studied fashion, here. He pulls back and watches me before saying, I can be impulsive with my emotions, I know. After the first couple of months, I knew we were more friends than lovers. But I was convinced it would be passionate again when I moved back here. I assumed it was the distance that made it not so exciting for me. Each sentence is carefully composed. I was lonely, and 2 times I shared my bed. Minuit still does not know. Minuit? I search my limited vocabulary, remembering after a beat that it means midnight. I imagine a raven-haired beauty, her hands sliding over his chest the way mine do now, her ass pressed to his thighs the way mine is now. I imagine his cock, hard for her the way it is for me now. I wonder whether I only temporarily have the luxury of his passion before it cools. I want to stab my jealousy with a sharp tool. I felt obligated, he repeats, and finally he looks at me again. She waited for me, so I returned. I took this job I hate, but I was wrong. We weren't happy, even when I was back here. How long were you with her? He sighs. Too long. He's been back here nearly a year and finished law school just before he came back. Too long doesn't tell me very much. But it's time to return to something better than this. The subject is heavy, a weighted lure in my mind, pulling my thoughts under the clear surface of our game to something dreary and somber. It's not who we are. We're married for the summer. Summer marriages don't get dragged down in heavy stuff. Besides, I'm wearing a devil costume and he's naked, for crying out loud. How seriously can we really take ourselves right now? I pretend to make a note of something on the clipboard and then look back up at him. I think I have all the information I need. He relaxes in pieces, his legs beneath me first, then abdomen, shoulders, and finally his expression. I feel something unknot in me when he grins. So it's all taken care of, then? I snap my fingers and nod. I can't make you come out of it with a promotion, but I don't think you wanted that anyway. Not if it means I have to stay on much longer, he agrees with a laugh. Tomorrow, Capito will drop the case, and everyone will know it's because you found the document that clears Régal Biologique of all wrongdoing. He exhales dramatically, wiping his brow. You've saved me. So it's my turn, then, I remind him. And time to claim my payment. I lean in to suck on his neck. Would you like to feel my hand or your mouth?" he interrupts. With an evil smile, I move back, shaking my head. That wasn't going to be one of the options. He huffs out an impatient breath. Every muscle grows tight and urgent beneath my roaming hands once more, and I tease him more by scratching my short nails down his chest. "Then tell me what my choices are," he growls. "My hand or your hand?" I say, and press my fingers to his lips to keep him from answering too quickly again. "If you choose my hand, that's all you'll get, and you'll remain tied up. If you choose your hand, of course I'll untie you, but you can also watch me use my hand on myself." His eyes widen as if he's not entirely sure who I am all of a sudden. And to be honest, I'm not sure either. I've never done this in front of someone before, but the words just bubbled up and out of me. And I'm positive I know what he's going to choose. He leans forward, kisses me once sweetly before answering. "I use my hand. You use yours." I'm not sure whether I'm relieved or nervous as I reach behind him and pull his hands free of the tie around his wrists. Faster than I expected, he grabs me by the hips and jerks me forward, sliding the wet fabric of my underwear over his cock, grinding up into me with a low groan. Without thinking, I move with him, rocking on top and feeling the delicious press of the hard line of him to my clit. I hadn't realized how turned on I'd been, being so close to him for so long, just listening to him, playing with him, but I can tell I'm soaked. And I want him. I want the thick slide of him into me. The way my body is so full of his, it's the only thing I can imagine ever feeling again. I want to hear his voice, encouraging and urgent in my ear, falling away into a broken mix of English and French, and finally the hoarse, unintelligible sounds of his pleasure. But I'm in charge tonight, for better or worse, and no direct report of Satan would ever let a man change her plan, no matter how warm his skin, no matter how filthy he sounds when he says, "I can feel your need for me soaked through the silk." Pushing off his lap, I pull the red fabric down my legs, kicking it onto his lap. He pulls it to his face, watching me with hooded eyes as I sit on the low coffee table. I watch as he circles his cock with his fist and strokes up once, slowly. It feels so depraved doing this, but I'm surprised that it doesn't feel weird. I've never seen anything as sexy as watching Ansel touch himself. I pretend he's alone, thinking of me. I pretend I'm alone, thinking of him. And like this, my fingers slide over my skin and he begins to pull himself harder, faster, his breath coming out in tiny grunts. "Show me," he whispers. "How do you fuck yourself when I'm at work, thinking of you?" I lie back, turning my head so I can still watch him and start to use both hands. He wants to see me let go. It's what this is about, after all. The costumes, the pretend. It's letting ourselves do anything we want. I slide 2 fingers inside and use the other hand to circle outside. My pulse trips and races when he groans, speeding up and hoarsely telling me he wants to see me come. It's a poor approximation of his fingers and an even worse approximation of his cock, but with his eyes on me and the brushing rhythm of his fist tugging at his length, I feel the rush of blood to my thighs and the heavy ache between my legs build and build until I'm arching off the table and coming with a sharp cry. With a relieved moan, he lets go after me. I push up on an elbow, watching as he spills onto his hand and stomach. In a blur, Ansel is on his feet and pulls me down onto the floor, falling on top of me and still hard enough that he can push inside with a steady, hard thrust. He looms above me, blocking out even the tiny bit of light from the few candles still burning, and reaches up to pull the strap of my negligee off my shoulder, baring one of my breasts. "Did you come just now?" he whispers into my skin. I nod. My pulse was barely slipping back to normal, but the feel of him stretching me even now brings all of my sensation back to the surface. I can feel his orgasm still wet on his stomach, pressed to mine, on the hand he has curled around my hip. But feeling him begin to harden in me again so soon gives me a dizzying sense of power. "If I had been Satan tonight," he begins and then stops, his breath choppy so close to my ear. The air between us seems to grow completely still. What, Ansel? His lips find my ear, my neck, and suck gently before he asks, "Have you ever been unfaithful?" "No." Sliding my hands up his back, I whisper. "But I did once shoot a man in Reno just to watch him die." He laughs, and I feel my body squeezing his as he lengthens slightly, getting even harder. I pull back slightly to look up at him. "The idea of marrying a killer turns you on? Something is wrong with you." "I love that you make me laugh," he corrects. "That turns me on. Also your body and what you did tonight." He cups my other breast through the negligee, thumb passing back and forth over the peak. He is strong enough to break me in half, but the way he caresses my skin, it's as if I'm too valuable to risk hurting. I thought I might be the only one who noticed the new, fascinating sway to my hips, the heaviness of my breasts, but I'm not. Ansel lingers at my breasts, playing and pushing at them. French cuisine has been good for my body, though maybe I'm indulging a little more than I should. It doesn't matter. I love the feel of my curves. Now I just need to find the French woman's secret for enjoying it and still looking like she could fit inside a straw. "You're taking care of your body," he hums into my chest, tongue sliding over my collarbone. "You know your husband wants more flesh on you. I like your hips fuller. I like to be able to squeeze your ass in my hands, feel your breasts move over my face when you're fucking me." How does he do this? His hair falls over one eye and he looks almost boyish, but his words are coarse on my skin. His breath, his fingertips, they brush across my ribs, the bottom swell of my breast, my nipple. He begins to rock inside me, slowly, lips moving across my neck and up to my ear. My body responds, tensing and thrilled, waiting for the pleasure I know will make me explode. Like I'm made of 1,000 tiny beating wings. "Tonight, Cerise. Thank you for wanting to save me." He puts a tiny inflection on the last word. It takes a beat for my brain to process the inflection, but then adrenaline courses through me so fast my fingertips flush. My pulse thunders. Come to France for the summer. He knew his life didn't have space for this, but it didn't matter. He was trying to save me first. Chapter 16. Somewhere in my subconscious, I sense Ansel crawling on the bed and hovering over me beneath a sun-warmed blanket cave. He wakes me up with the pressure of his stare. I stretch, frowning up at his neatly pressed dress shirt, white with small purple geometric shapes. "You're going into work?" I ask, my voice still thick with sleep. "Wait," I add, once consciousness forces its way to the surface. "It's Tuesday. Of course you're going into work." He kisses my nose, running a warm palm from my shoulder down over my breast to my waist. "I only have a few weeks left of this craziness," he says. "Me too," I say, laughing. And then my smile drops like a hammer out of the sky and I pout. Oh, why did I even say that? Now I want to eat my feelings in the form of an enormous chocolate croissant. "Croissant," he repeats, kissing me before whispering. "Better this time, Cerise, but we call it a pain au chocolat." He touches my lip with his index finger. I smile and bite his fingertip. I don't want him to be frustrated with my impending departure either. We're both so much happier when we're pretending it doesn't exist. He pulls his hand back and runs it over my breast again. "I'm pretty sure Capito will settle eventually." "I wish you didn't have to go." "Me too." He kisses me so softly, so earnestly that something swells painfully inside my chest. It can't just be my heart because it sucks the air from my body, too. It can't be only my lungs because it causes my pulse to race. It's as if Ansel has taken up residence inside my rib cage, making everything go haywire. "Do you have very important plans for an adventure today?" he asks. I shake my head. "Then today you practice speaking French," he says, resolute. "With who?" "With Madame Allard downstairs." She loves you and thinks we're going to have a baby soon." My eyes go wide, and I press both hands to my stomach. I have not gained that much weight. I look down at my hands and ask, "Have I?" He laughs and bends to kiss me. "You don't look very different from when you arrived. Tell me how you say 'I'm not pregnant' en français. You can go downstairs and tell her yourself." I close my eyes, thinking. "Je ne suis pas..." I look up at him. "Pregnant." "Enceinte," he says. His eyes move over my body, and I stretch under his gaze, wondering what the chances are that he will take off his clothes and make love to me before he goes to work. He pushes away, but I can see the tight bunching of his dress pants where he's hard beneath his zipper. I palm him, arching my back. 10 minutes. I mean it to sound playful, but his eyes grow a little pained. I can't. I know. I'm so sorry, Mia. His eyes search mine. I knew I would be busy. What was I thinking? But you're here and I'm wild for you. How can I regret it? Stop, I tell him, curling my hand around the shape of him. It's the best decision I made in a long time. His eyes flutter closed when I say this, and he pushes into my palm before lowering himself over my naked body. It is strange, isn't it? He asks quietly, pressing his face to my neck. But it isn't fake. It's never really been pretend. In a wild burst of color, images from the past several weeks pop through my vision, each one bringing such a surge of nostalgia, so much emotion. The disorienting first 2 weeks, with him gone nearly every waking minute. The awkwardness of the first time we made love after we arrived. The renewed heat between us the night I dressed up as his maid. I would no more be able to serve Ansel with an annulment than I would be able to swim all the way home in a few weeks. What are we going to do? I ask, my voice disappearing on the last word. My sunshine Ansel returns as he pulls back with a smile, as if he knows only one of us at a time is allowed to consider the darker side to our impulsive and wonderful adventure. We're going to have a lot of sex when I get home from work. This time when he pushes away, I can tell he's determined to get moving. Let me see that naughty side again. The comforter flaps over me with a burst of air, and when it settles, he's gone, and all I hear is the heavy click of the front door. It takes a while for Madame Allard to get around to asking me whether we're having a baby. She's determined to cycle through her thoughts on the new puppy in the building and the fresh grapes at the corner market, and then even longer for me to convince her that we are not. Her joy over my simple sentence, "Madame, je ne suis pas enceinte," is enough to make me want to try to order lunch in French. But the far less approachable, grouchy waiter with the wild eyebrows at the corner brasserie makes me reconsider, and instead I order my favorite, soupe à l'oignon, in my standard apology-glazed English. I wonder how many of the people in Ansel's life assume that I came back here with him because I got pregnant. Even though he was gone for only 3 weeks, who knows what the people in his life assume? And then I wonder, has he told his mother? His father? Why does the idea of being pregnant right now make me laugh and then make me feel a tiny bit tingly inside? Enceinte is such a gorgeous word. Even more gorgeous is the idea of being full of him and the future and this thing building between us. Even if a baby isn't growing inside me, genuine emotion is. So is a glowing hope. Immediately, my stomach drops. Impulsively, I pull out my phone, texting him. Do your parents know you're married? How has it never occurred to me to ask him this yet? He doesn't answer while I eat, and it isn't until nearly an hour has passed and I'm a mile away from the apartment, wandering aimlessly through curving alleys when my phone buzzes in my bag. My mother knows, not my father. And then, does this bother you? Knowing he's at work and I may only have his attention for a second, I type quickly, No, my parents don't know. I just realized how little we've really talked about it. We'll talk about it later, but not tonight. I stare at the phone for a beat. That's certainly cryptic. Why not tonight? Because tonight you are naughty, not nice. I'm typing my reply, basically, hell yes, and get home as soon as you can, when my phone buzzes with another incoming message. From Harlow. I'm in Canada. My eyes widen as I search for any other explanation than the one my brain immediately latches onto. Harlow has no family in Canada, no business in Canada. I type my question so fast I have to correct typos 7 times in 5 words. Are you there banging Finn? She doesn't answer immediately, and without thinking, I text Ansel for confirmation. Not Lola. In fact, it feels natural to text Ansel first. Holy crap, we have mutual people, a shared community now. My fingers shake as I type. Did Harlow fly up to Canada to visit Finn this weekend? Ansel replies a few minutes later. They must have texted us at the same time. Apparently, she arrived wearing nothing but her trench coat. I nod as I type my reply. That sounds like Harlow. How did she get through security without having to take that off? No idea, he says. But they'd better not be trying to steal our costume game. My blood simmers deliciously in anticipation. What time will you be home? I'm here with the dragon until around 2100. 9 o'clock? Immediately, I deflate, typing, okay, before slipping my phone back into my bag. But then a thought occurs to me. He wanted me to be naughty? I'll give him naughty. Lately, Ansel has been texting me around dinner time when he's working and I'm home. The routine has only been going on maybe the past 4 days when our schedules land like this, but somehow I know to expect it around 7 when he takes his evening break. I'm ready in the bedroom when my phone buzzes on the comforter beside me. Don't forget what I want tonight. Eat dinner, I will keep you up. With shaking hands, I press his name to call him and wait while it rings once, twice. Hello? He answers and then corrects to English. Mia, is everything all right? Professor Guillaume? I ask in a high, hesitant voice. Is it an okay time to call? I know it isn't your office hour. Silence greets me across the line, and after several long beats, he clears his throat quietly. Actually, Mia, he says, voice different now. Not him, but someone stern and irritated at the interruption. I was in the middle of something. What is it? My hand slides down my torso, over my navel and lower between my spread legs. I had some questions about what you were teaching me, but I can call back if there is a better time. I need to hear his voice, to get lost in it, to find the bravery to do this when he's not expecting it, when he may be sitting across the table from someone. I can almost imagine the way he leans in, pressing the phone flush to his ear and listening carefully for every sound on the other end of the line. No, I'm here now. Out with it. My hand slides up and back, fingers pressing to my skin. I pretend it's his hand and he's hovering over me, watching every expression as it passes over my face. Earlier today in class, I start, my breath catching when I hear him exhale forcefully. I search my memory for some rudimentary law terms from my poli-sci class 2 years ago. When you were talking about judicial politics? Yes, he whispers, and now I know he must be alone in his office. His voice has gone hoarse, goading deep enough that if he were here, I can just imagine the way the sunshine would melt from his eyes and he would pretend to be hard and calculating. I don't think I'd ever been more wrapped up in a lecture before. I hold my phone between my ear and hunched shoulder, sliding my other hand up and over my breast. My breasts. Ansel loves them in a way no one ever has before. I always loved being able to move around them easily, but under his touch I realized just how sensitive they are, how responsive. I've never enjoyed a class as much as yours. No? And I couldn't stop thinking, I say, pausing for effect, but also because I can hear him breathing and I want to dive into the slow, deep cadence. I feel something inside me ignite with want. I was thinking what it would be like if you would meet with me outside of school. At several tight, pounding heartbeats before he answers. You know I can't do that, Miss Holland. Can't because of the rules? Or because you don't want to? My fingers are moving fast now, sliding easily over skin that has grown slick with the sound of his voice, the sound of his breath through the line. I can imagine him sitting behind a desk, his hand clutching himself through his zipper. Even the thought makes me gasp. Because of the rules. His voice drops to barely a whisper. Also, I can't want to. You're my student. Without meaning to, I moan quietly because he does want it. He wants me, even when he's drowning at work and miles away. How would it feel to really be his student, or to be one of the girls on the metro, watching him, wanting him? What if he really were my teacher, and every day I had to sit and listen to his quiet, deep voice, unable to move forward, catch his eye, run my hands up his chest and into his thick hair? Mia, you're not doing anything inappropriate right now, are you? He asks, stern voice back in place. It's the first time I can't see his face when we're playing like this, but already I know him well enough to know he's pretending. His voice is never stern with me, even when he's upset. He's always even, always steady. My back arches off the mattress, sensation pooling and warming in my thighs, low in my belly. You want to hear me? I ask. Do you like to imagine me doing this here in your bed? You're in my bed? He hisses, sounding irate. Mia, are you touching yourself? The thrill of the game spins through me, making me dizzy and nearly high. I remember the way he looked over me this morning, conflicted, wanting to take me before he left for work. I remember how his mouth felt on my neck when he climbed into bed last night, how he pulls me against his chest, spooning me every night. And then when I barely whisper, Oh, God, I hear his rumbling groan on the other end and completely fall to pieces under my own hand, pretending it's his, knowing how much better it will feel when it really is his later. And he can imagine me now because he's seen me do this. My legs are shaking and I'm crying out into the phone, riding through the wave of heat, of slick pleasure sliding across my skin. I say his name, some other things I'm not sure are even coherent, but just knowing he's listening and it's all he can do. He can't touch or see or feel. Prolongs my release until I'm spent and gasping, my hand sliding to my hip and then down to the mattress beside me. I smile into the phone, drowsy and satisfied. For now. Mia. Blinking, I swallow and whisper, Oh, God, I can't believe I did that. I'm so sorry. Don't go anywhere, he growls. I'll be there soon to take care of this indiscretion. I've drifted off, waiting for him when the door slams open, the knob hitting the plaster of the wall just on the other side of the bedroom. Startled, I sit up, pushing my little skirt down my legs, rubbing my eyes as Ansel storms into the bedroom. What the fuck do you think you're doing? He roars. I scoot back to the headboard, disoriented and heart pounding as my brain slowly catches up to the adrenaline racing through my bloodstream. You told me not to go anywhere. He stalks toward me, stooping at the side of the bed and tugging his tie loose with an impatient jerk. You broke into my house! The door was open, and got into my bed? I look up at him, eyes widening. He looks genuinely upset, but then reaches forward, reminding me it's all a game by gently sweeping his thumb across my bottom lip. Mia, you broke about 100 university rules and several laws tonight. I could have you arrested. I push up onto my knees, sliding my hands up his chest. I didn't know how else to get your attention. He closes his eyes, moving his fingers to my jaw, down my neck to my bare shoulders. I'm wearing nothing but a short skirt and underwear beneath, and his palms slide over my breasts before he pulls his hands back, forming tight fists. You don't think I noticed you in class? He growls. Up front, your eyes on me the entire hour, lips so full and red all I can think about is how they would feel on my tongue, my neck, my cock. I lick my lips, bite the lower one. I can show you. He hesitates, eyes narrowing. I'd be fired. I promise I won't tell anyone. His conflict feels so genuine. He closes his eyes, jaw tight. When they open again, he leans in and says, If you think of this as rewarding you for breaking into my house, I don't. but he sees the lie in my face. I'm getting everything I want, and my dark smile makes him growl, cup my breasts again with rougher hands. My skin rises to meet his touch, and inside, my muscles and vital organs twist as if being wrung out, pushing heat down my chest, into my belly where it pulls low, down between my legs. I want him so much I feel restless and urgent, this elemental need clawing in my throat. I dig my hands into his hair, holding him to me and barely letting him move a breath away from my skin. But it's all a ruse. He pulls free of my grip, easily, leaning back to look at me with convincing fire in his eyes. I had a lot of work on my desk when you called with your little show earlier. I'm sorry, I whisper. Being near him makes me liquid, my insides slithering and molten. His eyes flutter closed, nostrils flaring. What do you think it did to my concentration? Knowing you're here, thinking of me, touching skin that could be mine to touch? With his eyes anchoring mine, and to make his point, he slides a rough hand into my underwear, 2 fingers searching, dipping inside and finding me soaked. Who made you this wet? I don't answer. I close my eyes, pushing into his hand before reaching to grip his wrist and fuck his fingers if he won't move. I'm on fire, everywhere, and especially here, drowning with a clawing need to come, for him to make me come. With a jerk of his arm, he pulls his fingers from me and reaches to push them into my mouth, pressing my taste onto my tongue. His hand grips my jaw, fingers curled into the hollows of my cheeks to hold my mouth open. Who made you wet? You. I manage around his intrusive fingers, and he pulls back, plucking at my bottom lip with an index finger, a thumb. I thought about you all day, not just when I called. I stare into his eyes, so full of anger and lust it takes my breath away. They soften as I continue to hold his gaze, and I can feel both of us stutter in our roles. I want to melt into him, feel his warm weight over me. I think about you all day long. He can see the truth in my expression, and his eyes drop to my lips, his hands spread gently across my sides. You do? And I don't care about the rules, I tell him. Or that you have a lot of work. I want you to ignore it. His jaw tenses. I say, I want you. The semester will be over soon. Mia. I can see the conflict in his eyes, and does he feel it too? This longing so enormous it shoves everything else inside my chest into a tight corner. Our time together is almost over too. How can I possibly be away from him in only a couple of weeks? What are we going to do? My heart turns, pounding so hard it's no longer a safe rhythm. Its cymbals crashing in the deep, heavy pulse of the bass drum. It is thrashing beneath my ribs. I know what this feeling is. He needs to know. But is it too soon? I've been here barely a month. Ansel, His lips crash over mine, tongue pushing my mouth open, tasting rolling up against my teeth. I press up, hungry for the flavor of him, of man and ocean and heat. Don't say it, he says into my mouth, somehow knowing I was going to put something sincere and intense out there. Pulling back, he searches my eyes frantically, pleading. I can't play rough if you say that tonight, d'accord? I nod urgently, and his pupils dilate, a drop of ink into the green, and I can actually see his pulse pick up. He's mine. He is. But for how long? The intruding question makes my desperate, reaching for him and needing him deep in every part of me, knowing he can't really take my breath away, but offering it up anyway in tiny, constant bursts. He steps closer, and although his grip on my hair doesn't lessen, I greedily reach for his shirt, tugging it free of his pants. With shaking fingers, I work each button free, and once his smooth, warm torso is exposed, I hear my fevered moan and my hands slide up across his skin, frantic. How would it feel, I imagine, to want him as much as I do and not have access? And then just tonight, a single, dangerous night, he lets me touch him, taste him, fuck him. I would be wild. I would be insatiable. He growls when I spend too long running my hands up and over his chest, fingernails scratching across his small, flat nipples, stroking the teasing line of hair leading down below his belly button and into his pants. Impatiently, he tugs at my hair, pushing his hips forward, and grunts his approval when I quickly unfasten his belt, his zipper, and shove his pants down his thighs so I can free his cock. Oh. It juts in front of me, thick and warm. When I reach for him, he's steel in my palm. I use both hands, gripping and sliding down his length, wanting him to let go of my hair so I can bend and suck on him with as much hunger as I feel. He exhales a tight groan as I pump him in my fist and then curls down, capturing my mouth in a brutal, commanding kiss. His mouth sucks at mine, pushing my lips apart as his fist tightens in my hair. He slides his tongue inside, pushing deep, fucking me with an unmistakable rhythm. I won't be gentle, he's telling me. I won't even try. Thrill ripples through me, and I twist free of his grip, intending to lick him until he comes. But with a growled curse, he pushes me back on the bed, bending to retrieve his tie so he can wrap it around my wrists and secure it to the headboard. Your body is for my pleasure, he tells me, eyes dark. You're in my house, little thing. I'll take whatever I want. He kicks off his pants and climbs over me, yanking my underwear down my legs and shoving my skirt up my hips. With his hands flat on my thighs, he spreads my legs, leans forward, and roughly thrusts into me. It's a relief so enormous it makes me scream. I've never before felt so full of him. I'm starving and satisfied, wanting him to just stay like this forever. But he doesn't stay deep inside me for long. He pulls back and then slams forward, gripping the headboard for leverage and taking me so roughly, each thrust makes my teeth clatter, forces air from my lungs. It's wild and frantic, his body over mine, my legs clamped around his waist so tight I wonder if it hurts him. I want to hurt him. In a sick, dark way, I want to pull every sensation to the surface, make him feel everything all at once, the lust and pain and need and relief, and yes, even the love I'm feeling. I wanted to get things done tonight, he hisses, hands clamping around my thighs. He pumps hard and fast, fucking me so roughly, sweat trickles off his temple and lands on my chest. His anger is terrifying, thrilling, perfect. Instead, I need to come home and deal with a naughty student. His hips are pounding and pounding into me, and he groans, eyes growing heavy. His large, rough hands reach for my breasts, and he slides his thumb across my nipple. Please make me come, I whisper, honestly. I want to stop playing. I want to play forever. I want his approval. I want his anger. I want the sharp smack of his hand across my breast only seconds before he delivers it. He knew. Please, I beg. I'll be good. Bad pupils don't get pleasure. I'll take, and you can watch me instead. He's moving so hard the bed is shaking, groaning beneath us. We've never been so rough. The neighbors must hear, and I close my eyes, relishing the knowledge that my husband is so completely cared for in bed. I'll give him anything. Watch me come, he whispers, jerking from me and gripping his cock. His hand flies down and up his length, and he curses, eyes on me. The first pulse of his release lashes me across my cheek, and then my neck, my breasts. I'll never be able to imagine a sexier sound than the deep groan he makes when he comes, the way he growls my name, the way he stares at me. He bends, sweaty and out of breath. His eyes move over my face and down, inspecting how he's decorated me. Climbing up my body so his hips are level with my face, he presses his cock to my lips, quietly ordering, "Lick it clean." I open my mouth and lick around the tip, and then suck down along the velvet-soft skin. Ansel, I whisper when I pull away, wanting to be us now, wanting him. Relief fills his eyes, and he runs his finger across my lower lip. You like this, he murmurs. Pleasing me? Yes. He pulls away, bending to kiss my forehead as he carefully unties my hands. Attends, he whispers. Wait. Ansel comes back with a damp cloth, wiping my cheek, my neck, my breasts. He tosses it into the bin in the corner before kissing me gently. Was that nice, Cerise? He whispers, sucking on my lower lip, tongue probing gently into my mouth. He moans quietly, fingers dancing over the curve of my breast. You are perfect. I love being with you that way. His mouth moves over my cheek to my ear, and he asks, But can I be gentle now? I nod, cupping his face. He wrecks me with his play, with his command that so easily melts into adoration. I close my eyes, sinking my hands into his hair as he kisses down my neck, sucking my breasts, my navel, parting my legs with his hands. I'm sore from his rough treatment only minutes ago, but he's careful now, blowing a soft stream of air across me, whispering, Let me see you. Ducking, he kisses my clit, licks slowly around. I love to taste you, do you notice? I curl my hands into fists around the pillowcase. I think this sweetness is just for me. I pretend your desire has never been like this. He dips a finger inside and brings it up to my lips. For everyone else, it was never so silky and sweet. Tell me it's true. I let him slide his finger inside and suck, wanting to make this night last for days. I'm wild for him, hoping he stays here with me, hoping he doesn't retreat to the office and work until dawn. Isn't it perfect? He asks, watching me suck. I've never loved a woman's flavor as much as I love yours. He climbs up my body, sucking at my lips, my tongue. He's hard again, or maybe he's hard still, and he grinds into my thigh. I crave it. I crave you. I'm too wild for you. I want you too much, I think. I shake my head, wanting to tell him he could want me more and wilder, but the words get stuck in my throat when he returns his lips to my pussy, licking and sucking so expertly now that I arch off the bed, crying out. Like this? He purrs. Yes. My hips press up from the mattress, greedy for his fingers, too. I'd be your slave, he whispers, sliding 2 fingers into me. Give me nothing but this and your mouth and your quiet words, and I'd be your slave, Cerise. I don't know how it happened or when exactly, but he knows how to read my body, knows my tells. He teases me, pulling each sensation longer and tighter, making me wait for the orgasm I've wanted for what begins to feel like days. With his tongue and his lips, his fingers and his words, he brings me to the edge over and over until I'm writhing beneath him, sweating, begging for it. And just when I think he'll finally let me come, he pulls away instead, wiping his mouth with his forearm as he climbs over me. I push up onto my elbows, eyes wild. Ansel, shh. I need to be inside you when you come. With quick hands, he rolls me onto my stomach, spreads my legs, and slides in so deep I gasp, bunching the pillowcase in my fists. His groan vibrates through my bones, along my skin, and I feel the continued buzz of it as he begins to move, his chest pressed to my back, breath hot on my ear. I'm lost in you. I gasp, nodding frantically. Me too. His hands slide underneath me and presses, circling against my clit. I'm right there. Right there. Right there. And I go off like a bomb the second he presses his lips to my ear and whispers, What you feel, Cerise? I feel it too. Fuck, Mia, I feel everything for you. Chapter 17. It's not that I don't already think about Ansel a hefty proportion of the time, but after last night, I haven't been able to stop thinking about him. While I sit outside at the cafe the next evening with Simone, I'm tempted to see if I can get him to play hooky with me tomorrow, or maybe drop in and see him tonight for a change. Being an eternal tourist alone is growing dull, but keeping busy is the far preferable alternative to being home with my thoughts all day, with the increasingly loud countdown clock ticking away in the back of my mind. Today was so fucking long, she groans, depositing the keys into her purse before rifling through it. Searching for her ever-present vapor cigarette, I suppose. Being around Simone is a paradoxical comfort. She's so unpleasant, but it makes me love Harlow and Lola even more, and seeing them is the one thing I'm looking forward to when I return home. Simone pauses, eyes lighting up when she finds the familiar black cylinder in one of the inner compartments. Fucking finally, she says, and holds it to her mouth before frowning. Damn it. Dead. Fuck this shit. Where are my Marlboros? I've never felt like more of a bum in my life, but I don't even care. Every time I consider getting organized to move home, my mind bends away, distracted by the pretty, shiny life right in front of me. The far preferable one where I can pretend money is endless, I don't really need to go to school, and it's easy to silence the gnawing voice in the back of my thoughts telling me I need to be a contributing member of society. Just a few more days, I keep telling myself. I'll worry about it in a few more days. Simone produces a crumpled pack of cigarettes and a silver Zippo from her bag. She lights up beside me, moaning as she inhales like that cigarette must be better than chocolate cake and all the orgasms combined. For a moment, I seriously consider taking up smoking. She takes another long drag, the tip burning orange in the dim light. So when do you leave again? Like 3 weeks? I swear to God I want your life. Living in Paris just for shits and giggles for an entire summer? I smile and look past her as I lean back, barely able to see her face through the plume of acrid smoke. I try the words out for size, to see if they still ring with the same feeling of panic. I start business school in the fall. I close my eyes for a moment and breathe. Yep, they do. Lampposts pop to life up and down the street, halos of light dropping to the sidewalks below. Over Simone's shoulder I see a familiar shape emerge. Long and lean, slim hips belied by strong, wide shoulders. For a moment, I'm reminded of last night, my hands gripping his narrow waist as he moved over me, his sweet expression when he asked if he could be gentle. I actually wrap my fingers around the table to steady myself. Ansel looks up when he nears the corner, doubling his steps when he sees me. "Hi," he says, leaning in and placing a lingering kiss on each of my cheeks. Damn, I love France. Oblivious to Simone's wide eyes or gaping expression, he pulls back just long enough to grin before kissing me again, this time on the mouth. "You're off early," I murmur into another kiss. "I find it harder to work late these days," he says with a little smile. "I wonder why." I shrug, grinning. "Can I take you to dinner?" he asks, pulling me to stand and linking his fingers with mine. "Hi," Simone says, accompanied by the sound of her spiked heels shuffling on the sidewalk, and finally he looks over to her. "I'm Ansel." He gives her the customary kiss on each cheek, and I'm more than a little pleased to see her crestfallen expression when he pulls quickly away. "Ansel is my husband," I add, rewarded by a smile on Ansel's face that could power each and every streetlight up and down Rue Saint-Honoré. "This is Simone." "Husband?" she repeats, and blinks quickly as if she's seeing me for the first time. Her eyes move from me back to Ansel, almost blatantly looking him up and down. She's clearly impressed. With a shake of her head, she hoists her large bag over her shoulder before saying something about a party she's going to be late for and tossing a "well done" in my direction. "She was pleasant," Ansel says, watching her go. "She's not really," I say with a laugh. But something tells me she might be now. After only a few blocks of walking in companionable silence, we turn down a street that is cramped even by Paris standards. Like most restaurants in this neighborhood, the storefront is narrow and unassuming, barely wide enough to accommodate a nest of 4 wooden tables out front and sheltered by a large brown and orange awning above the word "Ripaille" written across it. It's all cream-colored panels and chalkboards scribbled with the day's specials and long, thin windows that throw flickering shadows onto the cobbled streets just outside. Ansel holds the door open and I follow him in, quickly greeted by a tall, rail-thin man with a welcoming smile. The restaurant is small but cozy and smelling of mint and garlic and something dark and delicious I can't immediately identify. A handful of small tables and chairs fill the single room. "Bonsoir, un table pour deux?" the man says, reaching for a stack of menus. "Oui," I say, and catch Ansel's proud smile, deep dimple present and accounted for. We're led to a table near the back, and Ansel waits for me to sit before taking his own. "Merci." Apparently, my grasp of 2 of the most basic words in French is awesome because, assuming I'm fluent, the waiter launches into the specials of the day. Ansel catches my eye, and I give a small, barely perceptible shake of my head, more than happy to listen while he explains it to me later. Ansel asks him a few questions, and I watch in silence, wondering if listening to him speak, watching him gesture with his hands, or, hell, do just about anything will ever stop being ranked up there with some of the sexiest things I've ever seen. Jesus, I am in deep. When the waiter leaves, Ansel leans across the table, pointing at the different items with his long, graceful hands, and I have to blink several times and remind myself to pay attention. Menus have always been the most difficult for me to navigate. There are a few helpful things. Bœuf/beef, poulet/chicken, veau/veal, canard/duck, and poisson is fish. I'm completely unashamed to say I knew that one from countless viewings of The Little Mermaid. But how things are prepared or the names for various sauces or vegetables are still things I need help with at most restaurants. The special is langoustine bisque, which is... He pauses, furrowing his brow, and looks up to the ceiling. It's a shellfish? I grin. Lord only knows why I find his confused face so endearing. Lobster? Yes, lobster, he says with a satisfied nod. A lobster bisque with mint, served with a small pizza on the side. Very crunchy with lobster and sun-dried tomatoes. Also there is le boeuf. The bisque, I decide. You don't want to hear the others? You think there's something better than the soup and pizza with lobster? I stop, realization dawning. Unless it means you can't kiss me. It's fine, he says, waving his hand. I can still kiss you senseless. Then that's it. Bisque. Perfect. I think I'll get the fish, he says. The waiter returns, and both he and Ansel listen patiently while I insist on ordering my own dinner, along with a simple plate of greens tossed in vinaigrette. With a smile he can't manage to hide, Ansel orders his food and each of us a glass of wine and sits back, draping an arm over the back of the empty chair beside him. Look, you don't even need me, he says. As if. How else would I know how to ask for the large dildo? I mean, that's a really important distinction. Ansel barks out a laugh, his eyes wide in surprise, his hands flying to his mouth to stifle the sound. A few of the other diners turn in our direction, but nobody seems to have minded his outburst. You're a bad influence, he says, once composed, and reaches for his wine. Me? I'm not the one who left the translation for dildo on a note one morning, so glass houses, Dimples. But you did find the costume shop, he says to me over his glass. And I must say I owe you endlessly for that. I feel my face warm under his gaze, under the implied meaning of his words. True, I admit in a whisper. Our food comes, and beyond the occasional satisfied groan or voicing my intent to bear the chef's children, we're mostly silent while we eat. The empty plates are cleared away, and Ansel orders dessert for us to share, fondant au chocolat, which looks a lot like a fancy version of the chocolate lava cake we have at home, served warm with a pepper vanilla ice cream. Ansel moans around his spoon. It's a little obscene watching you eat that, I say. Across the table he's closed his eyes, humming around the spoon in his mouth. It's my favorite, he says, though not as good as the one my mother makes for me when I visit. I always forget you said she went to culinary school. I can't actually think of a dessert my mom didn't buy from the store. She's what I like to refer to as domestic light. One day when I'm visiting you in Boston, we'll drive to her bakery in Bridgeport, and she'll make you anything you want. I can practically hear the proverbial brake noises squealing in both of our thoughts. A distinct roadblock has just risen in the conversation, and it sits there, flashing obnoxiously and unable to be ignored. You have 2 more weeks here? He asks. 3? The phrase, you could ask me to stay, pops into my head before I can stop it because, that's really the worst idea ever. I keep my head down, eyes on the plate between us, swirling chocolate sauce into a puddle of melting vanilla ice cream. I think I should probably leave in 2. I need to find an apartment, register for classes, call my father, I think, find a job, build a life, make friends, decide what I want to do with my degree, try to find a way to be happy with this decision, count the seconds until you come to see me. Even though you don't want to. No, I say blankly. I don't want to spend the next 2 years of my life in school so I can go to an office I hate with people who'd rather be anywhere but where they are and stare at 4 walls of a boardroom one day. That was a very in-depth description, he notes. But I think your impression of business school is maybe a little misinformed. You don't have to end up in that life if you don't choose it. I set my spoon down and leaned back into my chair. I lived with the world's most dedicated businessman my entire life, and I've met all of his colleagues and most of their colleagues. I'm terrified of becoming what they are. The bill comes and Ansel reaches for it, all but slapping my hand away. I frown at him. I can take my husband out to dinner. But he ignores me, continuing where he left off. Not every businessman or woman is like your father. I just think that maybe you should consider other uses for your degree. You don't have to follow his path. The walk home is quiet, and I know it's because I haven't responded to what he's said and he doesn't want to push. He's not wrong. People use business degrees for all kinds of interesting things. The problem is I don't know yet what my interesting thing is. Can I ask you something? I ask. He hums, looking down at me. You took the job at the firm even though it's not really what you want to do. Nodding, he waits for me to finish. You don't really like your job? No. So what is your dream job? To teach, he says, shrugging. I think corporate law is fascinating. I think law in general is fascinating. How we organize morals and the vague cloud of ethics into rules, and especially how we build these things when new technology comes up. But I won't be a very good teacher unless I've practiced, and after this position, I'll be able to find a faculty spot nearly anywhere. Ansel holds my hand the few blocks to our apartment, pausing once or twice to bring my fingers to his lips and kiss them. The headlight from a passing scooter glints off the gold of his wedding band, and I feel my stomach contract in on itself. A feeling of dread settling heavily there. It's not that I don't want to stay in Paris. I love it here, but I can't deny I miss the familiarity of home. Speaking to people in a language I understand, my friends, the ocean. Yet I'm beginning to realize I don't want to leave him either. He insists we tuck into the little bistro on the corner for a coffee. I've grown used to what Europeans refer to as coffee, intense, small pours of the most delicious espresso, and other than Ansel, I'm sure this is the one thing I will miss most about the city. We sit at a tiny table outside and under the stars. Ansel slides his chair so close to mine his arm has nowhere to rest but around my shoulders. Do you want to meet some of my friends this week? He asks. I look at him in surprise. What? Christophe and Marie. Two of my oldest friends are having a dinner party to celebrate her new promotion. She works for one of the larger firms in my building, and I thought maybe you'd like to come. They'd love to meet my wife. That sounds good, I nod, smiling. I've been hoping to meet some of your friends. I realize I should have done this earlier, but I admit that I was being selfish. We have so little time together, and I didn't want to share that with anyone. You've been working, I say, on an exhale as he basically repeats my conversation with Harlow back to me. He reaches for my hand, kisses the back of my knuckles, my ring before twisting his fingers with mine. I want to show you off. Okay, meeting friends, being introduced as his wife. This is real life. This is what married couples do. Okay, I say lamely. That sounds fun. He grins and leans forward, placing a kiss against my lips. Thank you, Mrs. Guillaume. Wow, the dimple, too. I am toast. The waitress stops at our table and I sit back in my seat while Ansel orders our coffee. There's a group of young girls, around 8 or 9 years old, dancing to a man playing the guitar just outside. Their laughter bounces off the cramped buildings, above the sound of occasional cars or the fountain splashing just across the street. One of them is spinning and tips over, landing just below the small deck we're sitting on. Are you okay? I ask, stepping down to help her. Oui, she says, brushing the dirt from the front of her checkered dress. Her friend crosses to us, and though I'm not sure what she says, the way she stretches her arms to the side and speaks to her in a scolding tone, I think she's telling her she did her turn wrong. Are you trying to turn? I ask, but she doesn't respond, merely watches me with a confused expression. Pirouette? At this, she lights up. Oui, she says excitedly. Pirouette, tournez. Spin, Ansel offers. She straightens her arms to the side, points her toe, and spins so quickly she almost falls down again. "Whoa," I say, both of us laughing as I catch her. "Maybe if you, Straightening, I pat my stomach. "Tighten?" I turn to Ansel, who translates. "Contracte tes abdominaux." The little girl makes a face of concentration, one I can only imagine means she's clenching her stomach muscles. More of the girls have gathered to listen, and so I take a second, moving them so they'll have enough room. "Fourth position," I say, holding up 4 fingers. I point my left foot out, my right foot next to and behind. "Arms up, one to the side, one out front. Good, now, plié, bend." They each bend at the knees, and I nod, subtly guiding their posture. "Yes, good." I point to my eyes and then to a spot off in the distance, partially aware of Ansel translating behind me. "You have to spot. Find one place and don't look away, so when you turn..." I straighten, bend at the knees, and then push up off the ball of my foot before spinning, landing on plié. "You're back where you started." It's such a familiar movement, one I haven't felt my body do for so long that I almost miss the sound of cheering, the loudest of them coming from Ansel. The girls are practically giddy and taking turns encouraging each other and asking me for help. It's getting late, and eventually the girls have to leave. Ansel takes my hand, smiling, and I glance over my shoulder as we walk away. I feel like I could have watched them all night. "That was fun," he says. I look over at him, still smiling. "What part?" "Seeing you dancing like that." "That was one turn, Ansel." "It might be the single sexiest thing I've ever seen. That is what you should be doing." I sigh. "Ansel..." "Some people go to business school and run movie theaters or restaurants. Some own their own bakery. Or dance studio." "Not you two." I've heard this before, from Lorelei, from Harlow's entire family. I wouldn't know the first thing about that. He makes a point of looking over his shoulder, back in the direction we just came. "I respectfully disagree." "Those things take money. I hate taking money from my father." "Then why do you take money from him if you hate it?" he asks. I throw the question back at him. "You don't take money from your father?" "I do," he admits. "But I decided long ago it's the only thing he's good for. And a few years ago, when I was your age, I didn't want my mother to feel like she needed to support me." "I don't have enough money to live in Boston without his help," I tell him. "And I guess, in a way, I feel like he owes me this, since in the end I'm doing what he wants." "But if you're doing what you want, it's not what I want." He pulls us to a stop and holds up a hand, not even a little fazed by the weight of this conversation. "I know. And I'm not really thrilled at the idea that you will leave me soon. But putting that aside, if you went to school, did something you wanted to do, you would make the decision yours, not his." I sigh, looking back down the street. "Just because you can't dance professionally doesn't mean you have to stop dancing for a living. Find the spot in the distance and don't look away. Isn't that what you told those girls? What is your spot? Finding a way to keep dance in your life." I blink away, back down the block to where the girls are still twirling and laughing. His spot is teaching law. He hasn't taken his eyes off that point since he started. "Okay, then." He appears to take my silence as passive agreement. "Do you train to be a teacher, or do you learn to run your own business? Those are 2 different paths." The idea of having a dance studio makes a warring reaction explode in my belly, elation and dread. I can barely imagine anything more fun, but nothing would cut off my relationship with my family more thoroughly than that. "Ansel," I say, shaking my head, "even if I want my own studio, it's still about getting started. He was going to pay for my apartment for 2 years while I got my degree. Now he's not speaking to me, and there is no way he'd get on board with that plan. There's something about dance for him. It's as if he doesn't like it on a visceral level. I'm realizing now that whatever I do, I'll have to make it work without his help." I close my eyes and swallow thickly. I've taken such a profound mental vacation from the reality of my future that I'm already exhausted after only this tiny discussion. I'm glad I came here. In some ways, it's the best decision I ever made, but it's made things more complicated in some ways, too. He leans back, studies me. I adore playful Ansel, the one who winks at me across the room for no reason or talks lovingly to my thighs and breasts. But I think I might love this Ansel, the one who seems to really want what's best for me, the one who is clearly brave enough for both of us. "You're married, no?" he asks. "You have a husband?" "Yes." "A husband who makes a good living now?" I shrug and look away. Money talk is exceedingly awkward. As playful and goofy as he can be sometimes, there is nothing but sincerity in his voice when he asks, "Then why would you need to depend on your father to do what you want?" Upstairs in our apartment, I follow him into the kitchen and lean against the counter as he reaches into the cabinet for a bottle. Ansel turns, shakes 2 ibuprofen tablets into my palm, and hands me a glass of water. I stare at my hands and then up at him. "It's what you do," he says, offering a tiny shrug. "After 2 glasses of wine, you always take ibuprofen with a big glass of water. You're a lightweight." I'm reminded again how observant he is and how he manages to catch things when I don't even think he's paying attention. He stands, watching as I swallow the pills and put the empty glass on the counter by my hip. With each second that ticks by when we aren't kissing or touching, I'm terrified the easy comfort we have tonight will evaporate, and he'll turn to his desk and I'll turn to the bedroom alone. But tonight, while we stare at each other in the muted light provided by the single bulb above the stove, the energy between us seems to only grow more electric. This feels real. He scratches his jaw and then tilts his chin to me. "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." My stomach flips. I'm not sure I believe that I'm... "Stay," he interrupts in a tight whisper. "I'm dreading the day you leave. I'm losing my mind thinking about it." I close my eyes. This is half what I've wanted him to say and half what I was most afraid to hear. I pull my lip between my teeth, biting down my smile when I look back at him. "I thought you just told me to go to school to open my own business someday." "Maybe I think you should wait until I'm done with this case. Then we can go together, live together. I work, you study." How could I stay here until the spring? What would I do? It's been wonderful, but I can't imagine another 9 months living idly as a tourist. "You can find work, or you can just research what's involved in opening a studio. We'll leave together and you can defer school for 1 year." If possible, this is even more insane than my coming here in the first place. Staying means there is no end to us, no annulment, no fake marriage, and there is an entirely new trail blazed ahead. I don't think I can stay here and be alone so much of the time. He winces, dragging a hand through his hair. "If you want to start now, go, and I'll come next spring. Is that what you want?" I shake my head, but I can see in his eyes he correctly reads my gesture to be, "I don't know." My first few weeks here, I felt both like I was completely free and also a bit of a leech. But Ansel didn't invite me here only to be generous or save me from a summer at home or spent psyching myself up to start school. He did it for those reasons and because he wanted me. "Mia." "I like you," he says in a whisper, and from the slight shake of his voice, I think I know what he's really saying. I feel the words like a warm breath across my neck, but he hasn't stepped any closer. He's not even touching me. His hands are braced on the counter behind him at his hips. The bare admission is somehow more intimate from a few feet away, without the safety of kisses or faces pressed into necks. "I don't want you to leave without me. A wife belongs with her husband, and he belongs with her. I'm always selfish with you, asking you to move here, asking you to wait until it's good for my career before you leave, but there it is. There it is." I tear my eyes from his and look down at my bare feet on the floor, letting the heavy drumming of my heart take over my senses for a beat. I'm relieved, terrified, mostly I'm euphoric. He told me he couldn't play the other night if I said it out loud, and maybe it's the same fear again, that we can't keep it light, can't let it go in a few weeks if one of us says love. "Do you think you could ever..." He starts after a few beats of silence, his lips pulled up to one side in a smile. "Like me?" My chest squeezes at the earnest vulnerability in his expression. I nod, swallowing what feels like a bowling ball in my throat before saying, "I'm already in like with you." His eyes flame with relief, and the words tumble out in a long, jumbled string. I'll get you a new ring. We'll do it all over again. We can find a new flat with memories that are only ours. I laugh through an unexpected sob. I like this flat. I like my gold band. I like my fractured memories of our wedding. I don't need anything new. He tilts his head and smiles at me, dimple flirting shamelessly, and it's all I can take. Reaching out, I hook a finger through a belt loop on his pants and tug. Come here. Ansel takes the 2 steps to me, pressing the length of his body so closely to mine I need to tilt my chin to look up at him. Done talking then? He asks, hands slipping around my waist, bracketing me. Yeah. What do you feel like doing now? His eyes manage to look both amused and ravenous. I slip a hand between us and palm him through his jeans, wanting to feel him come to life under my touch. But he's already hard and grunts when I press into him, his eyes falling closed. His hands slide up over my chest, around my shoulders, and higher, cupping my neck. The sweep of his thumb across my bottom lip is like a trigger. A warmth spreads through me, and it turns nearly immediately to a hunger so hot my legs grow weak. I open my mouth, lick the pad of his thumb until he slides it inside and with dark eyes watches me suck. In my palm, he lengthens further, twitching. He steers me to my right, walking me backward out of the kitchen, but stops after only a few steps, cupping my face to kiss me. Say it again. I search his eyes for his meaning before I understand. That I like you? He nods and smiles, eyes closing as he bends to lick the tip of his tongue across my lips. That you like me. Ansel looks down at me from under the heavy fall of his hair over his brow, tilting my head back with his hand on my jaw. Let me see your neck. Show me all that gorgeous skin. I arch my neck and his fingertips skim along my collarbone, strong but gentle. He undresses me first, in no particular hurry. But once my skin is exposed to the cool air in the flat and the heat of his attention, I pull at his shirt, fumble with his belt. I want my hands on every inch of him at once, but they always gravitate to the smooth expanse of his chest. Everything in the world I find sexy, I find there. The firm, warm skin, the heavy drum of his heart, the sharp spasms of his abdomen when I scratch my short nails over his ribs, the line of soft hair that always tempts my hands lower. Even in the small flat, the bedroom feels too far away. His fingers drift down to my chest, breezing past my breasts as if it isn't where they intend to be. Over my stomach and lower, past where I expect him to slide 2 fingers and play with me. Instead, his hand smooths down my thigh, his eyes watching my face as his fingertips linger on my scar, on skin that's not quite sensitive, not quite numb. It's weird, maybe, that I love your scar as much as I do. I have to remind myself to breathe. You thought it was the first thing I noticed, but it wasn't. I didn't even pay attention to it until the middle of the night, when you finally lay down on the bed and I kissed from your toe to your hip. Maybe you hate it, but I don't. You earned it. I'm in awe of you. He pushes away from me slightly so he can kneel down, and his fingers are replaced by his lips and tongue, hot and wet against my skin. I let my mouth fall open and my eyes flutter closed. Without this scar, I'd never be here. Maybe I'd never have met Ansel. His voice is raspy against my thigh. To me, you're perfect. He pulls me with him to the floor, my back to his front, my legs straddling his. Across the living room, I can see our reflection in the dark window, can see the way I look spread around his thighs. He pets me, fingers sliding up and down the crease of my sex, teasing at penetrating me. On my neck, his mouth sucks and licks until he's at my jaw, and I turn my head so he can kiss my lips, his tongue slipping inside and curling over mine. Ansel pushes his middle finger inside me, and I cry out, but he continues stroking slowly as if he's feeling every inch of me. Releasing my lip from between his teeth, he asks, Est-ce bon? Is it good? Such diluted words for something I'm sure I need. The word good feels so empty, so plain, like color bleached from paper. Before I even know I've answered, my voice fills the room. More. Please. He slides his other hand up my body to my mouth, pushing 2 fingers inside against my tongue and pulling them out, wet. Ansel glides them across my nipple, circling in the same rhythm as his other hand between my legs. The world narrows to these 2 points of sensation, on the peak of my breast and his fingers on my clit, and then shrinks further until all I feel is circles and wet and warm and the vibration of his words on my skin. Oh, Mia. I've been helpless before. Trapped beneath a car, under the sharp command of an instructor, burned by my father's heated disdain, but never like this. This kind of helpless is liberating. It's what it feels like to have every nerve ending rise to the surface and drink in sensation. It's what it feels like to be touched by someone I trust with my body, trust with my heart. But I want to feel him inside me when I fall to pieces, and my release is too close to the surface. I lift my hips, take hold of him, and lower myself down his length as we both let out shuddering groans. We stay motionless for a few seconds as my body adjusts to him. I slide forward and up, back and down, again and again, closing my eyes only when his shaking voice, "Just, please, faster, faster, Mia," breaks away, and he slides his hands up the front of my body to my neck. His thumb strokes the delicate skin at the hollow of my throat. It shouldn't be so easy to bring me back to this point again and again, but when Ansel drops one hand to my thigh and moves it between my legs, his broad fingertips circling, his quiet, hoarse sex voice telling me how good it feels, I can't stop my body from giving in. "C'est ça, c'est ça." I don't need him to translate. "That's it," he said. That's him touching me perfectly and my body responding just as he knew it would. I don't know what sensation to focus on. It's impossible to feel each thing at once. His fingers digging into my hips, the heavy length of him stroking inside me, the feel of his mouth on my neck, sucking so perfectly until that tiny flash of pain where he pulls a mark to the surface. I feel like he's taking over every part of me, filling my vision with the things he's doing, reaching into my chest and making my heart beat so hard and fast it's terrifying and thrilling in equal measure. He pushes up beneath me, moving so I'm spilled onto my hands and knees, and we both moan at the new depth and the new visual in the window of him braced behind me. His hands curl around my hips, head falls back, and eyes close as he begins to move. He's the portrait of bliss, the picture of relief. Each muscle in his torso is flexed and beaded with sweat, but he manages to look more relaxed than I've ever seen him, lazily thrusting into me. "Harder," I tell him, my voice thick and quiet with need. His eyes open and a dark smile spreads over his face. Digging his fingers tighter into the flesh around my hips, he drives brutally into me, pausing and then picks up a perfectly punishing rhythm. "Harder." He grips my hips, tilting them, and grunts with effort as he pushes deep, hitting me in a place I've never known existed and making me cry out, clutched by an orgasm so sudden and overwhelming I seem to lose the use of my arms. I fall to my elbows as Ansel holds me by my hips, rutting rhythmically, his voice coming out in sharp, deep grunts. "Mia!" he rasps, stilling behind me and shaking as he comes. I collapse, boneless, and he catches me, cradling my head to his chest. With my ear pressed against him, I can hear the heavy, vital pounding of his heart. Ansel rolls me to my back, carefully sliding back into me as he always seems to, even when we're done, and watching my face with clear, serious eyes. "It felt good?" he asks quietly. I nod. "You like me?" "I do." Our hips rock together slowly, trying to hold on. Chapter 18. "So what time is this party?" I mumble into my pillow. Ansel rests heavily on top of me, his front to my back, the fabric of his suit pressed against my bare skin, his hair tickling the side of my face. I start to laugh, struggling to get away, but this only encourages him. "You're so heavy. Do you have bricks in your pocket? Get off me." "But you're so warm," he whines, "and soft, and you smell so good. Like woman and sex and me." His fingers find my sides and curl, tickling me relentlessly until he rolls me to my back, and then he's there, hovering above me, his thumb tracing my mouth. "The party's at 7, he says, eyes mossy green and filled with a weight that tells me he'd much rather take off the suit than get out of this bed. "I'll meet you here and we'll go together. I promise not to be late." He leans down and kisses me, making a sound that's somewhere between contentment and longing, and I know he's telling himself not to get carried away, that as good as this is, there will be time for more later, after work. I push my hand beneath his jacket and tug his shirt free from where it's tucked into the waistband of his pants as I unapologetically search for skin. "I can hear you thinking," I say, repeating the line he's used on me at least a dozen times. "Wondering how much time you have?" He groans and lets his head fall to my neck. "I can't believe there was a time when I used to be up and practically out the door before my alarm even went off. Now I don't want to leave." I push my hands through his hair, scratching lightly against his scalp. He works to keep the majority of his weight off me, but I can feel him relax more every second. "Je ne veux pas partir," he repeats, voice a little rough now. "Et je ne veux pas que tu partes." And I don't want you to leave. I blink up to the ceiling, wanting to commit every detail of this moment to memory. "I can't wait to show you off tonight," he says, brighter now, pushing up onto his elbow and looking down at me. "I can't wait to tell everyone how I tricked you into proposing to me. We'll ignore the pesky little detail that you're leaving soon." "Hide my passport and I'm here for good." "You think I haven't already thought of that? Don't be surprised if you come home one day and it's gone." He leans in, kisses me before pulling back. "Okay, that's creepy. It's in the top of the dresser, where it belongs." I laugh, swatting him away. "Go to work." He groans and rolls off me, lying on his back on the bed. "If I didn't have a meeting today with a client I've been waiting months to talk to, I'd call and say I'm feeling sick." I prop my chin on his chest, looking up at him. "It's a big one?" "Very big. What happens today could mean the difference between this case ending in the next 6 weeks and dragging on for months and months." "Then you should get started." "I know," he says on an exhale. "And I'll be here, waiting for you at 7. I haven't even finished the sentence, and he's turned to me, smiling again. "And you won't be late." He sits up, takes my face in his hands before kissing me deeply, tongues and teeth, fingers that slip down my body to brush over my nipple. Standing abruptly, he does the world's most hilarious version of the robot beside the bed. He bleats out the words in an automaton voice. "I won't be late." "Did you just do that so I'd think you're adorable even if you're late tonight?" "I won't be late." But he robots again anyway, sandy hair falling over his forehead, and then moonwalks out of the room. "Worst dancer ever!" I yell after him. But it's a total lie. He has rhythm and an ease in his skin that can't be taught. A true dancer is fun to watch, whether or not they're dancing. And I could watch Ansel for hours. He laughs, calling out, "Be good, wife!" And then the door clicks behind him. But, of course, he's late. At 7:30, Ansel bursts into the flat and becomes a whirlwind of activity, tossing off his work clothes, pulling on jeans and a casual button-down shirt. He kisses me quickly as he sprints to the kitchen to grab a bottle of wine and then pulls my hand, guiding me out of the apartment and into the elevator. "Hi," he says breathlessly, pressing me against the wall as he reaches to push the button for the ground floor. "Hi." I barely get the sound out before he's kissing me, lips hungry and searching, sucking at my bottom lip, my jaw, my neck. "Tell me you really, really want to meet my friends, or else I'm taking you back there to undress and fuck until you're hoarse." I laugh, pushing him away slightly and kissing him one more time squarely on the lips before saying, "I want to meet your friends. You can undress me later." "Then tell me a story about Madame Allard, because that's the only way I'm going to quickly lose this erection." Marie and Christophe's building is only a few blocks away from where we emerge from the metro, and when it comes into view, I stop and stare. Ansel's apartment manages to be both small and airy. There's nothing over the top or pretentious about any of it. It's an older building and as easygoing and comfortable as he is. This place is not. The facade is stone, and while it has an aged look about it, easily blending with the surrounding construction, it's clearly been renovated, and at no small cost. The apartments on the bottom floor are each anchored by a set of wide steps, capped with red doors and gleaming brass knockers. The second and third floor apartments boast arched windows leading to individual balconies with ornate ironwork of tiny metal blossoms erupting from intricate molded vines. Trees line the busy street, and beneath the welcome shadow they provide, I take a moment to gather myself and prepare for a room of strangers and conversations I probably won't understand. Ansel presses his palm to my lower back, whispering, "Ready?" Weeks ago, the very idea of doing this, without Lola or Harlow to carry the conversation if I lost Ansel in the crowd and went mute, would have made me shudder in horror. I don't know what it will be like upstairs, but if the roaring laughter coming from the window is any indication, the party is already in full swing, even this early in the evening. I just hope everyone up there is as nice as Ansel promises they will be. I catch a glimpse of our reflection and startle slightly. I look at myself every morning, but it's different in the windows of this place somehow. My hair is longer, bangs swept to the side instead of cutting a straight line across my forehead. I've gained a little weight and feel less boyish, more like a woman. My skirt is from a small shop near Montmartre. My face is bare of all but the slightest hint of makeup, but still glowing. It's fitting that I look different. I feel different. And beside me, Ansel towers above, his arm protectively curled around my waist, and I see in the reflection when he bends to catch my attention. "Hey." "I was looking at that cute couple." I nod to the window. After studying us for a long, quiet beat, he plants a sweet kiss on my lips. "Come on, Cerise." Marie answers the door with a happy yelp and pulls us into the melee, kissing my cheeks before passing me off to Christophe's open arms. "It is Ansel's Mia!" he yells in English to everyone, and a room full of people turn and look at me with wide, curious eyes as Ansel hands the bottle of wine to Marie. "Hi!" I raise my hand, waving lamely, sinking into Ansel as his arms find my waist again. "We are so glad to finally meet you," she says, kissing each of my cheeks again. "You are even more beautiful than your photo." My eyes widen, and Marie laughs, curling her arm through mine and pulling me farther into the apartment, away from my husband, who is nearly immediately swallowed by a circle of his friends. He lifts his chin, watching as Marie leads me down the hall. "I'll be fine," I yell over my shoulder, even if it's only half true. I really didn't expect to be separated from him only seconds after walking in the door. Inside, it's every bit as elaborate as I had guessed it would be from the street. The walls are papered in muted gold damask, and from where I stand I can see 2 marble fireplaces, each framed with delicate molding. Bookcases bursting with books, and small, beautiful vases border one wall. The opposite is lined with floor-to-ceiling windows, all overlooking a lush courtyard. Despite the amount of stuff inside, the apartment is charming and large enough that even with the number of people currently milling about, there's plenty of space to mingle with some degree of privacy. We pass a small library, wander down a hall lined with people drinking and talking, who all seem to quiet as I pass. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but I really don't think so. And into a wide, brilliant white kitchen. "I will take you back out there, but they are like wolves. Excited to see him, excited to meet you. Let them accost him first." Marie pours me a generous glass of wine before curling my hand around it, laughing. "How do you say, strength in a glass?" "Liquid courage," I offer. "Yes." She snaps her fingers and kisses my cheek again. "There are many nice people here, and they all love your husband, so they will love you. Look around, I will introduce you to everyone in just a minute." She jogs off when the doorbell rings again, and after waiting a beat to see if it's Ansel who has walked into the kitchen, it isn't. I turn to look out the tall, narrow kitchen windows with a stunning view of Montmartre. I bet that view never gets old. I turn to find a beautiful, red-headed woman looking out the adjoining set of French doors. She's maybe a few years older than I am, and her accent is heavy, so thick it takes me several beats to translate what she's said. "It's gorgeous," I agree. "You're American?" When I nod, she asks, "You live here? Or are visiting?" "I live here," I answer, and then pause. "Well, for now, it's sort of complicated." "And married?" she says, pointing to my ring. "I am." Absently, I twist the gold band around my finger. If she didn't hear Christophe's boisterous announcement when we entered only 5 minutes ago, it strikes me as a little weird that this is one of the first things she says. "What is his name?" "Ansel," I say. "Ansel Guillaume." "I know him!" she exclaims, smiling widely. I have known him for many years." Leaning in conspiratorially, she adds, "Very handsome, and the most charming man." Pride mingles with unease in my chest. The woman seems nice enough, but a little pushy. It feels as though we've skipped a smoother entree into conversation. "He is." "So are you here as a student or for work?" she asks, sipping from her glass of red wine. "I'm just here visiting this summer," I explain, relaxing a little. My shyness can come off as aloof, I reason. Maybe people often misinterpret her intensity as aggression. "I start school in the fall." "Then you are leaving soon," she says, frowning. "Yes, still trying to figure out the timing." "And what about your husband? His job is very important, no? He cannot just leave Paris and go with you." Her expression shows nothing but polite interest, but her stream of questions has me back on edge. When I don't answer for a long beat, she presses, "Haven't you talked about any of this?" I begin, but I have no idea how to respond. Her blue eyes are wide and penetrating, and behind them I see something larger there. Hurt. Restrained anger. I look past her and see that there are a few people in the kitchen now, and they are all watching us, fascinated, eyes wide in sympathy, as if observing a car crash in slow motion. I turn back to her, growing anxiously suspicious. "Sorry, I don't think I got your name." "I didn't give it to you," she says, with a small tilt of her head. "Maybe I am misleading you by pretending I'm not familiar with your situation. You see, I know Ansel very, very well." Understanding clicks like a lock in my mind. "Are you Minuit?" Her smile is elated in an eerily wicked way. "Minuit, yes. Perfect, I'm Minuit." I assumed you had black hair, I don't know why. I mumble, more to myself than anything. I have the sense of being balanced on a teeter-totter. I'm still not sure whether I'll land on my feet in this conversation. I want to turn and look desperately around for Ansel or Marie, but Minuit is watching me like a hawk, seeming to feed on my discomfort. Somewhere behind me I hear Ansel's deep laugh coming toward us down the hall, hear him sing a few lines of the crazy French rap song he's played the past couple of weeks as he shaves in the morning. "I should go," I say, placing my drink on a table next to me. I want to find Ansel. I want to pull him aside and tell him about this conversation. I want him to take me home and erase her thunderous expression from my memory. Minuit reaches for my arm, stopping me. "But tell me, how are you enjoying my apartment, Mia? My bed? My fiancé?" My heart literally stops. My vision blurs. "Your fiancé?" "We were going to be married before you came along. Imagine my surprise when he came back from a silly American vacation with a wife." I whisper, looking around the room as if anyone there would help me. A few people look on with sympathy, but no one seems brave enough to interrupt. "He only called me Minuit, you see," she explains, her red hair sliding over her shoulder as she leans forward. "Because I could never fall asleep. We got a new bed for our beautiful flat. We tried everything to wear me out." Tilting her head, she asks, "How do you like sleeping in our fancy new bed, in our beautiful flat?" I open my mouth and then close it again, shaking my head. My pulse is racing, my skin clammy and flushed. "I'll get you a new ring. We'll do it all over again. We can find a new flat with memories that are only ours." I need to get out of here. "We were together for 6 years. Can you even grasp how long that is? 6 years ago, you were only a child." Her accent is so thick, and I'm continually falling behind, grasping onto individual words to cobble together my comprehension. But I understand 6 years. Ansel called it too long, but I never in my wildest dreams imagined it would be such a significant fraction of their lives, or that they were going to be married. I don't even know when they broke up. I'd assumed they broke up when he moved back here almost a year ago, but from the circles under her eyes and the way her hand is shaking around her glass, I know I'm wrong. My heart seems to tear apart piece by piece. I hear Ansel enter the kitchen, hear him yell, "J'ai acheté du vin," as he holds up 2 open bottles of wine to the small crowd gathered. But his expression falls as his eyes catch mine across the room and then drift to the woman at my side. She leans closer, whispering directly in my ear. 6 years ago, you had not yet been run over by a truck, huh? My head whips around, back to her, and I stare up at blue eyes so full of anger it takes my breath away. What? He tells me everything. You're a tiny spot of time, she hisses, pinching her thumb and forefinger together. Do you have any idea how many times he does crazy things? You're his most ridiculous impulse, and he has no idea how to fix this mistake. My taste was still fresh on his mouth when he saw you in your trashy hotel. I want to vomit. The only thing I know is that I need to move, but before I can manage to put one foot in front of the other, Ansel is at my side, his hand curling tightly around my arm. Perry, he hisses to the woman. Arrête, c'est ma femme. C'est Mia. Qu'est-ce que tu fous là? Perry? Wait, Perry? I blink down to the floor as it all makes sense. His best friends in the world, the 4 of them, Ansel, Oliver, Finn, and Perry. Not another man. A woman. A woman he was with for 6 years. 4 of us together all day long. I don't know that I'll ever know anyone in the way I know those 3. Those relationships are some of the best and complicated of my life. We missed our families together. We comforted each other. We celebrated some of the proudest moments of our lives. I feel my face heat, my lips part in a gasp. How many times did Ansel let me assume Perry was another man, a friend? I told him everything about myself, about my life and fears and relationships, and he spoke only in vague generalities about Minhui and their too-long relationship. She looks thrilled, like a lioness that caught a gazelle. She wraps her arm around his bicep, but he shakes it off, reaching for me again. Mia. I pull out of his grasp. I think I'll probably leave now. There are a million other things I could say, a million other biting things someone like Harlow or Lola would say right now, but for once I'm glad I won't give voice to any of them. He calls after me, but I'm already running to the stairs, tripping down the tight spiral. Behind me, his feet pound on the wood. My name echoes down along the banister. Mia! My mind bends away from understanding what just happened back at the party, 2 magnets pushing apart. The sidewalk is bare, cracked and crooked as I turn on Rue La Bruyère, sprinting into the small curve at Saint-Georges. It's funny that I know where I'm going now, so I can properly run away. I catch my breath between 2 buildings. I think he went looking for me the other way. I don't hear him anymore. There are too many things I have to figure out now. How fast I can pack, when I can leave, and why Ansel left me to be blindsided tonight by a woman he was planning to marry before I came along. I have no idea why he kept this from me, but I feel the shards of panic pushing deep into my lungs, making it hard to breathe. How old this city is. The plaque on the building I'm up against states it was built in 1742. The structure alone is older than any love affair alive in this country. Ours might be the youngest, even though it always felt as though we were picking up where our souls left off on a thread much further up the line. I now know that I love him, that what we have is real, and that I probably loved him that first second I saw him from across the room, enjoying my happiness as much as I did. For whatever Lola and Harlow say about it, I'm a true believer. It is possible to fall that fast. Chapter 19. About 2 blocks from our apartment, I know he's behind me again, far enough back to give me some space, close enough that he knows where I am. Upstairs in the narrow hallway, I fumble with my keys as he bursts through the door to the stairwell, out of breath. At least he was smart enough to let me take the elevator alone. The flat is dark now, the sun no longer lingering in the sky, and I don't bother to turn on any lights. Instead, I lean against the doorway to the bedroom and stare at the floor. He stops in front of the kitchen, directly across from me, but leaving about 4 feet in between. Slowly, his breathing returns to normal. I don't even have to look directly at him to know he feels miserable. From the corner of my eye, I can see his slumped posture, the way he's staring at me. Talk to me, he whispers, finally. This is a horrible feeling, Mia. Our first fight, and I don't know how to make it okay between us. I shake my head, looking down at my feet. I don't even know where to start. This is so much more than a first fight. A first fight is what happens when he keeps leaving the toilet seat up or washes my new silk dress in hot water. He kept me in the dark about Perry, about a fiancé he had for 2 months, and I don't even know why. I'm drowning in humiliation, and we both seem so unbelievably naive for thinking this was anything but a joke. This entire thing is such an epic rebound for him. 6 years with her, and then he jumps into a marriage with a stranger? It's almost comical. I just want to go home. Tomorrow, I think, I say numbly. I was planning on leaving soon anyway. I thought he was leaning against the wall, but realized he wasn't, only when he seems to collapse back against it. Don't, he breathes. Mia, no, you can't leave early because of this. Talk to me. My anger flares, renewed at the slight measure of disbelief in his voice. I can leave because of this. How could you let me walk into that? I was completely blindsided. I didn't know she would be there, he insists. Marie and Christophe are my friends from before. She doesn't really know them. I don't know why she was there. Maybe because you were engaged? I don't even know where to start. You've been lying to me, Ansel. How long were you going to let me believe Perry was a guy? How many times did we talk about him? Why didn't you just tell me from that first moment in Vegas when I asked where he was? He takes a careful step forward, hands held out in front of him like he's approaching a wounded animal. When you first called Perry, none of us thought to correct you, because we were in a bar. I had no idea we would be drunk and married a few hours later. I've been here for weeks. You could have told me as soon as we got here that your fiancé lives nearby, and oh, by the way, she's Perry, the 4th member of your super close gang, who is not a guy. I press a shaking hand to my forehead, remembering the night someone came to the door while we slept, remembering how distracted Ansel was when he came back to bed, and how almost naked. How I asked him who it was, and he said it was Perry, but again, didn't correct me when I called Perry he. Oh my God, that night someone came to the door, and when I came home you were talking to her on the phone, weren't you? You left the room to go talk to the girl you were going to marry, but oops, you married me instead. No wonder she's so fucking pissed. He's been speaking over me in tiny, pleading bursts, saying no, and Mia, and wait. And finally he gets a word in. It's not like that at all. After Vegas, I didn't know how to tell you. Did I even need to make a big thing of it so soon? She wasn't my girlfriend anymore. But then she called and she came over. Fiancé, I correct. Not girlfriend. Mia, no, we broke up. Have you seen her besides that night? He regards me anxiously. We had lunch twice. I want to punch him for that, especially since I never got a lunch with him during a workday. I know, Mia, he says, reading my expression. I know. I'm sorry. I was hoping if we spoke face to face she would stop calling and... And did she? He hesitates. No. Ansel pulls his phone from his pocket. You can read her texts if you want or listen to her voicemails. You can see I never encouraged her. Please, Mia. I push my hands into my hair, wanting to scream at him, but not sure I can open my mouth again without bursting into tears. The last thing I want is to hear her voice again. I wanted to tell you everything the night we played Sinner and Devil, he says. But I didn't know how, and then we moved past it. After that, it seemed to become impossible. It's not impossible. It's simple. You just correct me any one of the hundreds of times I got it wrong and say, no, Mia, Perry is a chick, and I was with her for 6 fucking years, and oh, by the way, I was going to marry her. Instead, you tell me about Min Wee and deliberately mislead me. I didn't want to make you worry. I never expected you would have to meet her. I gape at him, my stomach plummeting. Finally, the truth. He simply hoped he wouldn't have to deal. You think that makes it okay? That you lied about her by omission? That because I would never meet her, it would be okay? He's already shaking his head. That isn't what I mean. We needed better roots, he says, motioning between us frantically and closing his eyes as he struggles to find words. Even now my heart twists for him and how he seems to lose his ability to speak English fluently when he's upset. He takes a deep breath, and when he opens his eyes and speaks again, his voice comes out steadier. You and I were in a precarious place when you first came here. It was impulsive for both of us to do this. Work is a nightmare for me right now, but I wanted to make time for you. And then it became something more than fun and adventure with us. It was—" He pauses, and his voice catches the tiniest bit. "It was real. We needed more time, just us. I didn't want anything coming into this flat with us, especially not her." As soon as he says it, the words seem to echo back to him, and his face falls a little. "She lived here," I remind him. "Even when you told me about Min Wee, you didn't say you lived together, that you were engaged, that you'd been together for so many years, that you had sex in that bed. If you had told me about her when I first got here, the full story, it wouldn't even have been a problem. But tonight, the only person in that apartment who didn't know what was going on was me, your wife." I turn, walking into the bedroom, planning to crawl into bed before remembering it's the bed they got together, hoping maybe Perry would sleep better on it. I groan, turning around and walking right into Ansel's broad chest. When I try to push past him, he stops me, gripping my shoulders with shaking hands. "Please, don't walk away." I feel like a tornado is crashing around in my mind, but as usual, even though I'm so mad at him I could scream, the feel of his body so close and his hands sliding up my arms is so comforting, it starts to make order out of the chaos. His eyes soften and he blinks down to my mouth. "We need to keep talking about this." But when I try to speak, the words come out choked, stunted. You. I close my eyes, trying again. You. Fuck. I open my eyes, not sure what reaction I'll see in his face, because he's really never heard me stutter, and it hardly ever happens anymore. His eyes are wide, and his face contorted in pain as if he's broken me. "Shit, Mia. Don't. Mia." He groans, pressing his face to my neck. I push him away, wanting pretty much anything other than his sympathy right now. The anger makes my words come out sharper, and with each one I deliver, my tongue relaxes. "You were with her so long, Tonight I felt like the other woman, you know? For the first time yesterday I felt like your wife, but tonight I felt like I'd stolen you from her." "No," he says, relief washing over his expression as he pushes my hair off my face so he can kiss my cheek. "Of course, we broke up before I met you." Fuck, I have to ask. "But how long before you left?" His face falls, and I feel like I can hear every second tick past as he hesitates to answer. "Ansel." "A few days." My heart sinks, and I close my eyes, unable to look at him. "She moved out while you were gone, didn't she?" Another hesitation. "Yes." "You broke up with your girlfriend of 6 years only a few days before you married me." "Well, technically, we broke up 3 weeks before I met you. I'd been biking across the states before Vegas," he reminds me. "But it felt like it ended a long time before that. We both knew it was over. She is clinging to something that doesn't exist anymore." He cups my cheek and waits until I look up at him. "I wasn't looking for anything, Mia. But that's why I trust what I feel for you. I've never wanted anyone the way I want you. It's unlike anything I've ever known." When I don't say anything to this, he asks, "Can I tell you now? Everything?" I don't bother answering out loud. On the one hand, it seems a little late for a full disclosure. On the other, a sick part of me wants to know everything. "Bike and build started in May, and we went through September," he begins. "Finn, Alls, Perry, and I all became close within days of orientation. It was that kind of experience, okay, where everyone is thrown together and some friendships solidify and others don't. But ours it did." He pauses, trailing his fingers down my arm. "But it wasn't an immediate affair with Perry and me, not sexual. She wanted it. At least, Oliver and Finn always insist that she wanted something with me from the first few days. I think I started to notice what they meant maybe in July, and by August I felt so much fondness and friendship for all of them that I would give her anything." Pulling back so he can look at me in the dim light from the moon, he says, "Even sex? We were only lovers twice on that trip. A random night in August when we were very drunk, and then a few weeks later after it had been so awkward and loaded with us. We were together on the last night before the excursion ended. My stomach twists in a strange combination of relief and pain, and I close my eyes, forcing away the image of his hands on her body, his mouth full of hers. After that, Perry came back here, and I moved to Nashville for school. We were together without ever really discussing it. She assumed we were, and I wanted to give her that. We saw each other maybe 2 times a year, and everything else I told you was true, but she got to know me well on the trip, sure. But I was 22. I was not the same man then that I am now, and we grew apart very quickly. He lowers his voice, sounding pained. And as a love affair, it wasn't ever passionate, Mia. It was... He curses, wiping a hand across his face. Like in... how do you say it? He looks at me, and I look away, unable to resist the adorable way his lips push forward as he searches for words. Cendrillon? The fairy tale with the stepmother? Cinderella, I guess. He snaps, nodding, and continues. Like in Cinderella. I think we both wanted the glass shoe to fit. Do you understand? Yes. She was the one I cheated on, 2 times. It is my most guilty thing, Mia. I realized I couldn't do it anymore, that I'd done exactly what I always said I wouldn't do, like my father, okay? I called to do the right thing for once and end things with her, and... He pauses, taking a deep breath. Perry couldn't wait to tell me she turned down a design job in Nice so we could finally be together in Paris. I blink away, refusing to feel bad for him. He trails off, looking for the right word, and I'm more than happy to help him out here. You chickened out? He nods. Okay, yes. And that really wasn't fair to her. I should have ended things. We both know I came here to escape my problems, but all this time you're acting like some sort of benefactor when you're escaping too. You used me to escape having to deal with her. You're impulsive and do things without thinking, and look, you married me. You convinced yourself you were being responsible or doing the right thing by bringing me back, but you were really just making up for your past mistakes with Perry. I'm your way to make up for that. I'm your proof that you're not your father. No, he insists, voice as sharp as a blade. I escaped into you, yes, but not because I was using you to prove something to myself or make up for some mistake. I didn't have to get your ticket. I didn't have to track you down at the zoo. I know I'm not my father. It's why I was disappointed with myself and how I treated Perry. I escaped into you because I fell in love with you. I let his words echo around the room until they're drowned out by the sounds of horns and motorcycles and delivery trucks rumbling down narrow cobblestone streets late at night. I don't even know what to think. My heart tells me to trust him, that he wasn't intentionally keeping things from me for nefarious reasons, and that it really was just awkward and difficult to find the right time. But my mind tells me it's bullshit, and that if he wanted to develop real trust between us, he wouldn't have used her nickname with me. He would have just told me who she was to him, that they lived together here, and how one of his closest friends is now his ex-fiancé. I want to shove him away for withholding information in our safest place during role play and the honesty it gave us. It really isn't that he has a past that bothers me. It's the way he's been keeping me in the dark, keeping me separate from the rest of his life, lying until he thinks we've reached some imagined milestone where he can be honest. And really, whether it's intentional or not doesn't matter. Maybe he didn't think we would last past the summer either. Have you felt real passion for me? He asks quietly. I'm suddenly very worried I've ruined this. After barely a breath, I nod, but in a way I worry I'm answering both questions, actual and implied. The passion I feel for him is so intense it's pulled me into his arms right now, even feeling as mad as I do. My skin seems to hum with warmth when I'm this close to him. His scent is overwhelming, but I'm also worried that he has ruined this. I've never felt this before, he says into my hair. Love like this. But my mind keeps looping back to the same question, the same dark betrayal. Ansel? His lips brush over my temple. How could you tell her about my accident? What made you think it was okay to share that with her? Ansel freezes beside me. I did not. She knew, I say, growing angry again. Ansel, she knew I'd been hit. She knew about my leg. Not from me, he insists. Mia, I swear. If she heard anything about you other than your name and that you're my wife, it would be from Oliver or Finn. They're all still friends. This has been so weird for everyone. He searches my eyes, lowering his voice when he says, I don't know why she talked to you. I don't know why she went up to you tonight. She knows I would never be okay with her doing that. You talked to her on the phone, I remind him. She came here in the middle of the night. You met her for lunch when you were even too busy to stay for breakfast with me. Maybe she doesn't think the two of you are really done. He takes a few seconds to respond, but his hand spreads possessively across my breastbone, thumb sweeping up to the hollow of my throat. She knows we're done, but I'm not going to pretend like it was an easy breakup. It hasn't been easy for her to know you're here with me. There's a softness in his voice I can't handle right now, some sympathy for her and what she's going through that makes me feel insane. Somewhere in my rational brain, I'm glad he cares how this is for her. It means he's not a complete asshole. It means he's a good guy. But really, he fucked up so enormously, I don't have the bandwidth to admire him while I'm still this angry. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much. I'm pretty sure she came out with the upper hand tonight. I push him away when he reaches for me. Mia, that's not... Just stop. He grabs my arm when I begin to walk away and spins me, pressing my back to the wall and staring me down with a look so intense it causes goosebumps to rise along my skin. I don't want this to be hard on either of you, he says in a deliberately patient voice. And I know the way I've handled it was all wrong. I close my eyes, pressing my lips together to quell the vibrating hum I feel at his firm touch. I want to shove him, pull his hair, feel the weight of him pinning me down. I followed you out of the apartment, he reminds me, bending to kiss my jaw. I know it isn't my job to make sure she's okay anymore. But if what she feels for me is even a fraction of what I feel for you, I want to be careful with her heart because I can't imagine what I would do if you left me. It seems impossible that words alone could make me feel like my chest is caving in. He licks my earlobe, murmuring, It would wreck me. I need to know that you're okay right now. His hands grow busy on my body in a tight, desperate sort of way. Maybe to distract me, maybe to reassure himself. He works his way down my front, over my thighs, bunching my skirt in his fist as he pulls it up over my hips. Ansel, I warn, but even as I turn my head away from his lips, I tilt my pelvis into his touch. My hands form fists at my sides, wanting more and rougher, needing reassurance. Are you okay? He asks, kissing my ear. I don't turn away when he kisses my chin again, and not even when he moves higher, eyes wide and careful as he kisses my mouth. But when his hand moves between my legs and he growls, I'm going to make you so wet. As his fingers slip beneath my underwear, I find the resolve to push his arm away. You can't fix this with sex. He pulls back, eyes wide in confusion. What? I'm incredulous. You think you can just calm me down by making me come? He looks baffled, nearly angry for the first time. If it calms you down, if it makes you feel better, then who the hell cares how it happens? His cheeks bloom with a heated blush. Isn't that what we've been doing all this time? Finding a way to be married, to be intimate even when things are scary or new or just too fucking surreal to process? I'm thrown because he's right. It's exactly what we've been doing, and I do want to be pulled out of this moment. Distraction, coping, muddling through, whatever it is, I want it. I want to stop talking about all of this. I want him to push away all the doubts in my head and give me the part of him that only I get to see now. Fine. Distract me. I dare him, teeth clenched. Let's see if you can make me forget how mad I am. It takes him a moment to process what I've said before he leans in again, teeth grazing my jaw. I exhale through my nose before my head falls back against the wall and I give in. His hands return to my waist, rougher now, yanking my shirt up and over my head before he works my skirt down my hips and into a puddle on the floor. but even as he cups me in his hand, sucking in a jagged breath through his teeth and whispering, "Tu es parfaite," I can't touch him back with any sort of tenderness. I feel punitive and selfish and still so angry. The combination pulls a tight, choking sound from my mouth, and his hand stills where he'd been pushing my underwear aside. "Be angry," he rasps. "Show me what angry looks like." It's a beat before the words bubble up, but when they come growling out, it doesn't sound like me. "Your mouth." I unleash the girl who lets herself feel anger, who can punish. I shove his chest hard, both palms flat to pectorals, and he stumbles back, lips parted and eyes wide with thrill. I push him again, and his knees meet the edge of the bed, and he crumples backward, scooting up to the headboard and watching me stalk him, climb on him until my hips are level with his face, and I reach down and grab a fistful of his hair. "I'm not okay," I tell him, holding him back as he tries to push forward, to kiss me, lick me, maybe even bite me. "I know," he says, eyes dark and urgent. "I know." I lower my hips and hear a primitive cry tear from my throat as his open mouth makes contact with my clit, and he sucks, lifting his arms and wrapping them in tight bands around my hips. He's wild and hungry, letting out perfect, pleading growls and satisfied moans when I begin to rock and ride him, my fist in his hair. His mouth is both soft and strong, but he's letting me control everything, the speed and pressure, and it's so good, but God, I want you in me so deep I feel you in my throat. Ansel laughs against my skin, and I realize I've said this out loud. Irritation washes over me like a heated blush, and I pull away, humiliated, vulnerable. "No," he whispers. "No, no. Viens par ici. Come here." I make him work for it, fingers coaxing and his soft, pleading noises, until finally he pulls my hips back down and urges me with fingers pressed into my flesh to chase my pleasure again, to give him this in this twisted game of me giving him what he needs by riding his face. I'm prickling everywhere, along my neck and down my arms, feeling hypersensitive and overheated, but the sensitivity is nearly unbearable where he's licking me, because it's too good. It's nearly impossible that I can be this close so soon, so fucking soon, but I am. The top half of my body falls forward, fingers white-knuckling the headboard, and I'm coming, screaming, pressing so hard into his mouth I don't know how he can breathe, but he's savage beneath me still, hands gripping my hips and not letting me budge for a second until my muscles go lax and he could feel my orgasm subside against his lips. I feel ravaged and worshipped as I slip, boneless, to the bed. I feel his fear and his love and his panic, and finally I let loose the sob that's been held back in my throat for what feels like hours. In a quiet rush, I know we're both sure of one thing. I'm leaving. He moves to my ear, and his voice is so jagged it's barely recognizable when he asks, "Do you ever feel like your heart is twisted inside your chest and somebody has their fist around it, squeezing?" "Yes," I whisper, closing my eyes. I can't see him like this. The sadness I'm sure I'll see on his face. Mia, I'm so sorry." "I know. Tell me you still like me." But I can't. My anger doesn't work that way. So instead of waiting for me to answer, he bends to kiss my ear, my shoulder, whispering into my neck words I don't understand. Slowly we catch our breath, and his mouth finds its way to mine. He kisses me forever like this, and I let him. It's the only way I can tell him I love him, even as I'm also saying goodbye. It seems to go against every instinct I have to be the one getting out of bed first and dressing in the dark while he sleeps. As quietly as I can, I pull my clothes from the dresser and dump them into my suitcase. My passport is just where he said it would be, in the top drawer of the dresser, and something about this tears at the thin lining still holding me together. I leave most of my toiletries behind. Packing them would be loud, and I don't want to wake him. I'm going to seriously miss my fancy new face cream, but I don't think I would be able to walk away from him if he was awake, watching me silently, and especially if he was trying to talk me out of this. It's a trickle of hesitation I should listen to. Maybe a message that I'm not sure this is the best idea I've ever had, but I don't. I barely even look over at him, still mostly clothed and sprawled out on top of the covers, while I'm packing and dressing and searching the desk in the living room for a piece of paper and a pen. Because once I step back into the bedroom and I do see him, I can't imagine looking away. Only now do I realize I hadn't taken the time to appreciate how ridiculously hot he looked last night. The deep blue button-down shirt, slim cut to fit the wide stretch of his chest, the narrow dip of his waist, is unbuttoned just beneath the hollow of his throat, and my tongue feels thick with the need to bend down, suck on those favorite transitions of mine, neck to chest, chest to shoulder. His jeans are worn and perfect, faded over time in all the best familiar places. At the thigh, over the button fly. He didn't even take off his favorite brown belt before falling asleep. It's just hanging open, his pants unbuttoned and slung low on his hips. And suddenly my fingers itch to pull the leather free of the loops, to see and touch and taste his skin just one more time. I probably can't, but it feels like I can see the trip of his pulse in his throat. Imagine the warm taste of his neck on my tongue. I know how his sleepy hands would weave into my hair as I worked his boxers down his hips. I even know the desperate relief I would see in his eyes if I woke him up right now, not to tell him goodbye, but to make love one last time. To forgive him with words. No doubt, true make-up sex with Ansel would be so good I'd forget, while he was touching me, that there was ever any distance between us at all. And now that I'm here, struggling to be quiet and leave without waking him, it fully registers that I can't touch him again before I go. I swallow back a tight, heavy lump in my throat, a sob I think would escape in a sharp gasp, like steam under pressure, pushed from a teapot. The pain is like a fist to my stomach, punching me over and over until I want to punch it back. I'm an idiot. But damn, so is he. It takes so many long, painful seconds for me to pull my eyes away from where he lies and down to the pen and paper in my hands. What the hell am I supposed to write here? It's not goodbye, most likely. If I know him at all, and I do, no matter how small a drop that knowledge felt last night, he won't leave the rest of this to phone calls and emails. I'll see him again. But I'm leaving while he sleeps, and given the reality of his job, I may not see him for months. This isn't exactly the right moment for a see-you-soon note, anyway. So I opt for the easiest and the most honest, even if my heart seems to twist into a knot in my chest as I write it. This isn't never. It's just not now. All my like. Mia. I really need to figure out my own messes before I blame him for shoving his in the proverbial box and keeping them under his proverbial bed. But fuck. Did I want this to be now? Yes, forever. Chapter 20. It's still dark when I step out onto the sidewalk, and the lobby door swings closed behind me. A taxi waits, headlamps extinguished while it idles at the curb, its shape swathed in a circle of artificial yellow light from the street lamp above. The driver glances at me from over the top of his magazine, expression sour, face lined in what appears to be a permanent look of distaste. I'm suddenly aware of how I must look. Hair a mess and last night's makeup still smudged around my eyes, dark jeans, dark sweater, like some sort of criminal slinking off into the shadows. The phrase, fleeing the scene of the crime, rings through my head, and I sort of hate how accurate it feels. He steps from the cab and meets me at the back of the car, trunk already open and smoldering cigarette suspending from his frowning mouth. "American?" he asks, his accent as thick as the puffs of smoke that escape with every syllable. Irritation grates at my nerves, but I only nod, not bothering to ask how he knew or why, because I already know. I stick out like a sore thumb. Either he doesn't notice my lack of response, or he doesn't care because he takes my suitcase, lifts it without effort, and deposits it in the trunk of the car. It's the same bag I arrived with. The same one I hid after only a few days because it looked too new and out of place in the middle of Ansel's warm and comfortable flat. At least that's what I told myself at the time, tucking it away inside the closet near his bedroom door, where it wouldn't serve as a daily reminder of my impermanence here, or that my place in his life would end as soon as the summer did. I open my own door and climb inside, closing it with the least amount of sound I can manage. I know how well noises travel through the open windows, and I absolutely don't let myself look up or imagine him lying there in bed, waking to an empty flat, or hearing the closing of a taxi door on the street below. The driver drops into the seat in front of me and meets my eyes in the rearview mirror expectantly. "Airport," I tell him before looking quickly away. I'm not even sure what I'm feeling as he puts the car into gear and slips into the street. Is it sadness? Yes. Worry, anger, panic, betrayal, guilt, all of those. Have I made a mistake? Has this entire thing been one colossal bad choice after another? I had to leave anyway, I tell myself. This was just a little ahead of schedule, and even if I didn't, it was right to get some space, some perspective, some clarity. Right? I almost laugh. I feel anything but clarity. I vacillate so wildly between last night was no big deal and last night was a deal breaker, between leaving is the right thing to do and turn around, you're making a huge mistake, that I begin to doubt every thought I have. Being alone and stuck in my own head on a 13-hour flight is going to be torture. The taxi moves too fast through the empty streets and my stomach lurches much in the same way it did that first morning here, but for an entirely different reason this time. There's a part of me that would almost welcome throwing up right now, would find it preferable to the constant pressing ache I've had since last night. At least I know vomiting would pass, and I could close my eyes, pretend the world isn't spinning, that there isn't really a hole in my chest. The edge is raw and jagged. The city whips by in a blur of stone and concrete, industrial silhouettes dotting the same horizon as buildings that have stood for hundreds of years. I press my forehead to the glass and try to block out every moment of that first morning with Ansel. How sweet and attentive he was, and how I worried I was ruining it all and it would be over before it ever really began. The sun isn't up yet, but I can make out trees and grassy fields, muddied blurs of green that border the freeway and bridge the distance between stretches of urban sprawl. I have the eeriest sensation of moving backward through time and erasing everything. I pull out my phone and bring up the airline app, log in and search through the available flights. My decision to leave looks even more glaring in the too bright light of the screen as it cuts through the darkness, reflecting back to me in the windows at my side. I hover over the arrival city and nearly laugh at my imagined dilemma over choices, because I know I've already decided what I'm going to do. The first flight of the day leaves in just over an hour, and it seems too easy to make the necessary selections and book my return trip with barely a hiccup. Finished, I shut off my phone and tuck it away, watching out at the bleary city as it begins to wake on the other side of the glass. There were no messages, so I can assume Ansel is still asleep, and if I close my eyes, I can still see him, body stretched over the mattress, jeans barely clinging to his hips. I can remember the way his skin looked in the low light while I gathered my things, the way the shadows drew him like canvas covered in charcoal. I can't bring myself to imagine him waking up and realizing I'm gone. The taxi stops at the curb and I see the price on the meter. My fingers tremble as I find my wallet and count out the fare. The broad, colorful bills still look so foreign in my hand that on impulse I fold the entire stack, pressing them into the driver's waiting palm. On the plane there are no phones. No emails. I haven't bothered to pay for internet, and so there's nothing to distract me from the loop of images and words echoed back to me in dramatic and maddening slow motion. Perry's expression, slowly morphing from amiable to calculating, then from calculating to irate. Her voice as she asked how I was enjoying her bed, her fiancé. The sound of footsteps, of Ansel, of our shouted words, and the sensation of rushing blood filling my head, my pulse hijacking every sound. Aside from the few hours of sleep I managed to snag, this is the soundtrack throughout my entire flight, and if possible, I feel even worse when we finally touch down. I move in a fog from the plane to customs to baggage claim, where my single enormous suitcase waits for me on the spinning carousel. It no longer looks as new, marred in a few places as if it's been thrown around and dropped, caught against the moving conveyor belt. It looks pretty close to how I feel. At a coffee shop nearby, I open my laptop and find the file I've neglected all summer, labeled only Boston. Inside is all the information I need for school, the emails about schedules and orientation that have arrived in the last few weeks, ignored but tucked safely away where I promised myself I'd deal with them later. Apparently, later is today. With the energy provided by a pot of coffee and the growing buzz over finally making the right decision, I log into the Boston University MBA student portal. I decline my financial aid. I decline my spot in the program. I finally make the decision I should have made ages ago. And then I call my former academic advisor and prepare to grovel. I stare at the for rent section in the local newspaper. Part of the deal in my agreeing to attend graduate school was that my dad would pay for my apartment. But after what I've just done, I don't think he'll support me, even if from where I stand it feels like the best compromise. I know he'll be more likely to break something with his bare hands than give me a penny. I can't bring myself to live under his thumb anymore anyway. Living in Paris has pretty much shot my budget to hell, but after a quick glance at the paper, there are a few places I can afford, especially if I can find a job relatively soon. I'm still not ready to turn on my phone and face what I'm sure is a mountain of missed calls and texts from Ansel, or even worse, nothing at all. And so I use a payphone in front of a 7-Eleven just down the street from the coffee shop. My first call is to Harlow. "Hello," she says, clearly distrustful of the unknown number. I've missed her so much that I feel tears sting at the corners of my eyes. "Hey," I say that single word, thick and coated in homesickness. "Oh my God, Mia, where the fuck are you?" There's a moment of pause where I imagine she pulls the phone from her ear and glances at the number again. "Holy shit, are you here?" I swallow back a sob. "I landed a couple of hours ago." "You're home!" she shouts. "I'm in San Diego, yeah." "Why aren't you at my house right now?" "I have to get a few things organized. Like my life. In France, I found my spot in the distance. Now I just need to keep my eyes pinned to it." "Organized? Mia, what happened to Boston?" "Listen, I'll explain later, but I'm wondering if you can talk to your dad for me." I take a shaky breath. "About my annulment?" And there it is, the word that has been tickling in the back of my thoughts. Saying it out loud sucks. "Oh, so it went downhill?" "It's complicated. Just talk to your dad for me, okay? I need to take care of some stuff, but I'll call you." "Please come over." Pressing the heel of my hand to my temple, I manage, "I'll come over tomorrow. Today I just need to get my head on straight." After a long beat, she says, "I'll have Dad call his lawyer tonight and let you know what he says." "Thanks. Do you need anything else?" Swallowing, I manage, "I don't think so. Going to look at apartments. After I check into a motel and catch a nap." "Apartments? Motel? Mia, just come stay here with me. I have an enormous place and can definitely work on my sex volume issue if it means I get you as a roomie." Her apartment would be ideal. In La Jolla and perfectly situated between the beach and campus, but now that my plan has formed, it's unbreakable. "I know I sound like a psychopath, Harlow, but I promise I'll explain why I want to do it this way." After a long beat, I can sense her acquiescence, and for Harlow, that was remarkably easy. I must sound as determined as I feel. "Okay. Love you, Sugar Cube." "Love you back." Harlow emails me a short list of places to check out with her thoughts and comments on each one. I'm sure she called her parents' realtor and had her find things that were fit to exact specifications of safety, space, and price, but even though she doesn't know where I want to live, I'm so grateful for Harlow's busybody tendencies that I nearly want to weep. The first apartment I see is nice and definitely in my price range, but way too far from UCSD. The second is close enough that I could walk, but it's directly over a Chinese restaurant. I debate with myself for an entire hour before deciding there's no way I could stand smelling like Kung Pao 24 hours a day. The third is listed as cozy, furnished above a garage in a quiet residential neighborhood, and 2 blocks from a bus stop that's a direct line to the college. And thank God, because after paying the long-term airport parking bill I had upon returning, there's no way I'll be able to afford a campus parking permit. I'm relieved the apartment was listed only this morning because I'm sure it will be snatched up quickly. Harlow is a goddess. The street is lined with trees, and I stop in front of the wide yellow house. A wide lawn spreads out on both sides of the stone walkway, and the front door is painted a deep green. Whoever lives here has a way with plants because the yard is impeccable, the flower beds thriving. It reminds me of the Jardin des Plantes and the day I spent there with Ansel, learning and promptly forgetting the name for everything in French, walking for hours with my hand in his, and the promise of a future where I could do that with him whenever I wanted. The woman who owns the house, Julianne, leads me inside, and it's as close to perfect as I can imagine. It's tiny but warm and nice, with tan walls and clean white trim. A cream-colored sofa sits in the center of the single main room. One corner opens to a small kitchen with a window that looks down into the shared backyard. The open floor plan reminds me so much of Ansel's flat that for a painful heartbeat, I have to close my eyes and take a deep breath. "One bedroom," she says, and crosses the room to flip on a light. I follow and peek in. A queen bed fills almost the entire space, a set of white bookcases suspended above. "Bathroom in there. I'm usually gone before the sun is up, so you can park back here." "Thanks," I tell her. "The closets are small. There's horrible water pressure, and I guarantee the teenage boys who take care of the lawn will be absolute piglets when they see you. But it's cute and quiet, and there's a washer and dryer in the garage you can use whenever," she says. "It's perfect," I say, looking around. "A washer and dryer sound like absolute heaven, and I can definitely handle piglet teenage boys." "Yay," she says, smiling wide. And for a tiny, desperate heartbeat, I can imagine living here, taking the bus to school, starting to figure out my life in the sweet studio above her garage. I want to tell her, "Please let me move in right now." But of course, she's rational, and with a tiny apology in her eyes, she asks me to fill out the background check form. "I'm sure it will be fine," she says with a wink. I've only been gone a few weeks, but checking into a motel in my hometown makes me feel like I'm returning to a city that has long since evolved without me. As I drive to the motel, I find a hidden pocket of San Diego I've never explored before, and although the corner of my dark city feels oddly foreign, the idea that there's a different future for me here from any I had imagined before is powerfully reassuring. My mother would kill me for not staying at home. Harlow wants to kill me for not staying with her. But even in the dim light and the cacophony of the I-5 freeway just outside my window, it's exactly what I need. I check my bank balance for about the 50th time since landing. If I'm careful, I could make it to the start of school, and by then, thanks to my former advisor and the man who has gained me entrance to the MBA program that once heavily courted me at UCSD, I'll have a small, rare stipend to help make ends meet. But even though the rent is reasonable in the studio, it would still be tight, and my stomach flips imagining having to ask my father for money. I haven't talked to him in over a month. "You are married. You have a husband, no?" Ansel said. And God, that night feels so long ago. Curling into sheets that smell like bleach and cigarette smoke instead of summer grass and spice, I struggle to breathe and not completely lose my shit at 8 at night in a dark motel room. My neglected phone suddenly feels heavy in my pocket, and I pull it out, let my finger hover over the button before I finally power it on. It takes a few moments to load, but when it does, I see I have 12 missed calls from Ansel, 6 voicemails, and even more texts. "Where are you?" the first one says. "You've left, haven't you? Your suitcase is gone." "You didn't take everything." I imagine him waking, finding me gone, and then walking from room to room, seeing the things I must have chosen to bring with me and the things I left behind. "Your ring isn't here. Did you take it? Please call me." I delete the rest of the messages, but not the voicemails, a secret part of me knowing I'll want to listen to them later when I'm alone and missing him. Well, missing him more. I'm not even sure how to reply. I realize now that Ansel can't be the answer to my problems. He fucked up by not telling me the truth about Perry and their past, but I'm fairly sure it had more to do with him being a stupid boy than wanting to keep me in the dark. This is why you get to know someone before you marry them, and the truth is that his lie was convenient for me, too. I'd been hiding in Paris, using him and the thousands of miles between France and the States to avoid the things that are wrong with my life. My dad, my leg, my inability to create a new future for myself beyond the one I lost. Perry might have been a total bitch, but she was right about one thing. The only one moving forward in this relationship was Ansel. I was content to sit there, waiting while he went out and conquered the world. I roll onto my back, and instead of replying to Ansel, I write a group text to my girls. "I think I found a place to live. Thanks for sending the list, H. I'm really trying not to lose my calm right now. Let us come to your motel, Harlow answers. We're going nuts not knowing what the hell is happening. Tomorrow, I promise them. Hang in there, Lola says. Life is built of these little horrible moments and the giant expanses of awesome in between. I love you, I reply, because she's right. This summer was the most perfect stretch of awesome I've ever had. Chapter 21. Julianne really is a goddess because she calls before 8 in the morning. With the time change, I was awake before 5 and have been pacing the tiny motel room like a madwoman, praying it would all work out and I wouldn't have to spend another day apartment hunting. Hello? I answer, phone trembling in my shaky hand. I can hear the smile in her voice. Ready to move in? I give her my most grateful and enthusiastic yes, and then I look around the dingy room after I hang up and laugh. I'm ready to move into an apartment 10 minutes away from my parents' house, and I hardly have anything to take with me. But before I can go, there's one more call I need to make. As much as my dad refused to acknowledge my passion for dance or even be kind about it, there is one person who was at every dance recital, who drove me to every rehearsal and performance and hand-sewed my costumes. She did my makeup when I was tiny and watched me do it myself when I grew older and stubbornly independent. She cried during my solos and stood up to cheer. I'm horrified to realize, only now, that Mom weathered my father's disapproval for years while I was dancing, and she weathered it because it was what I wanted to be doing. She was there when I moved into the hospital room for a month and quietly drove me, when I was depressed and deadened, to the dorms at UCSD. I wasn't the only one who lost a dream after my accident. Of anyone in my life, my mother will understand the choice I'm making. I can hear the shock in her voice when she answers. Mia? Hi, Mom. I squeeze my eyes, closed, overcome with an emotion I'm not sure I'll be very good at articulating. My family doesn't discuss feelings, and the only way I learned was through threat of torture by Harlow. But my awareness of Mom's strength during my childhood and what she did to help me chase my dream is probably one I should have had a long time ago. I'm home, I pause, adding, I'm not going to Boston. My mom is a quiet crier. She's a quiet everything. But I know the cadence of her tiny, gasping breaths as well as I know the smell of her perfume. I give her the address to my apartment, tell her I'm moving in today and that I'll tell her everything if she comes to see me. I don't need my things. I don't need her money. I just sort of need my mom. To say I resemble my mother is an understatement. When we're together, I always feel like people think I'm the Marty McFly version of her that has traveled from the 80s to present day. We have the same build, identical hazel eyes, olive skin, and dark, straight hair. But when she steps out of her enormous Lexus at the curb and I see her for the first time in over a month, I have the sense that I'm looking at my reflection in some sort of funhouse mirror. She looks the same as she always does, which is to say not exactly thriving. Her resignation, her life settling, could have been me. Dad never wanted her to work outside the home. Dad never took much interest in her hobbies, gardening, ceramics, living greener. She loves my father, but she's resigned herself to a relationship that doesn't give her much at all. She feels tiny in my arms when I hug her, but when I pull back and expect to see worry or hesitation, she shouldn't be cavorting with the enemy. David will be furious. I see only an enormous grin. You look amazing, she says, pulling my arms to the side to take me in. This surprises me a little. I showered under the dull dribble of a motel shower, have no makeup on, and would probably perform crude sexual acts for access to a washing machine. The mental picture I have of myself falls somewhere between homeless shelter and zombie. Thanks? Thank God you're not going to Boston. And with that, she turns and opens the back of her SUV and pulls out a giant box with surprising ease. I brought your books, the rest of your clothes. When your dad calms down, you can come pick up anything I've missed. She stares at my surprised expression for a beat before nodding to the car. Grab a box and show me to your place. With every step we climb to my little apartment above the garage, an epiphany hits me directly in the gut. My mom needs a purpose as much as any of us do. That purpose used to be me. Ansel was as scared to face his past as I was to face my future. I push open the front door, giant box nearly tumbling out of my arms onto the floor, and I somehow manage to make it to the table in the living dining room. Mom puts the box of my clothes down on the couch and looks around. It's small but really sweet, Lollipop. I don't think she's called me that since I was 15. I kind of love it, actually. I can bring you some of the photographs from Lana's studio if you want some art. My blood buzzes in my veins. This is why I came home. My family, my friends, a life here that I want to make. Okay. Without much more preamble, she sits down and looks directly at me. So. Her attention moves to my left hand, hanging motionless at my side, and it's only now that I realize I'm still wearing my wedding band. She doesn't even look a little bit surprised. How was Paris? With a deep breath, I move to sit beside her on the couch and unload everything in a tumble of words. I tell her about the suite in Vegas, about how I felt it was my last hurrah of sorts, the last fun I would have until some undetermined point when I would snap out of it and magically realize I wanted to be just like my father. I tell her about meeting Ansel, the sunshine of him, and how I nearly felt like I was confessing to him that night, unloading, unburdening. I tell her about the marriage. I skip 100% of the sex part. I tell her about escaping my life to go to Paris, about the perfection of the city, and how it felt initially to wake up and realize I was married to a complete stranger. But also that it went away and what came instead was a relationship I'm not sure I want to give up. Again, I skip every detail of the sex part. It's hard to explain the Perry story because even as I begin, she has to sense that it's the reason I left. So when I get to the part about the party and being cornered by the beast, I almost feel like an idiot for not having seen it coming a mile away. But Mom doesn't. She still gasps, and it's that tiny reaction that unleashes the flood of tears, because this entire time I've wondered how huge an idiot I am. Am I a minor idiot who should have stayed to hash it out with the hottest man alive, or am I an enormous idiot for leaving over something anyone else would consider minuscule? The problem with being in the eye of the storm is you have no sense of how big it really is. Honey, Mom says, and nothing else follows. It doesn't matter. The single word holds a million others that communicate sympathy and a sort of fierce mama bear protectiveness. But also concern for Ansel, since I've painted him accurately, I think. He's good and he's loving and he likes me. Honey, she repeats quietly. Another epiphany hits me. I'm not quiet because I stutter. I'm quiet because I'm like my mother. Okay, so I pull my knees to my chest. There's more, and this is why I'm here instead of Boston. I tell her about walking the city with Ansel and our conversations about school and my life and what I want to do. I tell her that he's the one who convinced me, even if he doesn't know it, to move home and go back to my old dance studio at night to teach, and to attend school here during the day so that I'm as prepared as I can be to run my own business someday. To teach kids how to move and dance however their bodies want. I assure her that Professor Chatterjee has agreed to admit me to the MBA program at UCSD in my old department. After taking this all in, Mom leans back and studies me for a beat. When did you grow up, Lollipop? When I met him. Stab to the gut. And Mom can see it too. She puts her hand on my hand, over my knee. He sounds good. He is good, I whisper. Other than the secrecy over the beast, he's amazing. I pause and then add, Is Dad going to shun me forever? Your father is difficult, I know, but he's also smart. He wanted you to get your MBA so you have options, not so you'd be exactly like him. The thing is, sweetheart, you never had to use it to do what he wanted. Even he knows that, no matter how much pressure he puts on you to follow his path. Standing, my mom makes her way to the door and pauses for a beat as I let it fully sink in that I really don't know my dad very well. Help me bring in the last couple of boxes and then I'm heading home. Come over for dinner next week. Right now you have other things to fix. I'd promised Lola and Harlow that they could come over as soon as I was moved in, but after unpacking, I'm exhausted and want nothing other than sleep. In bed, I hold my phone so hard in my hand I can feel my palm grow slippery, and I struggle to not reread every one of Ansel's steady messages for the 100th time. The one that arrived since I unpacked says, "If I came to you, would you see me?" I laugh because despite everything, it's not like I can just decide to stop loving him. I wouldn't ever refuse to see him. I can't even bring myself to take off my wedding ring. Looking down at my phone, I open the text window and reply for the first time since I left him sleeping in the apartment. "I'm in San Diego, safe and sound. Of course, I'd see you, but don't come until it works for the case. You've worked too hard." I reread what I've written and then add, "I'm not going anywhere. Except back to the States while you lie sleeping, I think." He replies immediately, "Finally! Mia! Why did you leave without waking me? I've been going crazy over here." And then another, "I can't sleep. I miss you." I close my eyes, not realizing until now how much I needed to hear that. The sensation pulls tight in my chest, a rope wrapped around my lungs, smashing them together. My careful mind tells me to just say thank you, but instead I quickly type "me too" and toss my phone away onto the bed before I can say more. I miss him so much I feel like I'm tied in a corset, unable to suck enough air into my lungs. By the time I pick it up again, it's the next morning and I've missed his next 3 texts. "I love you," and then, "Please tell me I haven't ruined this." And then, "Please, Mia, say something." This is when I break down for the second time, because from the timestamp I know he wrote it in his office, at work. I can imagine him staring at his phone, unable to concentrate or get anything done until I replied. But I didn't. I curled up into a ball and fell asleep, needing to shut down as if I'd unplugged. I pick up my phone again, and even though it's 7 a.m, Lola answers on the first ring. Only a little over an hour later, I throw open the door and rush into a mass of arms and wild hair. "Quit hogging her," a voice says over Harlow's shoulder, and I feel another set of arms. You'd never know it hasn't even been 2 months from the way I start sobbing onto Lola's shoulder, holding onto both of them as if they might float away. "I missed you so much," I say. "You're never leaving. It'll be small, but we can make it work. I was in Europe. I can totally get with this now." We stumble into my tiny living room, a mess of laughter and tears, and I shut the door behind us. I turn to find Harlow watching me, sizing me up. "What?" I ask, looking down at my yoga capris and t-shirt. I realize I don't look red carpet ready, but her inspection feels a little unnecessary. "Ease up, Clinton Kelly. I've been unpacking and then sleeping." "You look different," she says. "Different?" "Yeah, sexier. Married life was good for you." I roll my eyes. "I assume you're referring to my little muffin top. I have a new unhealthy relationship with pain au chocolat." "No," she says, moving closer to examine my face. "You look softer, but in a good way, feminine, and I like the hair a little longer." "And the tan," Lola adds, dropping onto the couch. "You do look good. Your rack, too." I laugh, squeezing into the seat next to her. "This is what France with no job and a patisserie around the corner will get you." We all fall silent, and after what feels like an eternity of silence, I realize I'm the one who has to address the fact that I was in France, and now I'm here. I feel like a horrible human being for how I left. Lola pins me with her glare. "You are not." "You might disagree when I explain." Harlow's hand is already raised in the air. "No need. We already know what happened. No thanks to you, you withholding asshole." Of course, they've heard the entire story. More accurately, Lola heard it from Oliver, who heard it from Finn, who had the good luck of calling Ansel only an hour after he woke to find his wife and all her belongings gone. For a bunch of dudes, they're awfully gossipy. We catch each other up in the easy shorthand we've developed over the past nearly 20 years, and it's so much easier to spill everything for the second time since I've been back. "He fucked up," Harlow assures me once I get to the part where we're headed together to the party. "Everyone knows it. Apparently Finn and Oliver have been telling him to fill you in about the situation for weeks now. Perry calls him all the time, texts him constantly, and calls Finn and Oliver to talk about it nonstop. Their breakup didn't seem to surprise anyone but her, and even that seems to be up for debate. I guess Ansel was worried it would spook you and is counting the days until he can move back here. From everything I've heard, he's completely head over heels in love with you. But we all agree he should have told you, Lola says. It sounds like you were blindsided. Yeah, I say. The first time he takes me to a party, this nice girl starts talking to me, and then her face melted and she turned into a vengeance demon. I lean my head on Lola's shoulder. And I knew he had a long-term girlfriend, so I don't know why it was such a leap to tell me it was Perry and that he'd lived with her and even that they were engaged. Maybe it would have been weird, but it made it weirder that it was this big secret. Plus, 6 years with someone you don't love that way? That seems insane. Lola falls quiet and then hums. I know. I hate the small twinge of disloyalty I feel when I criticize him this way. Ansel was shaped by his experience growing up in the strange, possessive, and betrayal-filled relationship his parents had. I'm sure loyalty and fidelity mean more to him than romantic love, or at least he thought they did. I wonder, too, how much of his time with Perry was about proving he's not as fickle as his father. I'm sure staying married to me is at least somewhat about that. No matter how much it was my insistence in the first place, I need to decide if I'm okay with it being both about proving something to himself and loving me. How is he doing? Harlow asks. I shrug and distract myself by playing with the blunt ends of Lola's hair. Good, I say. Working. That's not what I'm asking. Well, from the whole game of telephone, you guys probably know more than I do. Deflecting, I ask. How is Finn? Harlow shrugs. I don't know. Good, I guess. What do you mean you don't know? Didn't you just see him? She laughs and makes tiny air quotes as she repeats the words "see him" under her breath. I can assure you I did not go to Canada for Finn's sparkling personality or conversation skills. So you went up there for sex? Yep. And was it good enough to go back? I don't know. If I'm honest, I don't particularly like him that much. He's definitely prettier when he doesn't speak. You really are a troll. I love that you act like you're surprised. Finn and me? Not a thing. Okay, Mia, enough avoidance, Lola says quietly. What happens next? Sighing, I tell her honestly. I don't know. I mean, this is what I'm supposed to be doing, right? School? Figuring out what I want to do with my life? The irresponsible thing was going to France in the first place. The grown-up thing was coming home. So why do I feel like it's all backwards? Oh, I don't know, Harlow hums. Maybe because it sounds like you guys were figuring out a new plan together? I nod. It's true. I felt so safe with him. Like my brain didn't always know, but my body did. I didn't know his favorite color or what he wanted to be when he was 10, but none of that mattered. And the silly things I knew about Luke, the giant list of stuff in my head I thought made us compatible, it seems so laughable when I compare it to my feelings for Ansel. If you could erase this one thing from your time with him, would you still be with him? I don't even have to think about it. Absolutely. Look, I watched you lose the most important thing in your life, and there was nothing I or anyone else could do to make it better. We couldn't turn back time, we couldn't fix your leg, we couldn't make it so you could dance again. Harlow says, voice uncharacteristically shaky. But I can tell you not to be an idiot. Love is fucking hard to find, Mia. Don't waste it because of some stupid lines on a map. Please stop making sense, I say. My life is confusing enough right now without you making it worse. And if I know anything about you, I'm pretty sure you'd already reached the same conclusion. You just needed someone smarter to say it first. I mean, I'm not downplaying what he did. It was a dick move. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I close my eyes and shrug. So we're talking the big L word, aren't we? Lesbians, I deadpan. She levels me with a glare. Serious, getting in touch with her feelings, Harlow is not someone you want to mess around with. What I mean, she says, ignoring me, is that this wasn't just about banging the sweet, filthy French boy. It never really was just about banging the French boy, I tell her. I think that's what freaked you out. Because it's big, she says, and then high-fives me as we all yell, That's what she said! But then her expression sobers again. Even when Luke left, she continues, I knew you'd be okay, you know? I told Lola, it's hard now, but give her a few weeks. She'll bounce back. This is different. It's almost laughable how different it is. So you're what? When I still don't have any idea what she's asking, she goes on. You asked me to talk to my dad about the annulment, but is that really what you want? Are you two talking at all? And don't shrug again or I'll jump across this couch and punch you. I wince and shrug. We text? Are you in high school? Harlow asks, swatting my hand. Why don't you call him? Laughing, I tell them, I'm not ready to hear his voice yet. I'm just getting settled. I'd probably get on the next plane to Paris if I heard him say my name. Sitting up and turning so I can look at both of them, I add, besides, Ansel is out there climbing the ladder, and I was like a hamster running in a wheel. I need to get my act together, so if he does ever get here, he doesn't feel like he has to take care of me. I stop talking and look up to see them watching me still, expressions completely neutral. I needed to grow up, and Ansel, being an idiot, pushed me out of the nest in a way. He's the one who got me excited to come back here to school. I just wish I hadn't left mad. Don't be too hard on yourself, Lola says. I'm just so happy you're here. God, so am I, Harlow says. I was losing serious sleep with all your middle-of-the-dark 30 phone calls. I throw a pillow at her. Ha ha. And what about a job? You know my dad would hire you to come sit and look pretty in one of his offices. Want to confuse the hell out of some middle-aged executives for the summer? Actually, I got a job. That's great, Lola grabs my hand. Always the more skeptical one, Harlow continues to watch me. Where? My old studio, I say. And that's all I have to say, really, because barely a moment has passed before both Lola and Harlow are practically in my lap. So proud of you, Lola whispers, arms wrapped tight around my shoulders. We've missed seeing you dance. Fuck, I think I might cry, Harlow adds. I laugh, half-heartedly trying to push them away. It won't be the same, guys. For us it will, Lola says, pulling back just enough to meet my eyes. Okay, Harlow says, and stands to look at each of us. Enough of this sentimental business. We're going to get something to eat, and then we're going shopping. You guys go. I'm headed to the studio in a little bit to talk to Tina. I need to shower. Lola and Harlow exchange a look. Fine, but after you're done, we're going out. Drinks on me, Lola says. A little welcome home for our sugar cube. My phone vibrates along the table, and Harlow reaches for it, pushing me away with her long glamazon arms. Oh, and Mia? Yeah, I say, trying to get around her. Pick up the damn phone when he calls, or call him yourself. You have 10 voice messages, and let's not even talk about your texts. It doesn't have to be today, doesn't even have to be tomorrow, but stop being a wimp. You can go to school and work and pretend you're not married, but you can't fool us into thinking you're not completely in love with this guy. The drive to the studio that afternoon is definitely weird. I expected to feel nervous and nostalgic, but realize almost as soon as I'm on the road that although I've made this drive hundreds and hundreds of times, Mom accompanied me on every single trip. I've never actually been behind the wheel for this particular journey. It unwinds something in me to take control of a course I'd moved along so passively for so long. The unassuming strip mall appears just past the busy intersection at Linda Vista and Morena, and after I park, it takes a few minutes for me to process how different it looks. There's a glossy new frozen yogurt place, a Subway. The big space that used to be a Chinese restaurant is now a karate studio. But tucked in the direct center of the row and updated with a new sign, new smooth brick exterior, is Tina's studio. I struggle to press down the tight swell in my throat, the nervous lurching of my stomach. I'm so happy to see this place, no matter how different it looks, and also a little heartbroken that it won't ever be what it used to be for me. I'm lightheaded with emotions and relief and sadness and just so much of everything, but I don't want Mom or Harlow or Lola right now. I want Ansel. I fumble for my phone inside my bag. The hot air outside seems to press against me like a wall, but I ignore it, hands shaking as I type my passcode and find Ansel's picture in my favorites list. With breaths so heavy I'm actually worried I might have some sort of asthma attack, I type the words I know he's been hoping for, the words I should have typed the day I left. I like you, and press send. I'm sorry I left the way I did. I add in a rush, I want us to be together. I know it's late there, but can I call? I'm calling. God, my heart is pounding so hard I can hear the whoosh of blood in my ears. My hands are shaking and I have to take a moment, lean back against my car to get myself together. When I'm finally ready, I open my contacts again and press his name. It takes a second to connect before the sound of ringing moves through the line. It rings and finally goes to voicemail. I hang up without leaving a message. I know it's the middle of the night there, but if his phone is on, which it clearly is, and he wanted to talk to me, he would answer. I push down the thread of unease and close my eyes, trying to find comfort in how good it feels to even admit to myself and him that I'm not ready for this to be over. Pulling open the door of the studio, I see Tina standing just inside, and I know from her expression, jaw tight, tears pooled on her lower lids, that she's been watching me since I got out of my car. She looks older, as expected, but also just as poised and delicate as ever, with her graying hair pulled back tight in a bun, her face bare of any makeup except her trademark cherry red lip balm. Her uniform is the same, tight black tank top, black yoga pants, ballet slippers. A million memories are wrapped up in this woman. Tina pulls me into a hug and trembles against me. You okay? She asks. Getting there. Pulling back, she looks me over, blue eyes wide. So tell me. I haven't seen Tina in 4 years, so I can only assume she means tell me everything. Initially, after I was discharged from the hospital, she came to the house to visit at least once a week. But I began making excuses why I needed to be out of the house or upstairs with my door closed. Eventually, she stopped coming by. Still, I know I don't need to apologize for the distance. Instead, I give her the highly abbreviated version of the past 4 years, ending with Vegas and Ansel and my new plan. The story gets easier every time, I swear. I want this job so bad. I need her to know that I'm okay. I'm really okay, and so I make sure to sound strong and calm. I'm proud that my voice doesn't waver once. She smiles when I'm done and admits, having you join me here is a dream. Same. Let's do a little observation before we dive right in. I want to make sure you remember our philosophy and that your feet remember what to do. She's mentioned an informal interview on the phone, but not an actual instruction session, so my heart immediately takes off, rapid-fire beats slamming against my breastbone. You can do this, Mia. You lived and breathed this. We move down the short hall, past the larger studio reserved for her teen class into the small studio at the end, used for private lessons in her beginner's class. I smile to myself, expecting to see a line of little girls waiting for me in black leotards, pink tights, and tiny slippers. Every head turns to us as the door opens and my breath is pulled from my body in a sharp exhale. 6 girls are lined up in the classroom, 3 on either side of the tall man in the middle, bright green eyes full of hope and mischief as they meet mine. Ansel. Ansel? What the? If he's here, then he was in this building only a half hour ago when I called. Did he see that I called? Has he seen my texts? He's wearing a fitted black undershirt that clings to the muscles of his chest and charcoal gray dress pants. His feet are bare, his shoulders squared, just like the girls beside him, many of whom are stealing peeks and barely suppressing giggles. Lola and Harlow sent him here, I'm sure of it. I open my mouth to speak, but am immediately cut off by Tina, who, with a knowing smile, sweeps past me, chin in the air as she announces to the class, "Class, this is Mademoiselle Holland, and it's actually Madame Guillaume," I correct quietly and turn sharply to Ansel when I hear him make an involuntary sound of surprise. Tina's smile is radiant. "Pardon me. Madame Guillaume is a new instructor here, and will be leading you through your stretches and your first routine. Class, will you please welcome our new teacher?" 6 little girls and 1 deep voice chant in unison, "Hello, Madame Guillaume." I bite my lip, holding back a laugh. I meet his eyes again, and in an instant I know he's read my text and is holding back his own excitement over being here, over hearing me refer to myself as his wife. He looks tired but relieved, and we have an entire conversation with just that look. It takes everything in me to not go to him and let myself be wrapped up in those long, strong arms. But, as if she's read my mind, Tina clears her throat meaningfully and I blink, straightening as I respond. "Hello, girls, and Monsieur Guillaume." A few giggles erupt, but are quickly squelched with a sweeping look from Tina. "We also have a guest today, as you have clearly noticed. Monsieur Guillaume is deciding if he would like to enroll in the academy. Please do your best to model good behavior and show him how we conduct ourselves on stage." To my absolute amusement, Ansel looks ready to dive right into the world of being a little ballerina. Tina steps back against the wall, and I know her well enough to know this isn't any test at all. It's only a surprise for me. I could laugh it all off and tell them to start their stretches while I talk to Ansel, but he seems ready for action, and I want her to see that I can do this, even with the biggest, most gorgeous distraction in the world right in front of me. "Let's start with some stretching." I turn on some quiet music and indicate the girls should do what I do, sit on the floor with my legs stretched in front of me. I curl down, reaching my arms out until my hands are on my toes, telling them, "If this hurts, then bend your legs a little. Who can count to 15 for me?" Everyone is shy. Everyone, that is, except Ansel. And, of course, he quietly counts in French, 1, 2, 3, as the girls stare at him and wiggle on the floor. We continue with the stretches, the bar stretch at the lowest ballet bar, and the jazz splits that make the girls squeal and wobble. We practice a few pirouettes. If I live to 100, I will never stop laughing at the image of Ansel doing a pirouette, and I show them a straddle stretch with my leg pressed flat against a wall. It's possible I do this purely for Ansel's benefit, but I'll never admit it. The girls try, giggle some more, and a few of them become brave enough to start showing Ansel what to do, how to hold his arms, and then some of their made-up leaps and spins. When the class takes a loud, chaotic turn, Tina steps in, clapping and hugging me. "I'll take over from here. I think you've got something else to take care of. I'll see you here Monday evening at 5. "I love you so much," I say, throwing my arms around her. "I love you too, sweetheart," she says. "Now, go tell him that." Ansel and I slip out of the room and pad wordlessly back down the hall. My heart is pounding so hard it seems to blur my vision with every heavy pulse. I can feel the heat of him moving behind me, but we're both silent. Out of the studio and past my initial surprise, I'm so overwhelmed that at first I don't even know how to start. A hot breeze curls around us as we push open the door to the outside, and Ansel watches me carefully, waiting for my cue. "Cerise," he starts, and then takes a shuddering breath. When he meets my eyes again, I feel the weight of every ticking moment of silence. His jaw flexes as we stare at each other, and when he swallows, the dimple flickers on his cheek. "Hi," I say, my voice tight and breathless. He takes a step off the curb, but still seems to loom above me. "You called me just before you arrived." "I called from the parking lot. It was a lot to process being here. You didn't answer." "No phones allowed in the studio," he answers with a cute smile. "But I saw the call light up on my screen." "Did you come straight from work?" I ask, lifting my chin to indicate his dress pants. He nods. There's at least a day's worth of stubble shadowing his jaw. The image of him leaving work and heading straight for the airport, to me, barely taking enough time to throw a few things into a small bag, is enough to leave my knees weak. "Please don't be mad," he says. "Lola called me to tell me you were here. I was on my way to meet you 3 for dinner. Also, Harlow mentioned that she would break both my legs, along with any other protruding appendages, if I didn't treat you the way you deserved." I'm not mad. I shake my head, trying to clear it. I can't believe you're actually here. "You thought I would just stay there and fix it at some random point in the future? I couldn't be so far from you." "Well, I'm glad." I can tell he wants to ask, "So, why did you leave like that? Why didn't you at least tell me goodbye?" But he doesn't. And I give him serious points for it, too, because although my entrance into and departure from France were both impulsive, he was the reason both times. one blissful, the other heartbroken. At least he seems to know it. Instead, he looks me over, eyes lingering on my legs, visible beneath my nude tights, below my short dance skirt. "You look beautiful," he says. "In fact, you look so beautiful I'm a little at a loss for words." I'm so relieved I burst forward. He curls into me and his face is in my neck. His arms seem long enough to wrap several times around my waist. I can feel his breath on my skin and the way he shakes against me, and when I say, "This feels so good," he just nods, and our embrace seems to go on forever. His lips find my neck, my jaw, and he's sucking and nibbling. His breath is warm and minty, and he's whispering in French, some words I can't translate but don't need to. I hear love and life and mine and sorry, and then his hands are cupping my face and his mouth is on mine, eyes wide and fingers shaking on my jaw. It's a single, chaste kiss, no tongue, nothing deeper. But the way I'm trembling against him seems to promise him that there's so much more, because he pulls back and looks victorious. "Let's go then," he says, dimple deepening. "Let me thank your girls." I'm starving for him, for us to be alone, but somehow even more excited just to have him here with my friends like this. Taking his arm, I pull him to my car. Ansel puts his dress shirt back on as he talks about his flight, the odd feeling of leaving just after work and arriving here at dawn and then having to wait all day to see me. All kinds of little details that skirt the edges of the bigger "what now?" I steal glances at him as I drive. With the darkening sky behind him, he looks undeniably polished and gorgeous in his lavender button-down and slim charcoal pants. Even though I'm clearly just coming from a dance class, I'm not going to bother changing. If we went back to my place, no doubt we would stay there, and I need to see my girls to thank them. And, maybe more important, to let him thank them. I slip on some more functional flats and take him directly to meet Harlow and Lola at Bar Dynamite, pulling him through the crowd, smiling so huge that my person is with me. My husband. My Ansel. They're sitting in a curved booth, sipping drinks, and Lola sees me before Harlow does. Damn it if her eyes don't immediately well up with tears. "No," I point at her, laughing. For all her tough exterior, she is such a sap. "We aren't doing that." She laughs, shaking her head and sweeping them away, and it's a strange blur of greetings of my favorite people and husband hugging each other as if they're the best of friends and merely haven't seen each other for a while. But in a way it's true. I love him, so they do too. I love them, so he does too. He pulls 2 chocolate bars from the inside pocket of the jacket he has slung over his arm and hands one to Lola and the other to Harlow. "For helping me. I got them at the airport, so don't look too excited." They both take them, and Harlow looks down at hers and then back at him. "If she doesn't bang you tonight, I will." His blush, his dimple, a quiet laugh, and the teeth pressing into his lip again, and I'm done for. Fucking kill me now. "Not a problem," I tell her as I toss his jacket onto the seat and drag him, wide-eyed and grinning, after me onto the dance floor. I honestly don't care what song is playing. He's not leaving my side the entire night. I step into his arms and press into him. "We're dancing again?" "There's going to be a lot more dancing," I tell him. "You may have noticed I'm taking your advice." "I'm so proud of you," he whispers. He rests his forehead against mine before pulling back, meeting my eyes. "You just implied you were banging me tonight." His grin gets bigger as his hands snake around my waist. "Play your cards right." "I forgot my cards." His smile wilts dramatically. "But I did bring my penis." "I'll try not to break it this time." "In fact, I think you should try your hardest." The bass shakes up through the floor, and we've been semi-yelling this playful banter, but the mood slides away, cooling between us, and the moment grows a little heavy. We've always been best at flirting, best at fucking, but we've had to pretend to be someone else for us to open up sincerely. "Talk to me," he says, bending to whisper the words into my ear. "Tell me what happened that morning you left." I sort of felt like I had to step up and face what comes next, I say, quietly, but he's still bent close, and I know he's heard me. It was shitty of you not to tell me about Perry, but really it just gave me the shove I needed. I'm sorry, Cerise. My chest tightens when he calls me this pet name, and I run my hands up and down his chest. If we're going to try to do this, I need to know you'll talk to me about things. I promise, I will. I'm sorry I left the way I did. His dimple flashes for the tiniest second. Show me you're still wearing my ring and you're forgiven. I hold up my left hand and he stares for a beat before bending to kiss the thin gold band. We sway a little, not moving much, while all around us people bounce and shake and dance on the floor. I lean my head into his chest and close my eyes, breathing in every part of him. Anyway, we're done with all of that. It's your turn to babble tonight. With a little smile, he bends close, kissing first my right cheek and then my left. And then he touches his lips to mine for several long, perfect seconds. My favorite color is green, he says against my mouth, and I giggle. His hands slide down my sides, arms wrap together around my waist as he bends close, kissing his way up my neck. I broke my arm when I was 7, trying to ride a skateboard. I love spring, hate winter. My childhood best friend's name was Auguste, and his older sister was Catherine. She was my first kiss when I was 11 and she was 12, in the pantry at my father's house. My fingers glide over his chest, up his throat, and link at the back of his neck. My greatest trauma was my mother leaving for the States, but otherwise, and even though my father is a tyrant, my childhood was quite nice. I was terrible at math in school. I lost my virginity to a girl named Noemi when I was 14. He kisses my cheek. The last woman I had sex with was my wife, Mia Guillaume. He kisses the tip of my nose. My favorite food is bread. I know it sounds horribly boring, and I don't like dried fruit. I laugh, pulling him in for a real kiss, finally, and oh my God. His mouth is warm, already accustomed to mine. His lips are both soft and commanding. I feel his need to touch, to taste, and fuck barely restrained, and his hands slide down over my ass, pulling my hips into him. His tongue barely touches mine, and we both groan, pulling apart and breathing heavily. I'm not sure I ever made a woman come with my mouth before I met you, he admits. I love kissing you there, and I love your ass. It's perfect. At this, I feel his length stir against my stomach as his hands squeeze me. I like any kind of sex with you, but I prefer being on top of you. You make missionary feel dirty the way you grab and move under me. Holy shit. I squirm in his arms. Ansel, I know the exact sound you make when you come. You could never fake it with me. He smiles, adding, again. Tell me everyday things, I beg him. This is killing me. I hate killing spiders because I think they're amazing, but I'll do it for you if you're afraid of them. I hate being a passenger in a car because I prefer to drive. He kisses his way to my ear, whispering, We can live in San Diego, but I want to at least spend summers in France. And maybe we will move my mother here when she is older. My chest almost aches with the force of each heartbeat. Okay. He smiles, and I touch his dimple with the tip of my finger. And you really are moving here? I think in February, he says with a little shrug, as if it's so easy, as if it's a done deal. I'm relieved and I'm torn. It makes me giddy to have it so easily settled, but it's only July. February is so far away. That seems really far away. I'll visit in September, October, November, December, January. How long are you staying? Why haven't I asked this yet? I'm suddenly dreading his answer. Only until tomorrow. My stomach drops and I feel suddenly hollow. I can miss Monday, he says, but need to be in work for Tuesday for the first phase of the hearing. There's not enough time. I'm already pulling him through the crowd back to the table. You guys? I know, Sugar Cube, Harlow says, already nodding. You have 12 hours. I have no idea what you're doing in this place. Go. So not only did they know he was coming, they knew when he was leaving. They've talked through all of it. Holy hell, I love my friends. I kiss Harlow, I kiss Lola, and shove our way to the front exit. Somehow we managed to make it back to my apartment with our clothes still on. I pray we don't wake Julianne as we trip, kissing up the driveway, and then bang into the side of the garage, where Ansel slides his hands up under my dress and beneath my underwear, begging me to let him feel me. His fingers are warm and demanding, pushing aside the flimsy lace and sliding back and forth over my skin. You feel unreal, he whispers. I need you, Bear. I need to see you. Then get me upstairs. We trip and crash our way up the wooden stairs to my apartment, slamming against the door as he kisses down my neck, his hungry hands grabbing my ass, pulling me into him. Ansel, I laugh, weakly pushing at his chest so I can dig my keys from my bag. Once inside, I don't bother to reach for the lights, unwilling to drag my hands away from his body even long enough to find the switch. I hear my keys drop, followed by my bag and his coat, and then it's just the two of us in the dark. He has to bend to me, wrapping his arms around my waist to lift me to his mouth. I like your place, Ansel says, smiling into the kiss. I nod against him, tugging his shirt from the waist of his pants. Would you like the tour? He laughs when I grow frustrated as my fingers fumble with his dress shirt in the dark. Why are there so many damn buttons? This tour includes the bed, yes? He says, and swats my hands away, making quick work of the last few and finally shrugging out of his shirt. And the table, and the couch, I say, distracted by the miles of smooth, perfect skin suddenly in front of me. Maybe the floor and the shower. It's only been a few days since I touched him, but it feels like a year, and my palms slip down his chest, nails curving along the toned lines of his stomach. The sound he makes when I lean forward and kiss his breastbone is something between a growl and a needful moan. He slips my leotard from my shoulders, pushing it down my arms until my hands are trapped at my sides. Let's start with the bedroom, and we can make the circuit later. We do have 12 hours to kill, I say. He takes my bottom lip between his teeth, and I whimper. Having missed him so much, it's like the band around my chest has been broken and I can breathe, deep and full. The bed is the biggest thing in the apartment, and even in the dark, he finds it easily. He backs to the mattress, kissing me the entire way, and sits down, moving to pull me between his open legs. His hands smooth along the skin at the back of my thighs, up and down until his fingers reach the hem of my underwear. The streetlight down the driveway cuts a dim cone of light across one wall, and I can just make out his face, his shoulders. His pants are open and his cock is already hard, the tip peeking above the waistband of his boxers, the length pressed flat to his stomach. He pulls me forward and I feel the heat of his mouth on my neck. 12 hours isn't nearly enough, he says, pushing the words into my skin. He licks a line between my breasts, sucks on my nipple through the lace of my bra. I struggle to free my hands, and he takes pity on me, pushing my clothes the rest of the way down my body and letting them pool at my feet. Finally able to move, I push my fingers into his hair, and it's just like I remembered. His sounds, his smell, the way my skin flashes hot when he sucks the skin below my collarbone. How did I think I could live a day without this? Want this off, Ansel says, reaching behind me to unfasten the tiny clasps of my bra. His hands pass the straps, moving the opposite direction as they fall down my arms, and his hands slide up my shoulders and then down my chest, cupping my breasts. Leaning forward, he palms one, kissing the other. He makes a small sound of approval and moves one hand down over my ass. And these, take them off. His mouth closes over one nipple, tongue flicking against the peak. This is the point where I would have needed to disappear inside of someone else, to quiet my mind with costumes and make-believe. But right now, the only person I want to be is me. You too, I say. Pants off. I watch with unrestrained hunger as he stands and pushes the rest of his clothes to the ground. Ansel doesn't prompt me further, just inches his long frame to the head of the bed, lies down and waits until I slip my fingers beneath the lace and push my panties down my hips. Wordlessly, he reaches for himself, gripping his cock at the base and stroking up, slowly. I climb up the bed, hovering over him with my thighs bracketed on either side of his hips. He releases his cock and it juts up, hard against his stomach, his eyes wide and focused on the diminishing space between our bodies. With impatient hands, he grips my hips, pulling me higher, positioning me over him. His jaw is flexed, neck arched back into the pillow, and he growls out a, "Touch me." I run my hands up his chest and lower, sliding my fingers down his length and cupping his balls, his hip. There's something so dirty about being above him this way. I'm bare for him to see, exposed. I can't hide my face in his neck and disappear beneath the weight and comfort of his body. This is new for us. Seeing him here in my apartment and my bed, his messy head of hair in the center of my pillow. His eyes are glassy, his punch-colored lips red from my kisses, and it makes me possessive in a way I've never known before. "You're so warm," he says, reaching between my legs. "So ready." His fingers slip easily along my skin, exploring before he grips his cock and moves it against me. I can't look away from his face, from his focused concentration where our bodies are touching, and it's like the air has been sucked from the room, incinerated with a single gasp. He pushes forward with every small flex of his hips upward, closer, closer, until he's there, finally pressing barely inside. I sink down on him slowly, breathing so hard and fast and unable to close my eyes because his expression is unreal, eyes squeezed shut, lips parted, cheeks splotchy and red as he gasps beneath me, overcome. It's too full, too much, and I give my body a second to get used to the feel of him so deep. But it isn't what I want. I don't want to be still. I want to feel the thick slide of him and his rough hands growing hungrier. I want to feel him all night. I start with just gentle rocking over him, lost in his reactions as much as he seems lost in the feel of me. His hands grip my hips, anchoring but letting me drive, and finally he opens his eyes, looks up at my face and smiles, showing the pure essence of Ansel. Bright eyes, playful dimple, and his sweet, filthy mouth. "Give me a little show, Cerise. Break me." With a grin, I lift my body and slide down, and then a little faster and a little faster, mesmerized by the tiny wrinkle between his brows as he watches my face, concentrating. He angles his hips, satisfied when I gasp, and reaches between us to touch me, pet me, stroke me, and quietly whispers to ride him faster and rougher. "Let me hear the fucking," he growls, pushing up into me. "Let my little wild one out." He watches with rapt attention as I start to come, and he whispers, "Oh, Mia, that's it." My hands planted on his chest, my eyes focused on his parted lips, and I beg him, "Please, oh, please." I feel my head begin to fall back as the pleasure climbs. "I'm there, I'm there." He gives me a tiny nod, a tiny smile, and presses his fingers harder against me, watching as I shatter into pure sensation, bucking on him and finally closing my eyes against the intensity of it, the silvery, blinding release as I collapse against his chest. The world tips. The soft sheets are at my back, and I feel his hand between my legs, touching me before guiding himself back inside, and then he's moving on top of me. Long, sure strokes, his chest pressed to mine. He's warm, and his mouth moves over my neck to my mouth where he sucks and tastes, growling low curses and words like wet and cum and sweet wet skin and deeper, so deep, so deep. I slide my hands down his back, gripping his ass and relishing the bunching of the muscles in my hands as he moves, curling into me and moving hard when I spread my legs wider, dig my nails into his skin and buck up beneath him, feeling another orgasm take shape at the edges. I gasp his name and he speeds up as he glances at my face, grunting out a quiet, "Yes, fuck!" His brow is sweaty, his eyes on my breasts, my lips, and then he pushes his body away just enough that he can watch where he's moving in me. He's wet from me, so hard everywhere, muscles tense and ready to snap, ready to explode. The position has always been our best, the friction, the fit of him against me, and he circles his hips, looking between our bodies and then at my face, back down and up again, finally exhaling a tight burst of air as I whisper, "Oh." He groans in relief when I push my head into the pillow, wild beneath him and coming with a sharp cry. "I'm close," He growls, arching his head back and closing his eyes. "Oh, God, Mia!" He collapses on me, hips pivoting so wild and deep in me that we're nearly pressed to the headboard, his hands curling into fists around the pillow beside my head. He cries out as he comes. The sound echoes off the ceiling and the quiet, still blank walls. My senses come back to me one at a time. First, the feel of him still inside me, the weight of his body, warm and slick with sweat. My own body is tender, leaden with pleasure. I hear the sound of his labored breath in my ear, the quiet, "I love you." After that, I can taste and smell the salt of his skin when I kiss his neck, and I begin to make out the shape of his shoulders above me, a slow rocking as he begins moving again, just feeling. He brushes the hair from my face and looks down at me. "I want to pretend," he says. "Pretend?" "Yes." He pushes up to hover above me, and I run my hands down his sweaty chest, touching where he disappears inside. A tremor moves up my spine, and I feel the heat of his gaze, the pressing weight of his attention as he scans my face, dissects my expression. "Pretend what?" I ask. "That it's 6 months from now." His fingers comb through my hair, smoothing the damp strands from my forehead. "And I'm living here? I want to pretend that I'm through with the case and we're together. Permanently." "Okay." I reach up and pull his face to mine. "And maybe you have a showgirl costume and have finally learned how to juggle." He kisses me and then pulls back, brows drawn in an expression of mock seriousness. "You're not afraid of heights, are you?" "That's your fantasy?" He tilts his head, his smile a little mischievous. "It's certainly one of them." "And the others?" I ask. I'd wear anything for him, but I know I could be myself for him just as easily. I want to spend every night loving as much as I love right now. For the 100th time, I wonder if the words I haven't said are written above my head, because his smile widens, reaching his eyes in that way that sucks the breath straight from my lungs. "I suppose you'll have to wait and see."
Sweet Filthy Boy was written by Christina and read by Shana Thibodeau. Editing and post-production by Common Mode. Paul Fowley, technical director. The associate producer was Louisa Solomon. The mix engineer was Mike DeCino. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Sweet Filthy Boy is available in print from Gallery Books.